Hello, YouTube, and welcome to episode 18 of Bad Apologetics. Today, we're going to be looking at the argument from miracles in the Gospels, the one that's authored by Tim McGrew and Lydia McGrew. If we've got time at the end, we might be looking at some other sort of similar Bayesian arguments that are used by Richard Swinburne and Jonathan McClatchy and others. But I think the vast majority of the focus is going to be on that Blackwell Companion article today. If you're watching visually and not just listening, there's a few people with us. So Brian, who some of you may not have seen before, he's a statistics guy. Do you want to briefly introduce yourself?
Sure. So I'm Dr. Brian Blaze. I teach science at Bryant University in Rhode Island, in the United States. And so my background's in physics, and I teach physics and astronomy. I've published in a number of different fields in paleoclimate and other things, and I have interested in statistical inference, especially Bayesian methods.
And you've got a couple of books, right? Statistics for Everyone and a measure of faith, looking specifically at the use of probability in religion.
Right, exactly. So this Statistical Inference for Everyone is a kind of an intro stats book from a Bayesian point of view to show that you can actually have an intro stats, because most of the intro stats books aren't from a Bayesian point of view, and then a measure of faith applying a probability theory to religious arguments.
And then James, who is, the Bad Apologetics co-host, is here today as well.
Glad to be back. I've been, I was going to say looking forward to doing this. I don't know that that's entirely accurate. Reading through this article has been a real pain. It is torturous, and I think just a terrible example of scholarship, actually. But I have wanted to do this one for a while, so it should be interesting.
And then
I'm glad to have Camille with us as well.
Yeah, who's our classics history guy with dry sense of humor. Do you want to?
I have no idea how this got published, especially in Blackwell. Like that's actually just unbelievable. How did the peer review process look like? What were the reviews?
Yeah, I do think between in that Blackwell Companion to Natural Theology, there's like a real sort of Alexander Pruse's contingency argument, right, all the way through to this. There's like a really big difference in the levels of scholarship and what's going on and stuff, and the argument from Reason one as well, particularly with this one where it's just full of like typing errors and doesn't make much sense. I don't know. My initial thoughts were that there's a bunch of really risky historical assumptions that they have to make just to get the argument to work in the first place. And then I'm not sure that I think that the way that they go about the methodology that they're using with the probability is like a good way for finding truth, because I think you could use that method because they basically compare the likelihood of the evidence given the hypothesis against the likelihood of the evidence given like not the hypothesis. And the reason I think that's a problem is because there's a bunch of risky claims like that, there are gremlins, the likelihood that there's noise coming from my attic given that there are gremlins in my attic is like pretty high, right? But if you kind of flip that around and make it so what's the likelihood that a gremlin is in my closet given that there's noise, it's not actually that high, and they don't really seem to look at it that way. I don't know, any initial thoughts from the rest of you guys?
Well, I mean, it's like one flaw right off the bat is that they don't really formulate any alternative explanations, because saying Jesus wasn't raised, it's not really very fleshed out alternative explanation, right? So it's very difficult to see what actually motivates them assigning the probability estimates the way they are, because if you don't have a competing explanation, then it's very difficult for you to explain what exactly you think is the expectedness of the evidence on a competing hypothesis, right? Like if you don't have any. And then the second problem maybe is the formulation of the resurrection hypothesis, because the issue is that if you just say Jesus was, God raised Jesus, or Jesus was raised from the dead, or stuff like that, it's difficult to see how the evidence is actually expected on that hypothesis, especially if you don't flesh out what exactly Jesus being raised means. Does his body obey the laws of physics? Because I think most of our expectedness is motivated by our background knowledge, where things obeying the laws of physics would be a big part of. If you think no, then again, it's very difficult to explain what exactly you expect on the hypothesis that Jesus's body didn't obey the laws of physics. You would have to unpack that as well. The second issue is that, or alternatively, if you start specifying it, then you run into the problem of baking the data, the evidence that you are trying to explain, into the explanation itself, right? So you end up saying something like, Jesus appearing to the disciples is very expected on the hypothesis that he appeared to his disciples. But then there is no explanation. It doesn't have an explanatory value, right? It's like if in a physics experiment, we observe an electron like going to the right suddenly, or turning right, and we try to explain that. And the hypothesis that we propose to explain it is that the proton turned to the right. Yeah, I mean, that's expected on the hypothesis, but doesn't really explain
it's just
it.
ad hoc, yeah.
Well, yeah, no, it's not. The issue is that it's not necessarily that it's ad hoc. The issue is that there isn't any additional content that's doing any explaining, right?
It's just a description of the phenomena.
Yeah, you're just restating what the thing that you're trying to explain is in the explanation. Yeah, so you're supposed to give like an account, which, if it was true, we would expect to see the evidence, but the account must be description of something else really well. In reality.
It makes some,
yeah. And that's an issue, because like religious language is usually pretty vague.
Yes, and I think that's a consistent issue, well, which we'll get to, I suppose, but with how they characterize the hypotheses, which they talk about are and not are, are being the hypothesis that Jesus raised from the dead or Jesus was resurrected, and not are being just everything else. But they don't really characterize, as Camille was saying, what it means for Jesus to be resurrected, or specifically, or more particularly, what would be expected under that hypothesis. And I made this point before, that just because Jesus was resurrected, actually nothing follows whatever about who Jesus would appear to, or let alone that Paul would be appeared to. I mean, we'll come to that, but they don't really discuss this at all. It's just an assumption that the resurrection explains all the facts without even addressing it. And then in opposition to that, they don't even pick a specific hypothesis or theory. They just talk about everything else, which makes it very hard to actually compare properly. So maybe we can flesh that out when we see some of the equations that they write. That I don't even think that they're doing the Bayesian analysis correctly, because you should pick a specific theory to compare it to, but they don't.
So my first thoughts on this is that, and we'll see a number of these points coming up, and I found a lot of commonalities in different arguments that try to use Bayes in this way to kind of support specifically religious arguments, and there are a number of problems that come up. One is kind of badly defined propositions, and I think that's what Camille and James were trying to we're getting at, is that they don't specify what these propositions actually mean or what they predict. Another one, which I like to call lack of imagination, and that's basically just not really taking seriously all the various alternatives, and the way I like to phrase Bayes' theorem has the denominator, you're essentially dividing by all the different alternatives. So if you're not doing all the alternatives, you're going to have you've inflated your probabilities, because they should be scaled down by the number of plausible alternatives. And then they never deal with priors. Well, I'm sure we'll get to that. And the independence assumption, I'm sure we'll get to that as well. And we see that a lot. And then my kind of final beef with all of these is arbitrary numerical values that we'll see, where they just kind of making up values off the top of their head without really much justification, and you can combine all those into a soup that makes a lot of this analysis kind of a mess.
Awesome.
Maybe before we start going through the article, it would be useful to explain what like Bayesian reasoning is, and also maybe explain where we think the value of Bayesian reasoning is exactly, because I see a lot of people when they approach this or when they encounter this stuff bring up a lot of objections that I don't think are really relevant to where I see the value of the approach. Like one of the most common objections is that the numbers are made up, like the numerical values don't actually have any basis, right? Empirical basis. So that would be maybe useful to unpack that. Or they bring up objections that are valid objections against Bayesian reasoning, but they are also valid objections against other forms of abductive reasoning as well, right? So if they are sufficient to reject Bayesian reasoning, then you would have to reject other, well, not just abductive reasoning, but almost any other form of inference, right? Like one of the objections is that, well, if your probability estimates are incorrect, then the posterior probability estimate is going to be incorrect. Well, I mean, if your premises in a deductive argument are false, then the conclusion is not going to, the argument is not going to be sound, right? But that's not the reason for rejecting deductive argumentation. So yeah, I think it would be useful to do that.
Yeah, I reckon that Brian is probably going to be the best one of us to talk about some of those things. I'll make a start by just throwing some stuff out there, right? Because I think we're going to have to distinguish between like subjective and objective probabilities as well. Throw out there the principal, but maybe to start. So there's the three probability axioms, Kolmogorov's axioms, is it? And it's that, what's it? Probability. The first one is something like the probability for any particular proposition, something like greater than 0. If it's not a contradiction, then it would be 0. And less than 1. And then I think the second axiom, something like a tautology has a probability of 1. I forget what the third axiom is altogether. And then there are, I'm just thinking about where to go with it. So then the idea of like a subjective probability is to do with like an agent's like relation to an agent's expectation that an event will happen, whereas an objective probability would be some kind of like feature of the world, like the decay of some kind of isotope or something like that. The principle is that we ought to bring our subjective probabilities in line with the objective probabilities.
So maybe just to clarify a point there. So in using Bayesian approaches, that the McGrews are doing a couple of things here. One is that they are describing their credences, that is their degree of belief, using numbers that have to obey the probability axioms that some of which you mentioned, Nathan. So that's fine. That gives a constraint on what you sort of your reasoning and argumentation. But by itself, it's not actually clear what argumentative value that's going to have. So for example, if I say I hold a credence of 99, like 0.99, that God raised Jesus from the dead. And I could even go off and then calculate other things from that by combining it with other probabilities. That in itself doesn't actually tell you anything about what you should believe. I've just described my own subjective beliefs. That's what Bayesian reasoning involves, is understanding probabilities as descriptions of credences or degrees of belief. So I think that there's an issue here in saying, oh, they're just making up the numbers. It's actually okay for them to just pull the numbers out of wherever if they're just describing their own degrees of belief, right? Because like, well, they can report that, right? If you just assume they're being honest about it, or can do that introspectively. But the question becomes, should I take that seriously? Do those numbers mean anything to me, or should I update my credences on the basis of those numbers? And if they're going to make that argument, they need to give us a reason as to why I, who have a different set of beliefs and different evidences that I consider, should take those numbers seriously. So I kind of think that that's the issue there, that it's not, I mean, it depends how you interpret what they're doing. But if they are just sort of reporting their own degrees of belief, then it's kind of fine for them to pull numbers out of wherever. But if they want that to be compelling to people who don't hold the same credences, they need to give some justification for the numbers, and they do try to do that. Except, well, I mean, I don't think they really succeed. But So that's one of the things they're trying to do. The other thing then is they're trying to combine the numbers in a particular way and use a form of Bayes' theorem basically to get a new number out of it, basically combining aspects of evidence, like how likely is it that the women would have reported seeing the empty tomb and that the disciples would have seen the risen Jesus and Paul's conversion. And they want to combine those together to get kind of a posterior probability. Well, it's actually a likelihood ratio, but we'll come to that. But basically an idea of how likely it is that we would have this evidence given that Jesus was resurrected versus not resurrected. So they want us to go beyond kind of the starting numbers that we put in to derive a conclusion from that. Which is a bit odd because, like, it seems to me that the McGrews already have a belief about how likely it is that Jesus raised from the dead. So I'm not quite sure what they think the numbers are doing when they put it in an equation, because it's not like that they already have that belief, right? I think that we're supposed to regard that as a belief that we should adopt, like the 10 to the 44, 10 to the minus 44 number that they come up with. The problem with that then is that they have to convince us that the numbers they put in are also credences that we should adopt. So there's two aspects there from my point of view, is that the assigning of degrees of belief to particular propositions, which can be subjective. I mean, sort of has to be in some sense. And then the second aspect of that is sort of combining those using particular formalism to produce a new probability or a new credence. And that's kind of what they're trying to do by, multiplying the numbers together and getting their signature 10 to the minus 44 probability there.
So, my critique about the kind of arbitrary numbers, I think, I mean, you're right, you have to start kind of somewhere, but they a lot of times they don't make really much effort in constraining them. I know Richard Carrier at least tries to put bounds. So he says, like, well, it can't be less than this and it can't be more than this, and tries to follow at least that direction to do that.
That's not technically true, but this is not about that.
Right. But I mean, I think it's the only one I've seen who even attempts to do that in some context. But I see probability coming from kind of the formalism that E.T. James sets out, and so he has a set of axioms that he uses to essentially derives Bayes' theorem from this, and mostly it's things like that probability is a measure of one's state of knowledge in a claim. It has a numerical value between 0 and 1, 0 being certain it's false, 1 being certain it's true. It has to be consistent. The rules have to be consistent with deductive logic. So in which case that kind of logic becomes a subset of probability theory, and then if he has a few kind of consistency axioms, like that if they have to use all the information that you have at hand, you can't select only a small part of it, and so on. There's a few others, and he ends up deriving essentially Bayes' theorem from that point. My feeling is that aside from the kind of quantitative aspects, it gives a nice structure to an argument where you can kind of see where your inference might be coming from and what it might be affected by. So if you you have to kind of list off all your assumptions all at once, and in that way you kind of put everything out on the table, and someone can say, oh look, this term I disagree with, and it kind of lets you weigh different possibilities. It kind of provides a structure where you can see how any new evidence might affect particular values, and that's where I see the kind of value in this. It's not in the specific numbers that you're going to come out with. It's in the kind of structure that you use.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Like I personally, if I ever used Bayesian reasoning in a paper in like the field of history, first of all, I would never actually use the term Bayes or Bayesian reasoning in the paper itself, and I would never put any numbers in it. What I would do is I would use it basically to structure, like I perceive it as a really useful tool for structuring thought and for avoiding a lot of the Well, basically, like invalid inferences that people make in abductive reasoning, right? And one thing that it does really well is that it solves one of the issues with the argumentation to the best explanation. Because in argumentation to the best explanation, usually the idea is that you have a number of criteria of what constitutes a good explanation, and then you're going through various competing hypotheses, and you are trying to essentially score them in terms of how well they perform on that criteria. Things like plausibility, explanatory scope, explanatory value, simplicity, and stuff like that. Explanatory power, simplicity, and stuff like that. But then the issue is, it's usually not the case that a hypothesis either, it's not a binary choice. So it's not the case that a hypothesis either fits that criteria or it doesn't. There's usually a degree. So there's a degree to which a hypothesis has plausibility. There's a degree to which a hypothesis has explanatory power and stuff like that. And what happens very often is that if you have multiple competing hypotheses, you will discover that they actually all fit the criteria to a different degree. So it could be the case that you have, for example, two competing hypotheses, and one of them is somewhat better in terms of plausibility, and the other one is somewhat better in terms of, let's say, explanatory scope. Then the question is which one you should prefer, which one you should think is more probable, right, or a better explanation. And the argumentation to the best explanation doesn't really give you an answer. And the way how I usually the way I've seen that unpacked in literature is that the advice is basically to rank the criteria in order of importance, so that it gives you basically an algorithm in terms of which explanation you should prefer. Usually, the criteria that's considered the most important, at least in fields like history, is plausibility, and then other criteria follow. But then you can obviously construct like absurd conclusions from that. So if, for example, plausibility is the most important criteria, and you should always automatically default to the explanation that is more plausible, then imagine a situation when you have some set of historical data, and one hypothesis is like very complicated, very detailed, but it has really good explanatory power and explanatory scope. And the other explanation is something that is super, super plausible, but it has absolutely nothing to do with whatever topic you are interested in. So it has a zero explanatory scope and zero explanatory power because it's just not about it. It's the proposition is like, there's a tree outside my window or something like that. Very high plausibility given the background knowledge, doesn't explain the evidence at all. But because it has a higher plausibility, according to that algorithm, you should prefer it, right? Because plausibility is just the most important thing. So what do you do with that? And the way where I see value in Bayesian reasoning is that it gives you like a method how to take these various explanatory virtues, let's say, into account all at once, right? And also what's very important to realize is that apparently there are Bayesians that don't think that there are forms of Bayesian reasoning that don't use the Bayes theorem, which is really, really interesting, right? So there are people who are Bayesians in virtue of them like talking about probability in terms of their own epistemic credences, but they don't actually think that the Bayes theorem is the equation, right, or the theorem of probability that should be used to model probabilities. There are alternative suggestions, which is really, really interesting if you think about it, right? So it's not only the case that the numbers are not important. It could also be the case that the theorem itself is not important, right? Because you could have a Bayesian who doesn't actually use Bayes theorem to model credences.
Well, but Bayes theorem doesn't really have anything specifically to do with Bayesianism. It's not specific to Bayesian methods. It's just an equation that you can derive fairly simply from conditional probability and marginalization. So I think the important thing is actually the understanding of what probabilities are in Bayesian approaches, which is that they describe degrees of belief and provide a constraint on like what credences or degrees of belief you can assign to propositions, and that's what the McGrews are doing in this chapter. They're using that approach to try to derive a number which they think represents the strength of the evidence in favor of the resurrection. So that in itself as an approach, I don't have a problem with. The question is, how useful is that given the actual like particular modeling assumptions that they make? And actually, they do very little modeling. They multiply like 3 numbers together, and most of it, it's mostly just assertions about how like what the value should be, and then they multiply a few things. So like you could basically do this without any Bayesian. You could basically do what the McGrews are doing without even talking about Bayesian inference, in my opinion. And you could just look at it in terms of explanatory virtues, like Camille was saying, which I don't think they discuss, but I think you could just as easily. That's how William Lane Craig, for example, formulates the discussion, not in terms of Bayesian inference, but in terms of the explanatory virtues of different theories. And I mean, there's just 2 different ways of going about it, in my opinion.
Yeah. So to take it back a step, just for people who aren't familiar with all this stuff and maybe feel a little intimidated by some of this. So the idea, we've got these probability axioms, right? And basically the idea that's fleshed out is that as long as someone holds their beliefs in accordance with these probability axioms, then something called Dutch books can't be cooked against them. Now, what a Dutch book is basically when you hold your beliefs in a certain way that's out of line with those probability axioms, there can always be like bets placed against you in a way such that you'll kind of lose, right, every time. Whereas if you hold and there's proofs for this, we're not going to go through the proofs here, and you can just take my word for it. But if you hold your beliefs in such a way that these Dutch books can't be cooked against you, and that's sort of defined as the rational thing to do. So, and then the second thing to talk about for those who aren't familiar with probability would probably just be what like conditional probability is. So I hope this is the right way around, but I just drew this for people who aren't like familiar. So the idea is basically, it's like backwards for me, so I'm looking at my camera, but that like the probability of A given B, for example, is just saying that like given that B is true, so we're in this space, what ratio is this of that entire space? Now that Bayes is a little bit different from that, and the likelihood ratio stuff is a bit different. We'll talk about that when we come onto it. But if you're not familiar with any probability at all, like that is maybe a good way to start thinking about it, right? It's kind of like, so we can talk about what does, given that we've got like a particular piece of evidence and that's like the space we're in, what proportion of that does a certain explanation occupy?
And why is it called a Dutch cookbook? What is it about Dutch
I'm
cookbooks?
not sure. I think Frank Ramsey came up with it, who was the guy who traveled to, I mean, this is off topic, but he traveled to Austria to find Wittgenstein when Wittgenstein had become a school teacher and died at 25. And I think it was him that came up. I could be wrong about that. So like a weird historical...
Wittgenstein died in 25?
No, Frank Ramsey died when he was 25. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Okay. Well, if Wittgenstein died when he was 25, I would be seriously questioning what I'm doing with my life.
yeah. Well, Frank Ramsey. That's the thing. Like Frank Ramsey died when he was like 25, but he did a lot with his short life in that time. Anyway, so maybe if there's anything else anyone wants to say, feel free to. But maybe I can begin with the article.
Yeah, let's get into it. I actually don't think the Bayesian approach adds much at all to this article. You could get rid of it, and most of it would just be the same.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, right? So if you are watching this and you don't understand Bayesian reasoning, first of all, you're apparently not smart enough to get saved and go to heaven, but also that doesn't really matter, right? Like this is not the most technical piece of literature.
I think mostly because they never really deal with priors, and so once you're not doing half of the equation, then yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it basically boils down to it's really, really difficult for me to imagine how it could be the case that the evidence is there, given that my religion is not true, but numbers.
So, I don't know. I don't want to like read through the whole thing, but maybe
we have like 15 hours, right? So you could actually read through that, but let's not do that.
Yeah, this is just waffle. I think a lot of the comments might be mine, so we can mention when I want to talk about them. Sometimes it's just me flagging things. So let's scroll down past this and look at. Yeah, he so I'm tempted to say he here. That's just because I think Timothy McGrew is the first author, but it should really be the McGrews. They really don't like Hume, and they can't help but snipe at Hume whenever they can. So there's a brief mention of this here, as Hume was saying what many philosophers want to hear, unlike, of course, the McGrews, who wouldn't be preaching to the choir at all in any of their work. Like, it's just the most tone deaf sort of stuff that they say. But anyway, that we can move past that. So this part here. Sorry.
This is really, like, I always find it really weird when people lash out against Hume, especially if they are using Bayesian reasoning, because my reading of the relevant passages, and it could be just like my interpretation is not reflecting what Hume intended, but I've always just read that, like, rejecting the greater miracle as essentially like a primitive formulation of the Bayes theorem, right?
They pretty much say this at the end, Camille. Like, at the end, they're like, "Oh, he's not even saying much," and it's like, well, why do you feel they need to shit on him then if you just adopting his methodology?
Exactly. Well, I'm reading it. The way I'm reading it is that, yeah, like, you should become convinced that a miracle took place if, like, the likelihood ratio of the evidence is high enough that it overcomes the yeah, for example. So what's the problem, right? Like, I think you could formalize it to the Bayes theorem, essentially, what he's saying in the relevant sections, right? I don't know.
Yeah, the criticism that sometimes levied is, oh, that's just trivial. But my response to that is, I don't think it was trivial at the time, because I'm pretty sure Bayes theorem hadn't even been devised yet. But also, I don't think it's trivial now, even if you know Bayes theorem, because people make this mistake all the time. They neglect, but like with the classic studies they do with doctors, asking them about what's the probability that someone has the disease, given that they've tested positively when there's a high false positive rate. Doctors consistently ignore the base rate. And I think that you can interpret what Hume is saying is, you've got to consider your prior and your likelihood. And if the prior is really, really low, like for a miracle, then you've got to have really, really strong evidence. You can't just be enamored with what evidence that looks strong if the prior is low. So I don't, even if that's all Hume is saying, and I mean, that's disputed, I don't think it is a trivial result. I think it's a very important result. And in my opinion, he delivers that in an eloquent and memorable way. So I don't get the criticism either. People have interpreted lots of different ways, but even if like he's just saying Bayes theorem, then I still think it's important.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that he predated Bayes theorem, because I think he comes within inches of it, and just and it makes his text a little bit more vague and a little bit more open to misinterpretation. But I mean, every time I've gone back to read Hume, it seems it's entirely consistent with Bayes theorem. He just doesn't have it. He doesn't have the mathematical structure there.
It's kind of like an obligatory, like, you've got to just say that you reject Hume if you're writing an apologetics book. At the start, we had the same thing with Andrew Loke's book as well, and I'm pretty sure William Lane Craig says the same thing a few times.
I think there is just some weird, like, idiosyncratic thing about how apologists argue, and it's that when they are trying to argue against, like, a body of work in a specific field of science, they always go after the person who first proposed it. Like, there's a lot of people who argue against what Charles Darwin wrote, and they think that if they poke holes in that, then they somehow, like, dismantle, I don't know, what is it, 150 or 200 years of evolutionary biology. The same is, like, every time I see someone critiquing, like, the documentary hypothesis in Old Testament studies from, like, a Christian apologist's point of view, they always go after Wellhausen. They don't engage with people who write about it today. And the same goes with Hume, right? Why is that? Like, am I just seeing this, or is it actually the case?
I think so, and I think the reason that was, I don't like kind of psychologizing these sorts of things, but
that's
it's
we do all the time.
yeah.
So go
but I think the way they think in terms of authorities, they see, authority giving truth, right? And so because they think that, they find it very hard to imagine anyone who just like really doesn't care about authorities. It's like, it doesn't matter what Einstein said, it's just what the equations say, right? It just and so attacking Einstein is not gonna move us much, but they see it as the truth, the idea tied to the person, because that's the way they think, and that's the way that because the religions are structured.
Yeah, that's a really good hypothesis.
But they end up agreeing with Hume anyway at the end,
Yeah.
which we'll see as we go through. So goal and scope of the argument then. So T here represents theism, but they're going to talk about so they say it's not our purpose here to argue that the probability of theism is high, nor do we propose to argue that the probability of Christianity is high. I think that this is going to be quite important in terms of what they're doing when they're kind of trying to model this out probabilistically. So we intend to focus on a single claim for a miraculous event, the bodily resurrection of Jesus of Nazareth. We shall argue that there is significant positive evidence for R. And then what do they say down here? The probability that the resurrection took place is virtually nil if there is no God, and higher if there is. Now, I have no idea how they have figured that one out. It says, on any plausible background assumptions, if Jesus of Nazareth died and then rose again 3 days later, the probability of theism is approximately equal to 1. So I think that this is what Brian was talking about in terms of like lack of imagination, because I can think of a ton of things that might occupy that probability space, right, other than theism. So I mean, aliens, right? Maybe like juvenile aliens who are just messing around and wanted to like trick these random primates on some planet. Could they not do it? And then I do think it is important, because within that probability space, okay, theism might occupy a chunk. And it was interesting because I asked V about this, and we both had wildly different like beliefs about this, because I thought that theism was maybe like quite a chunky part of that space for myself, but for V it was like way lower, and I was like, well, that's clearly because I've been influenced by thinking about these because of Christianity and stuff. But even within that probability space, maybe a smaller chunk of that probability space is going to be Christianity specifically. Like maybe Allah would want to do something different, or Vishnu, or whatever. Like, so it is quite important that they make these assumptions.
Every time they say theism, I find I just try to imagine every kind of crazy god that I can imagine. So Stephen Fry's evil god, Cthulhu, all these things. What's the probability of Jesus getting resurrected under any of those? It's basically 0, or under Zeus, right? And it's because they don't take these seriously, and they've already assigned them kind of really low priors, but they're not going to directly address that. They're just kind of sweeping those under the rug, and so this is exactly what I was talking about in terms of lack of imagination, but also badly defined proposition. So like theism, I don't think is well defined, and because of that, they can't really pin it down in any real way.
Yeah, and also if Jesus died and then rose again bodily 3 days later, the probability of T is exactly equal to 1. Yeah, that also makes me think of, and again, like nobody's really taking those alternative explanations seriously. But again, like for me, they are no less serious than like Christian theism, right? You should also maybe think at least a little bit about all of the alternative like supernatural accounts supernatural explanations that could account for the evidence apart from bodily resurrection. So, for example, in Greek mythology, dead people return from the underworld, but they are not actually raised from the dead. Like, so if you're playing with those kinds of concepts, that is also worth mentioning, right? Like, the bodily resurrection is not the only supernatural thing that would produce the kind of results that we see in evidence. There are others. So yeah, this is really weird. And also it's like they move from theism to capital G God. So is this Yahweh? Like, are we just conflating theism with Christianity, because everyone knows that it's the one true religion. Because like this is really important, right? And it's something that I see all the time, is that an author, a Christian author, let's say, is going to argue, says that he's going to be arguing, or they are going to be arguing for theism. But they use capital G God for the apparently the God of theism in general, but then they start bringing in implicitly assumptions from Christian theism specifically, or from like a subset of theism, let's say classical theism. And I think it's much easier for them to get away with it doing it implicitly, because they use capital G God, which is how like normally how the Christian God is being titled, right? This is why I'm personally very careful to always use the term Yahweh, because it brings to the attention that we are talking about like a specific deity with specific mythological baggage, right? We're not just talking about any god.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think it's very important that that's clear. And that's why in the comment here, I just was laughing, because I think it's a completely ridiculous claim, as others have said. And later on in the article, they actually specifically mention the example of Zeus resurrecting Jesus. And they basically just dismiss that as saying, well, there's no reason that Zeus would have to resurrect Jesus, right? So even if he existed, it wouldn't explain the evidence. And my
Morally
question would
sufficient reasons that we don't know of?
My question would be, what reason do we have for thinking that Zeus has more reason for resurrecting Jesus than Yahweh does? It actually seems to me that Yahweh has a lot of reasons to not resurrect Jesus, because of the fact that the apologists usually mention that resurrection is supposed to happen at the end of the world, and the Messiah is not supposed to be resurrected, and the prophecies that aren't fulfilled in the Old Testament that the Jews talk about. Whereas none of that seems pertinent to Zeus. I mean, Zeus does what he wants. Like, why would he not resurrect Jesus? I mean, he'd just do it for a laugh. You know, Zeus is always causing trouble and mischief. So I don't see why Zeus wouldn't want to resurrect Jesus. Seems that the probability he would resurrect Jesus is higher than the probability that Yahweh would resurrect Jesus.
Or Loki.
Yeah, like
AKA
there's
Camille.
I was just going to mention Loki. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, it wouldn't be very difficult to come up with reasons why Zeus would raise Jesus from the dead and support it specifically with passages from Greek mythology. Because like one very obvious example is that it's fated. You know, like a chunk of especially early Greek thought has to do with the idea of fate or destiny. So if it's the case that it's fated for Jesus to be raised from the dead, then Zeus is going to do it, right? And then this wasn't really worked out in ancient thought, but the idea is that destiny is like metaphysically necessary. So that's where the explanation would end, right? It's just metaphysically necessary for Zeus to raise Jesus from the dead, so he raised Jesus from the dead. And then, of course, there is no shortage of passages in ancient, like in
Chronos' son or whatever.
There is no shortage of passages which just say that gods are mysterious and they do things for mysterious reasons, right? So it would be consistent with that line of reasoning, or with that thought tradition, to just say that, look, the gods have morally sufficient reasons. We just don't know what they are because they chose not to reveal them. And that's just that's perfectly consistent with what would be in the background knowledge of like Greek theism, right? So
yeah, so there are actually so many options here. Just to summarize, we've got like Zeus and other gods, which I'll just put in as one. We've got like ghosts, we've got like a sorcerer, we've got aliens, we've got
unknown
demons
natural,
doing it.
Unknown, like there's some natural law or something that could have been at play that we just don't know about.
Some unknown natural principle, like maybe there's some sort of reincarnation thing that happens because Jesus was so holy, he like reincarnated himself. Like I could just make things up all day about what it could possibly be if we don't have any constraints on naturalism.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really important to explain maybe that, like, if there are theists or Christians specifically watching, then they will be probably very quick. They will probably dismiss us very quickly by thinking, oh, look, like this is so ridiculous, they now have to appeal to aliens to explain away the resurrection, right? Like non-Christianity or like naturalism or atheism or whatever is just so like intellectually weak, and the evidence for the resurrection is so strong that in order to resist it, and like resisting actually confessing your sins and turning your life to Jesus, you have to resort to something like aliens. No, that's actually not what we are saying, right? Like, it's, I think, trivially easy to come up with naturalistic explanations that are very, very plausible for the evidence, that don't have to rely on implausible things like trickster gods or aliens existing. It's just, we are just being nitpicky assholes about this specific passage, right? And I think obviously the probability space of the alternative explanations is really small, but I also think it's really for Christian theism, right? So like, if we are really talking about the small fractions of the probability pi, let's be fair and flesh them out, because Christian theism, after all, is just another really small piece of the probability pi, on my view, right?
Thanks, Scott, by the way, for that super chat.
Yeah, cheers, Scott. And just to follow up with what Camille said, yeah, exactly. So the point is not that I believe any of those explanations, but the point is that I would like to know a non-question begging reason for why they are worse explanations than God raised Jesus from the dead. And I've raised this before, and theists usually just laugh it off. They're just like, oh, aliens, like obviously not all Zeus. Why would he do it? But like, what's the actual argument for, like, they criticize people like Hume for just dismissing the evidence and not looking into it because it's silly. But then they do the exact same thing, not only for miracle claims in other religions, which we'll get to later, but even for alternative supernatural explanations of the resurrection. They just don't care about to take them seriously. And the question is, if we're going to actually do a Bayesian analysis and compare explanations, what non-question begging reason do we have for saying that God is more likely to resurrect Jesus than any of the other ones that I just mentioned? I have not heard a clear answer to that question that doesn't already appeal to like a bunch of stuff in the Bible or whatever, which is what I would mean by question begging. Like, well, why should we accept that?
Oh, sorry, Brian, you go ahead.
Oh, I was thinking that one of the kind of corollary problems that we run into is, let's even imagine that Jesus was raised from the dead by Yahweh and so on, right? But we're dealing with such small probabilities, even in those cases, like small prior probabilities, and even if we could rule out all of the kind of plausible explanations that, obviously we can't rule out, but let's imagine we could, then what we're left with is comparing a lot of hypotheses, a lot of propositions that have very small probabilities. And even if the Christian one is correct, I have no confidence that they are able to be able to determine that, given that you're essentially comparing all sorts of little tiny probabilities. And this is kind of related to the kind of arbitrary numbers part, where you can throw in a number like 0.001 for something, right? But would the argument be changed with 0.0001, or something like that? But it would make a big difference. And the problem is that we don't have good intuitions for when probabilities get that small, and so on. So even if they are correct, and we can further get rid of all of the plausible alternatives, I don't see the way that they're arguing and the way they're presenting the argument would give me any confidence that they would be able to determine that it is correct.
So part of the reason as well that this is such an important point for, especially this is for people who might be like skeptical and thinking we're just nitpicking here. So the form of their argument is this, right? So it's the probability of the evidence given the resurrection is much higher than the evidence given not the resurrection. Now that could be true, right? And it could be the case that the explanation of the resurrection is like aliens or something like that. And this is the point, is that that is all there is in terms of assessing like what is that R space, because the evidence would be just what it was. You'd still have a resurrection just in case Zeus or aliens or whatever did perform the resurrection. And this is going to be like part of a meta critique of the methodology that they're using here, because there's no constraints or penalization or anything for just introducing like random entities or how they might cohere with background beliefs we have about like physics and the way the world works and stuff like that, because it's really, really highly probable that you get some evidence if you just introduce like ghosts or something, that ghosts who have desires to create all of the specific evidence that we see as something, it's really, really expected that ghosts who want to create the evidence that we have for Christianity would create that exact evidence. It's just
Yeah, actually, technically speaking, I'm not sure that you would give explanation or evidence out of that, because that would circle back to my the issue that I mentioned initially of just defining or explanation in terms of the evidence that you're trying to explain. Like if you have a set of data and your explanation is, look, there are ghosts that produce, and all that you're saying in the explanation is there are ghosts and they want to produce this set of data. Now, first of all, there isn't really any constraint about what is a ghost, what it can do. So it's like really vague. It doesn't say much. So it's really difficult to estimate what's expected on the ghost proposition, right? Which I think is directly analogous to the resurrection, because what is a resurrected body, what kind of properties it has, like does it interact with light, does light reflect from it back to your eyes so that you can actually see it visually? And
it does,
like
except
that.
when it doesn't. And it has solid substance, except when it doesn't, like when he
Yeah.
passes through doors. Like it's just whatever it needs to be.
Yeah, but so that's one problem. And the second problem is the ghost that wants to do exactly what the evidence is, right? Well, then you're not explaining anything. You're just restating
You've described the data
set.
and made
That's
a
what
more
the theist
complicated
explanations
feeling.
always are. They just say God wanted to do this. That's all the explanation is.
Well,
and actually, when William Lane Craig at least has said that he's basically happy with those explanations, because like who is it who talks about the difference between a personal explanation and a mechanistic explanation? I can't remember who it is. Swinburne, thank you. And Craig's appealed to that as well, and other apologists. And basically, they think it's fine to terminate an explanatory chain in terms of the intention of an agent. And so if they can appeal to God wanted to do this, then that's actually fine for them to terminate, it seems, any explanation, or at least a large class of them, including like cosmic design arguments, causing the universe arguments, and here would be resurrection and other miracle type arguments. So I actually think that they're kind of happy to just do that. Now, I don't think that that's actually correct. Like, I think that isn't explanatory, exactly what you were saying, Camille. But I think it's actually important to draw this out, that that's kind of what you get when you appeal to God's intentions or actions when you're explaining anything, because there's no constraints on what God can do. And it's unclear where you get any constraints over what God even would do, unless you have some sort of antecedent theology to appeal to say he would do this or would do that. So I think at the end of the day, you just get a list of God did it and he did these things, right? And they're just all of the things that are necessary for your data. Like, oh, God raised Jesus from the tomb, removing his body from the tomb, and then he appeared to the women so that they saw him, and then the disciples, and then he appeared to Paul. That's just basically very close to a list of the data to be explained.
Yeah, maybe I would disagree a little bit here, because I think the disagreement is will probably have to do with maybe you dealing more with the disciplines of like natural sciences, and me dealing with social sciences, because like in history, for example, it's very in historical explanations, it's very often the case that they essentially terminate in actors having intentions, wanting to do things, right? Because history is about past events that have to do with people and their actions and their motivations and stuff like that. But it's very, very important is that when we explain evidence in terms of like people having intentions, it's very important to ask the question how plausible it is that the given people, like the specific people in the explanation, would have the intentions that they are hypothesized to do, right? Because it's really, really trivial to imagine hypotheses that explain a set of historical data in terms of specific people having specific intentions, which are nevertheless really implausible given our historical background knowledge, or even just given simple things in our background knowledge, such as some like general features of human psychology. Like, people generally don't just like flip the switch and go crazy, or kill themselves or something like that, or kill their own children or something like that, right? Some really basic stuff like that. So
yeah, but when it comes to God, there are no such constraints, and this is what's been described as the problem of divine psychology.
Yeah, that's the problem with background knowledge when it comes to theism, right? So you can totally do something like that. That is actually a really good book about it. It's called Theism and Explanation by Dawes, where he goes into it. Like, are intentional explanations actually explanations, and under what circumstances? And what he essentially says is that, yeah, intentional explanations are explanations, that's fine, you can use them. But it's really, really important to assess how plausible the intentions are on background knowledge. So you would have to introduce some background knowledge of, let's say, Christian theism, on which God's intention to raise Jesus from the dead is high. But the problem is that in order to do that, you will run into the problem of the inferences being interrelated, right? Because I think most Christians would appeal to texts of the New Testament. They wouldn't necessarily go into the Old Testament because there isn't really that much there unless you basically do an eisegesis of the New Testament theology into those passages. But the problem is that the people who wrote down the relevant New Testament passages obviously were already convinced that Jesus was raised from the dead. So it's no wonder they would write down that God intended to raise Jesus from the dead, because that's what they thought happened. It would be really weird for them to think that Jesus was raised from the dead, despite God not wanting him to do that, right? And I think this is essentially the reason why I'm not a Christian, right? After like a very careful examination of all of the evidence and all of the inferences, right? It's really, really difficult, and I think impossible, to establish really good reasons for why Yahweh, granting that Yahweh exists and stuff like that, would want to raise someone like Jesus from the dead, without ultimately circling back to the belief that Jesus was raised from the dead to begin with, right? And that's exactly because all of the relevant literature was produced by people who already believed that Jesus was raised from the dead.
I think Swinburne's argument does this in kind of spades. He has these probabilities where he talks all about like what God would intend to do. Like, God would intend to become incarnate. God would intend to do like, miracles for some, 30 years or whatever. I mean, he has like this long list of specific Christian things that he's basically saying, oh yeah, God would do these things. One of the points I was thinking of when Nathan put up the form of that. Exactly. So one of the problems with this is that you can have an explanation that doesn't fit the data quite as well, but is far more plausible, and that will outweigh in a Bayesian way something that explains it really well but is implausible. And so by ignoring the priors, which the McGrews do, they pretty much throw out that entire part that where something like aliens, for example. You might think that aliens doesn't explain the data all that well, but they're far more plausible than any kind of spiritual or supernatural explanation, and you kind of lose that by doing that. Oh, I'm sure he would, but like but then what it then does is you then have the argument about priors, right? So and I think this happened in was it the one where it was Max and
Hitch and Callum Miller.
Callum Miller, right, and at one point it got to the point where it's like they're like, well, you know what, the naturalistic explanations are actually reasonably plausible, but then we have to back it up to deal with the probability of theism directly, according to the probability of God, because the evidence wasn't good enough essentially to overcome that. And so you do actually have to do that, but what it often will do is then push the argument back to those parts, which I think is actually good. I mean, it's part of the structure of Bayes' theorem, kind of tells you where you need to look, and in terms of thinking through your argument and what kind of data you'd have to have, but you have to be honest about all the alternatives.
Well, let's unless is there something
maybe let's do one quick remark, which I think is really important. So we have mentioned, and we are probably going to keep mentioning it, is that there are essentially two components to evaluating evidence comparing competing explanations in Bayesian reasoning. One is comparing the prior or intrinsic probability of the hypotheses, and then the second component is just comparing the expectedness of evidence on either hypothesis, right? And as we've mentioned, here in this paper or in this article, the McGrews are not paying any attention at the prior probability. Uh,
I wonder why.
well, I-
Actually, I would.
The next page to show because this is kind of important to show what they're
It's
actually.
Here, James?
No, 596. Maybe
Maybe
it's actually the page after that, but this is what we're talking about here.
Yeah,
Right, so
yeah.
that's actually what
Right.
they're arguing. That is their
Right.
claim. And the Fs there, I think, are just the evidences, right? Do they actually define what the Fs are?
yeah,
That's-
conjoined. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the evidences that they're considering, and we'll discuss what that is in a moment. The point there is that there's no priors there, right? So they're actually just saying that the evidence is confirmatory for the resurrection over, not R. Now, what I think Camille was saying is that they're ignoring priors, and this is the sense in which they're ignoring priors because there's no prior probabilities there. However, they are not consistent with this because, and we've already seen an example of this, and we'll see it more when they address naturalistic alternatives to like all of their explanations. They constantly say this is implausible. Yeah, they don't say that it wouldn't actually explain the data. They just say it has a low prior, or not necessarily that.
Antecedent. They say low antecedent probability.
Yeah, exactly. So they are completely inconsistent with what they actually do in their argument. So I actually think that they do consider priors, but only when it suits them. They don't consider priors about theism. They consider it about the alternatives.
So let's me nuance it then. But by the way, this is a really weird notation, right? Like you wouldn't use ampersand in like that like squiggly and
Yeah, the
sign.
intersection maybe.
Yeah, or like a dot or something like that. But whatever, right? So yeah. So what I want to say is that that is a strategy that you see all the time, like an argumentative strategy that you see all the time in papers that use Bayesian reasoning. And it's exactly this. They will say, we are not going to be looking at intrinsic probabilities. We are just going to compare expectedness of evidence. You see that, for example, in papers in philosophy of religion all the time. And the idea behind that is that, first of all, it's really, really difficult to establish prior probabilities in general. So it's best to avoid that discussion, right? And second of all, the argumentative strategy is very often to show that the likelihood ratio, so the ratio of the expectedness of the evidence on either hypothesis or on the various hypotheses is just so high in favor of one hypothesis that in order to overcome that, we would have to imagine a really, really high difference in the prior probability going in the opposite direction, right? I think this is perfectly fine if you state in the paper that this is what you're doing explicitly, right? I don't think it's a fatal flaw, and someone would very easily dismiss our criticism by saying, yes, they don't pay attention to prior probabilities, but they declare that positively in the article. So what's the objection, right? They are essentially objecting against something that they themselves say they are not doing, right? Like it would be unfair to criticize a paper for something that the author explicitly says, this is not something that I'm going to do, right? But yeah, then the issue is that it seems that even though they say they are not going to pay any attention to intrinsic probability, they nevertheless then operate with that concept in the following discussion, which is what James was saying. So yeah, and of course,
keep track of the sorry.
And of course, like even if you have an author who says explicitly, I'm not going to be dealing with prior probabilities, and they actually don't, it's always fair to reply to that paper by saying, okay, even if I grant what the paper is concluding about the likelihood ratio, I'm still not convinced that the posterior probability is like higher than the alternatives. Precisely because I think that the ratio of the prior probability is sufficiently high to overcome that, right?
Yes, and just what I was saying is, it's often important to go through this introductory stuff because they will sometimes, well, when I say they, apologists, and in this case the McGrews, will set up a standard or describe what they're doing, but not actually follow that through. And this is an example of this. They say they are not looking at priors. We look at that equation there. It has no priors in it. So they're just looking at the confirmatory value of the evidence under different hypotheses. And we'll count the number of times, well, maybe not count, but we'll pay attention to how many times they violate this by rejecting an alternative explanation on the basis that it has a low prior or something similar to that, which they do repeatedly. Now, there's one other point that I wanted to make about this here, which is that although I suppose sometimes you might want to use this approach here, which notice that they've got conditional on R, which is the resurrection hypothesis, and then the same evidence, but conditional on not R. Now, I think that that's a terrible way of trying to do this, because I mentioned this before. The way that you would typically do Bayesian model comparison is by comparing one model to another. And when I say model here, I mean like a theory. So like the resurrection would be a theory. An alternative theory would be something like Camille's explanation or my RHBS model, or, different
A combination of both.
different ones. Yeah, like they're not necessarily mutually exclusive, right? But you consider one model and then compare its explanatory value, or in other words, the probability of the evidence given that explanation, and compare that to the resurrection one. Trying to compare it to all of the others, I mean, in principle, like, so not R, it would technically include every other explanatory option. But the problem with trying to do that is that it's so unconstrained, because it's literally just everything that's not the resurrection. So it's really very hard to do. And I think
it should fully fit the data, right, in that case.
But yeah, because it should include all possible explanations, including the most contrived and ad hoc, right? So this is why it's not, I don't think that's a really good strategy to do it. I think that you should adopt something like Oppie's approach, which is to try to pick the best theories in different categories. They could pick a couple of naturalistic explanations if they can't decide which one is the best, but pick a couple of them maybe, and then try to work out this this likelihood ratio under different theories, instead of just putting not R in the denominator there, which means that, as we'll see later, there's actually no constraints on what they can argue against. So they'll pick whatever counterexample that they like naturalistic theory, for whichever part of it, and argue against it when it's convenient. And then when a different one's convenient, they'll argue against that, because it's just not R, like, because anything will do. And I think that this often leads to inconsistencies, and it gives the impression that there's not really any competing explanation, because they're not considering a competing explanation. They're just sort of picking from the set of every possible thing that's not resurrection.
Yeah, or what they will say, I'm not sure if this is in the specific article, but that's like a general problem in like in Christian apologetics in general. They will, because they're arguing against not R, one of the objections against alternative hypotheses is that they don't explain all of the data, they only explain some of the data. But the thing is that very often the explanations are intended to explain exactly some of the data, right? So, like Christian apologists will flesh out the competing explanations, like not R, as the hallucination hypothesis, the swoon hypothesis, and stuff like that. And I will say, well, we can reject the swoon hypothesis because it doesn't explain the appearances, and we can reject the hallucination hypothesis because it doesn't explain the empty tomb, right? Well, no, like, if you actually track these hypotheses back to the secondary literature in which they were first proposed, they were usually proposed as musings by New Testament scholars who were not really serious about providing naturalistic explanations against the resurrection, because they are not interested in arguing essentially about witches or something to that effect, right? And that it was just amusing as exactly to explain away just a subset of the data. Like, why is it the case that some people, for example, were convinced that Jesus is alive afterwards? So yeah, that's one thing that's very important to keep in mind when they're arguing against not R.
Yeah, I would agree with all of that, and I find that this way of formulating it makes, like, kind of piles a bunch of things into the not R part. And even I would even say on the R part, that they're not really explicitly doing. Camille had said that there are kind of two parts, kind of important parts of Bayes' theorem, and I would actually add that there are three. And the way that I had a TEDx talk where I kind of tried to give an intuitive explanation without math about what the structure of Bayes' theorem was, and I essentially said that a belief in a claim should scale with how well that a particular explanation so your belief in an explanation should scale with how well that explanation fits the data. It should also scale with how plausible that explanation was before you saw any data, so that's the prior. And then the third part is it's scaled down by essentially all of the alternatives, and I had in that it's really the likelihood times the prior for all the different possibilities. And the problem with the kind of phrasing it in this kind of, comparing R with not R and not breaking it out into all the possibilities is that you end up not being specific about your alternatives, doing things like what Camille just said, and ignoring things where an explanation only does part of the data. It makes it's a lot less constrained. And I think if they kind of broke it out, they would see it would be less constrained. And I wouldn't have a problem with like only doing a finite number of these explanations, because the more ad hoc they're going to be, the less plausible they are before the data. And so in the denominator of Bayesian, you'd basically have these terms that would kind of like progressively get less and less likely, just by being implausible before the data. And so you can say, okay, those are all really small, I'm not going to deal with those, but we're going to deal with the ones that are of kind of comparable of prior probability to what we're looking at.
Yeah, and this might raise an issue here because, at least like given my background knowledge, I don't know about you guys, but like the resurrection hypothesis is really, really intrinsically improbable. So the competing explanation can be ad hoc as fuck, and it's still going to be more probable after all, right? It's going to have much higher.
Well, I think that's specifically why they avoid it, though. I think that's clearly why. Like I think it's motivated. Yeah, like the way how I always explain that is that you have a difference in the intrinsic or the prior probability, right? And ad hocness is essentially like decreasing the that like it's decreasing the ratio, because as one explanation gets more ad hoc, the prior goes down, right? But the problem is that, at least on my background knowledge, the resurrection hypothesis has the prior probability so low in this direction that it's actually hovering somewhere above Fiji on the other side of the planet, right? So you can be really ad hoc. The thing is, like, even if you are so ad hoc that you go as far down as the planet core, then you're still good, right? Because the other explanation is actually like on the other side of the planet.
The funny thing is that people like Swinburne and I'm thinking of someone else. Who wrote The Resurrection of the Son of God?
That's Swinburne.
That's Swinburne, I think.
No, that's N.T. Wright.
N.T. Wright, yes. That's
Right.
Yeah, people like N.T. Wright and Craig and others who've quoted him actually themselves argue, at least they don't use this phrase, but they basically say the resurrection is ad hoc. And they say that because they say that there's no way that the disciples would have come up with the idea of resurrection had it not been for this very unique set of circumstances, because that's so implausible for them to have thought about it. No one expected the Messiah to die. Resurrection didn't happen until the end of time. That's another way of saying resurrection is an ad hoc explanation, that it's not actually what you'd expect. It's sort of cooked up to fit the specific data. So I actually think that this is a really interesting, it's like they want to have it both ways. They want to say that it takes a lot to get the disciples to have believed the resurrection, but somehow the prior of a resurrection, even given belief in Yahweh, is also not really low. I don't know that, I don't understand how they've not noticed this before, but I call this out in my book, that it's just a flat out contradiction. And
it also works the other way around, right? So if you are a Christian theist and you want to maintain that it's really, really plausible, given some general considerations like philosophical and theological considerations, that a God would want to raise someone like Jesus from the dead, then it becomes really, really plausible at the same time that someone like Jesus's disciples would conclude that Jesus was actually raised from the dead, even though he wasn't, precisely because they also had access to those philosophical and theological considerations, right? Like if Swinburne is really correct, that it's very, very plausible that, for example, someone like Yahweh would want to raise someone like Jesus from the dead, then no wonder that someone like Jesus's disciples were falsely convinced that Jesus was raised, because in their mind it was just so damn plausible, right? So they just formed a false belief based on that false high plausibility. This is again like a fatal flaw. Well, and I think the problem is exactly that Christian theists want to have both ways. They want to say at the same time that the probability or the plausibility of the resurrection is really, really high. So we don't really have to worry about that huge difference in plausibility ratios. But at the same time, the evidence that the disciples had access to must have been really good in order to overcome unexpectedness of something like the resurrection on their existing religious milieu, right? But yeah, I think there's a massive tension between those two ideas. Either it's plausible, so it's likely that you would be falsely convinced of it, or it's implausible, in which case there is the problem with the prime probability, right?
I think all of you guys are better at the probability stuff than me. So tell me if you think that this is incorrect. But I also think that it's important. The fact that they're ignoring the base rate, right, seems to mean that you kind of lose all of the benefit, in my view, of doing that Bayesian analysis. So think of what that example James gave before of like doctors diagnosing people and the kind of like heuristics that we use. So for example, if you say you've got a positive test for HIV in the UK or something, you might think, oh well, it's you know, like you could compare it in this way, where you could say, well, given that I'm a doctor, right, and that this person is here presenting with these symptoms and they've got a positive test, it's that evidence is really, really likely on the hypothesis that they've got HIV than against than the hypothesis that they've not got HIV, and it would actually win out, I think, on this analysis. But when you use Bayes properly and take into account that base rate, which is the number of people with HIV in the UK, which is really, really low, like 0.0001% or something, then boom, all of a sudden it becomes a positive. A positive test for HIV all of a sudden is something like like a 0.4 or something probability.
I think this is why we said at the beginning that framing this article in terms of Bayesian reasoning is superficial, exactly for this reason, that you can just take the equations and the Bayesian fluff out, and you can just say, look, I think that the hypothesis favors this is essentially very similar to, for example, what Mike Licona is doing. Mike Licona is not Bayesian. All of his objections against Bayesian reasoning are really bad, usually because they apply to every other form of reasoning as well, at least abductive reasoning. So he goes for good old argumentation to the best explanation, right? And the conclusion that he gives is that the resurrection hypothesis has much better explanatory scope and explanatory value. But when it comes to plausibility, he says, historians can't access miracles. So it's like a historian cannot, in their professional capacity, evaluate whether miracle took place or not. So I'm just going to leave the probability cell in the table of hypotheses versus explanatory virtues empty. So I will be essentially agnostic or undecided about whether the resurrection hypothesis is plausible or not. And he says, look, we have all of these alternative hypotheses that don't have explanatory power, they don't have explanatory scope, or they don't have plausibility. And then there is mine that has explanatory power, has explanatory scope, it has not been established that it has low plausibility because I just didn't do anything with plausibility, right? So yeah, it's true that that I have not established that the plausibility is high, but I also didn't establish that it's low. So that's the best explanation, right? And the obvious objection against that is, well, if you don't do anything about plausibility, and if you are essentially agnostic about whether it's high or low, then you should not say that it's the best explanation. You should say it's unknown whether it's the best explanation or not. Because if it's the case that the plausibility is low, then it's a worse explanation. And if it's the case that it's high, it's a better explanation. But no, he just says, look, it fits all the criteria and it doesn't fail in plausibility criteria. So it's the best because all of the other ones are worse, right? And yeah, like he doesn't use Bayesian reasoning, but the structure of the argument, I think, is very, very similar. And that just shows how like superficial the Bayesian approach here is. We should maybe, if we don't get to any other material apart from this article, we should probably at some point do another episode on Bayesian reasoning and actually like present someone where the Bayesian reasoning is relevant. Because this might not be the best example, because the Bayesian reasoning is not really doing that much of a work, right?
Well, I think it's even more important. It's really important because you know, in that really popular book Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman, when he talks about like cognitive biases and heuristics, the section where he mentions Bayesianism, the reason he says it's important is because the heuristic that we're likely to kind of fall into the trap of using is where we think it's plausible because it coheres together, meaning, you know, like the evidence would be expected on the hypothesis, but we completely ignore the base rate and don't think about how plausible the story actually is against our background information stuff. But this seems to be exactly what they are doing, whilst just using probabilistic notation.
Does anyone happen to know
this is
what the
something
base
that I
rate?
see in history all the time. Like, you know, historians just obsess about evidence, but they don't stop and think about like how it. So it's basically, if there is like a somewhat better evidence in favor of one hypothesis, they just prefer it almost automatically, and they just don't consider how well it coheres with background knowledge, right? They would just say that we need to essentially correct the background knowledge for that specific hypothesis in question, because we discovered that there is evidence for it, right?
Does anyone happen to know the base rate for resurrections? I'm not sure whether that's ever been established.
Yeah.
Yes, well, that's part of the issue, and we'll see that consistently throughout the piece when they're arguing against non-resurrection hypotheses. They will say this is really unlikely, but they don't actually give any reason for it. Like, they don't consider base rates, or like, well, how often does someone mistakenly think that someone's come back from the dead, or how often does someone, you know, form a false memory or have memory contamination, or these other things. They just say it's unlikely, but they don't actually make the effort of trying to do any sort of analysis based on base rates. But then the flip side to that is they don't consider the base rate of resurrection at all. And back at, I mean, I think I made a few comments to this effect when they say something's unlikely. Like, well, is it more or less likely than a resurrection?
Is one out of however many billion have ever lived better than zero out of, you know, if we're not assuming our conclusion in this case, are they going to be committed to prior resurrections? I think maybe they're going to say this is the first. They might be committed to some Old Testament weirdness or something, depending on their particular theology, I guess.
Anyway, shall we move on to the next part?
Well, I wonder, is there anything in this stuff that we want to quickly mention? So given that the resurrection occurred, Paul's conversion provides additional evidence for Christianity.
Well, I have a lot to say about that, but it's better to talk about it when they actually discuss it. This is, and most of the other comments that I've made here, we've already addressed, so I'm happy to move past this.
I just want to quickly
have we moved back to where we were like an hour ago in the document?
Yeah. So we went goal and scope of the argument. We're just quickly seeing if there's anything in there. Whether or not probability of the resurrection is greater for some specified values, such as 0.5 or 0.9, given all evidence. This evidence itself heavily favors R over not R. We've kind of talked about that. Conjunction of the salient facts, which the Jews is well explained by R. We contend that no alternative hypothesis that is not itself enormously improbable, even on the assumption that the resurrection did not occur, explains the conjunction of the facts anywhere nearly as well as R explains them. Again, I mean, we've mentioned this, but I think that within both probability spaces, it would just basically be like the same number over the same number, because they should both perfectly fit the data. As far as I'm aware, both the resurrection hypothesis and non-resurrection hypothesis perfectly explain all of the salient facts. So yeah, we talked about that. So concept of a miracle. This was a bit goofy, I thought, when they go, fortunately, we do not need to offer necessary and sufficient conditions for something being a miracle in order to pursue the present line of argument. So since our discussion is focused on the resurrection of Jesus, and all parties to the discussion are agreed that the resurrection of Jesus, if it in fact took place, would be a paradigm case of a miracle. For our purposes, it suffices to stipulate that a miracle is a specific event that would not have happened if only the natural order had been operating. But my contention is, how can we actually identify that it wouldn't have happened if only the natural order had been operating, without being aware of all the relevant facts? Because one of the candidate explanations would be some unknown natural thing having happened.
Aliens.
But this just doesn't even matter. Like this goes back to this whole volume, this whole book that we're looking at, seeming to suffer from severe lack of editing. Nothing hinges on whether it's a miracle or not. God raising Jesus
argument.
could be somehow entirely naturalistic and their argument follow. So
Yeah,
you can just ignore this section as far as I'm concerned.
That's true as
Yeah,
well.
on Stoicism, it would be completely natural because, like, on Stoicism, everything, like, the nature is God, right? So, or the natural is divine. So,
Yeah, I guess that. So it does look like they've actually, for those theists who are saying there's no supernatural natural distinction, it does look like they've made that distinction here themselves. I mean, someone could argue that way independently, but I do think it's important, if we're going to identify something as a miracle, that we actually have some like constraints and parameters on what a miracle is, because otherwise, how the hell are we going to be able to actually identify whether it falls in that space or not?
yeah, I think this is here for two reasons, right? Like, you can raise objections against it, and I think those objections are powerful. But then you have to ask the question: okay, if those objections are the case, why is it actually in the paper in the first place?
Yeah.
And I could identify like two reasons. One is that apologists have general tendency to frame the argument or the discussion in terms of either Christian theism, or like my specific flavor of Christian theism versus naturalism, and they treat those as dichotomies, because in the real world, in those discussions, those are the two positions that would be actually represented, right? Like, I would say in experiences of most Christian apologists, when they discuss about this, they are Christian theists of a specific flavor, and they are arguing against someone who would describe themselves as a naturalist, right? So that's the reason why they tend to frame it as those dichotomies. So they have to say about something about the natural order and naturalism and miracles. And the second reason why this is here, I think, and it's related with that, is exactly because a lot of non-Christians describe themselves as naturalists, and they have like a very convenient heuristic. They think that if they dismiss miracles as taking place in the first place, then they get no resurrection for free, right? So if you don't want to go into minutia of historical details, then the state of the evidence and the background, relevant historical and like theological background knowledge that you maybe as a person that's not really interested in those topics are not going to be nearly as knowledgeable as a Christian apologist who does that for a living, then you can just avoid that entire conversation by saying, look, miracles just don't happen. So if it's the case that miracles don't happen, then there is no resurrection, and that's that. So this is why they have to say something about miracles, and this is why they have to say, look, we don't need to have a really good, don't need to flesh out the concept. We don't really need a very detailed explanation of what counts as a miracle and what is a miracle. We could just bracket the whole conversation. Yeah, I think this is why it's here.
I mean, the naturalist would still say, though, that, well, miracles don't happen. Like, the naturalist's concern isn't that what is a miracle. I just think that, well, I don't know. I don't think that if that's your explanation for why this section is here, it doesn't really seem to address the concern of the naturalist that miracles can't happen. That actually seems to be more the Hume section that's later on. And I don't know. I just think that it's here because they felt like putting it in, and there's insufficient editorial oversight about trying to cut. Like, the articles are so long. This thing's like 70 pages. Anyway, that's just my cynical take on it. But I don't think it's that important.
Okay, so textual assumptions then, and this is another sort of apologetics meme, because Alvin Plantinga always mentions this as well. John Mayer facetiously argued that the problem with the historical Jesus might be resolved by putting a Protestant, a Catholic, and a Jew, locking them in the Harvard School library until they hammer out a consensus. Everyone always seems like it's in the Knowledge and Christianity by Alvin Plantinga one and stuff. But our argument will proceed on the assumption that we have a substantially accurate text of the four Gospels and several of the undisputed Pauline epistles. I don't know if Camille wants to comment on that one.
Well, I mean, it's the next one that's more interesting. The Gospels are written, if not by the authors whose names they bear, at least by disciples of Jesus or people who knew the disciples.
Yeah, that's going to, I think, like what your position is on that is going to probably impact your probability assessment as well. And that there's a really interesting interview that I actually did a review on Doc's channel, and that's Lydia McGrew having a conversation with S.J. Thompson. And in that interview, she says explicitly, look, when we started working on this chapter for the Blackwell's Companion to Natural Theology, we realized very quickly then that unless we can establish that the Gospels, specifically the Gospels, were written either essentially by eyewitnesses, right? So either by eyewitnesses themselves or they were sourced by eyewitnesses, then it's actually very, very difficult to establish that this ratio of expectedness of evidence is very high, right? Because, yeah, obviously, if you believe that there were people in the first century who were sincerely convinced that they lived with the resurrected Jesus for 40 days and that he like talked to them, they touched him, they saw him eat fish and whatever, then that's going, like those kinds of experiences are going to be very, very difficult to explain on the naturalistic hypothesis, right? But the naturalist, or let's say non-Christian, is obviously going to explain those data points, so something like the contents of Acts 1, as there not being people who had those kinds of experiences in history in the first place, right? They are going to explain it by positing that what Acts 1 depicts is literary creation. That doesn't correspond to anything that happens in history. So it's not the case that Jesus was actually raised and he was with his disciples for 40 days. It's not even the case that there were people that could find with a time machine that would tell us, yeah, this is what I believe happened to me and to a group of people, right? And I think this is actually massively important. And I think this explains the entire subsequent career of Lydia McGrew specifically, and also Timothy McGrew, right? They and many other apologists are extremely motivated to show that the Gospels, specifically the Gospels, the 4 Gospels, go back to eyewitnesses. Because if they don't, then it's massively easy. It's very, very easy, much more easier for a non-Christian to come up with an explanation for the details of specifically post-resurrection appearances in the Gospels.
I think one of the things that becomes clear here, and they could have dealt with this kind of with the Bayesian framework if they wanted to, but and it's the difference, what counts as data. So they'll have something like a claim that Jesus ate dinner with them after the 3 days, right? And there's a story for that, and they consider for them this sentence basically says the data is that Jesus had dinner with them after 3 days, right? That's the data. Whereas really the data is we have a written document written 50 years later or whatever that says this story, and so it's a claim about that. And so if you you can put that into the formalism if you want to, but this sentence is essentially saying we're going to ignore that and just count as data literally the claims that are there. And if you're going to do that, you may as well just say, well, then the data is they said that Jesus was resurrected. We're done with this argument.
Yeah, exactly. And there was something that I wanted to say that I now. Okay, yeah, let's move on.
Okay,
it's going to come back to me.
So we also have and that the narratives, at least where not explicitly asserting the occurrence of a miracle, deserve as much credence as similarly attested documents would be accorded if they reported strictly secular matters. Well,
okay.
Part of that sentence I think I agree with, right? That the miracle claims deserve as much credence as I would give to miracle claims in similarly attested documents, right? Do they do this? Would be my question. But then the second part of that sentence is the credence that I would give to like a claim like, I don't know, I ate bread that morning or something, versus a claim like, this person flew around or rose from the dead, because actually I am definitely, in doing that historical assessment, going to be taking into account my background beliefs about reality. Like when there are those sorts of claims happening in a historical text, which I think might be loosely based on or by a large part based on historical events, I'm going to be like, oh, this is clearly some like embellishment about, you know, a battle, and maybe it's like chest thumping or a narrative about why we had this outcome because God's on our side, whatever. And I'm able to distinguish between those two things in reading the text, right? I don't have to just go, oh, the claim about this is how we won the battle or something by doing a pincer movement and the God appeared in the clouds to win the battle, or like I don't have to put them on the same pedestal.
They're just including this so that people take miracle claims seriously. I mean, that's, as far as I can tell, that's the reason they're doing this. And I find that apologists get really kind of almost snippy when you're just like, you know what, it's a miracle claim, I'm just not going to take it seriously. They really desperately want you to take it on par with, the Caesar crossing the Rubicon and things, or things like that.
I know what I wanted to say. So it's definitely the case what Brian said, that when apologists read the passage that says that Jesus lived with his disciples for 40 days after the resurrection, then the relevant data is that there were people who experienced Jesus living with them for 40 days, right? While actually what the data is that there is a text that says that. And in this case, that's actually only in Acts, right? It's not found in any other document that would be independent from Acts, I think. Yeah. Cool. So in many cases, this non sequitur is just implicit, right? So it's just implicitly assumed by the Christian apologist because of, I think, their like religious upbringing and prior religious experiences and them interacting with the Christian worldview. They are just like conditioned into making that non sequitur just in virtue of like spending years listening to sermons and like materials about the Christian worldview. But I think in some cases this is made more explicit. So there is like a two-step approach to this specific apologetic, where they start, like the step one is to actually establish that the Gospels and Acts are historically reliable, so that then they could treat the passage saying that Jesus lived with their disciples for 40 days as meaning or as implying that there actually were people who experienced that, right? And they do that in various ways. Like they, for example, say, look, there are many historical details that the book of Acts has correct. So that like raises the conditional probability that this claim also means that there were actually people in history who experienced Jesus living with them for 40 days, given that there is many like historical details that the book gets correct. Or they will use the authorship of the Gospels and Acts, and they'll say, look, the probability that there were people who actually experienced Jesus living with them for 40 days is very high, given that the Gospels and Acts were written by eyewitnesses or are sourced by eyewitnesses, right? But the problem with that two-step process is that whether, like, assessing the historical reliability of those documents, I think, is itself going to be conditional on the content of the hypothesis of the documents, specifically on them containing these kinds of miraculous claims, right? Like if you are a historian and you are trying to assess whether a document is historically reliable, one thing that is, I think, should be at least somewhat important is evaluating what the document actually says, right? You cannot just limit it to external considerations like what is the attestation to the authorship by the early church and stuff like that. You have to actually look at the content of the document. And no historian probably would conclude that an ancient document that contains so many, let's say, fantastical material with very low prior probability counts as historically accurate as the Gospels. So, for example, let's just formulate three competing hypotheses. One hypothesis is that the Gospels were written by eyewitnesses, and it's the case that Jesus actually walked on water. The second hypothesis is that the Gospels were written by eyewitnesses and Jesus didn't actually walk on water. And the third hypothesis is that the Gospels were actually not written by eyewitnesses, and it's not the case that Jesus walked on water. We can drop the second one just in virtue of us being very charitable. So we are just going to ignore the possibility that Jesus didn't actually walk on water, but the Gospels were still written by eyewitnesses to Jesus's life, right? And let's just consider two competing explanations or hypotheses. One is that Jesus didn't actually walk on water, and the Gospels were not written by eyewitnesses. And the second hypothesis is that Jesus did actually walk on water, and the Gospels were written by eyewitnesses. Well, I think the probability of the hypothesis that Jesus didn't actually walk on water and the Gospels were not written by eyewitnesses is massively higher, exactly because there is the claim in the conjunction that Jesus walked on water. That's going to like draw the probability, it's going to drag the probability of the conjunction down, right? Like, and I think this is trivial. Any historian that finds a text which says that someone walked on water is probably not going to think that the text was actually written by people who were there to see it.
Yeah, it's bizarre to say that we can assess the reliability of a text, putting aside all of the non-plausible stuff and saying, well, those seem reliable. You know, there's real places and real people and other stuff mentioned here. So therefore, all of the stuff that seems miraculous, or well, not seems miraculous, seems implausible, or that would count against its reliability, just sort of gets a pass. That isn't, as Camille says, how historians assess any other document. But I think that what they want to do is they want to have double standards here. They want to say, look, we should just assess the New Testament just like it's any other document. Okay, but for any other document, we would regard miraculous claims like this as evidence against it, right? Or as a reason to discount the plausibility or discount that it's eyewitness testimony. But they don't want to do that here.
E.T. James actually has an interesting example where he talks about the difference between the probability of a claim given data versus the probability of claim given the report of the data, and depending on how reliable you think the report is. And he shows actually the same data can give two different people diverging probability assessments depending on how reliable they think the reporting is. And so, which I think is pretty interesting here, and I think of that whenever they do. And Swinburne does the same thing. He takes the text in the Gospels as if that's the data, as opposed to the claim of the data or the story about the data. And so you've always kind of, whenever you see that, just insert, okay, instead of the data, just the story of the data. Suddenly it kind of backs it out one level, and you get pretty much what Camille had said about, like, discounting, because it could be that the story itself is just unreliable.
Yeah, this is really frustrating about Swinburne, because he treats the text of the Gospels very uncritically, and he very liberally helps himself to what Jesus said and did, as if that's actually as if we can be super confident that this is what actually happened in history. But if you take that on board, no wonder you are going to be convinced that the resurrection was the case, because the Gospels were written by people who believed that Jesus was raised, right? So of course they are going to write the story so that it's consistent with that belief. It would be super weird if there was a Gospel where Jesus is raised, but everything else about the story would be really improbable on that hypothesis. No, that's not how people work, right?
Yeah, so I do think that this is an important point, because it's so this is a Bible, right? And my epistemic relationship to what I'm trying to figure out is that I'm an agent with this is the evidence, and I'm reading a story, I'm reading a text, and that is the evidence, right? I can't, in my assessment of the evidence, I can't slip into the book and be in the story, because that's a hypothetical fictional world I'm imagining, right? It's a world I'm imagining as I read the text. Now I can pretend that I'm actually in that world and make that the actual world, and be like, well, how does the evidence sit now within that? And I think we've got to take into account that this is our relationship to the data, not this isn't our relationship to the data, right?
Yeah, this is you know who can actually keep that distinction really well, who can keep those two considerations separately really well. People like Trekkies. So there are people who make YouTube videos and blog posts about harmonizing consistencies between different Star Trek episodes. And they always say, look, the real world explanation for why there is a contradiction is because, for example, the authors of the consequent episode were not familiar with the prior episode, right? Because they didn't watch it or something like that. Or they wanted to tell a different story, so they contradicted. But actually, the in-universe explanation for why it looks like a contradiction but isn't is this, right? Like, in one episode of the original series, Scotty says that the Romulans are constrained to impulse power only, which doesn't make any sense, right? Like impulse power is light speed, so they wouldn't be able to travel anywhere. But actually, there is a really good explanation for how that's supposed to work in the universe. And the real explanation for it is, of course, in the 60s when that episode was written, the terms like what it means for the ship to go in warp and what it means for it to be on impulse power were not like fleshed out because the show was very new. So these kinds of people can actually keep those two explanations, or they can keep that consideration in mind. But no, Christian apologists apparently can't. Like what we are proposing is the real world explanation for why is it the case that the texts say what they do, while apologists are offering expect us to offer the in-universe explanation. So assuming that there actually were people who experienced Jesus living with them for 40 days, for example.
Cool. So let's carry on a little bit. The accounts of Peter's denial of Christ in the different various minor details. We're going to have to let so much go, I think. The argument from silence.
This is very important
on this, James.
Because I'm not necessarily disagreeing with the fact that the arguments from silence are pretty, what do they say, tenuous. I'm highlighting that because we're going to see later that when it suits them, they deploy arguments from silence a lot, arguing against hypotheses that they don't like. So that's another one just to sort of bear in mind.
Yeah. And then when they say the moral to be drawn is, it is risky business to speculate upon the motives of authors for including or omitting various facts. Now, who remembers, what was it the other day when Jonathan McLetchie was in the chat and he was saying, remember where Luke is clearly running out of parchment? So he's like, I've got to hurry up. I've got to finish this. Yeah, they never do this, right?
Yeah, exactly. Don't throw stones in glass houses. And obviously, like if you are harmonizing apparent contradictions, then that harmonization as an explanation is very often going to rely, I would say almost always, rely on speculating about motives of authors, because you have to explain, like, why is it the case that the texts don't say the same thing, right, or similar thing? You have to explain,
and that's beyond the text. And I think there's a bunch of places where I've commented on this later on, because they like to, at least I don't know at the time that this was authored, but at least in the modern kind of apologetics narrative is this idea of, we're just talking about facts that don't care about your feelings, but frequently they will go beyond just like the data points, right, and offer what is their interpretation, and then they're doing the very like they're doing some of the postmodern things that they don't like, where it's like, oh, we're interpreting the text, and we've got, they're interpreting the text and coming up with like a story about it and postulating things that aren't in the text. They're not just delivering facts, and those interpretations are going to play some key parts in their explanation comparison.
Yeah, and I mean this is almost like a double standard or something like that. It's like the risky business of speculations about motives of authors. What it actually is just providing like a best explanation or a good explanation that's aimed at explaining some data in the text, right? So the example that I gave the other day is that in the Gospel of Mark, what women learn at the tomb is that they are supposed to go tell the disciples that Jesus will meet them in Galilee. But in the Gospel of Luke, women don't actually learn that at the tomb. Nobody at the tomb tells them to go tell the disciples that Jesus will meet them in Galilee. Why is it the case? that's a discrepancy that you need to, or I don't want to say discrepancy because that's like a loaded language, right? I just want to say that's a feature of the text. That's a data point about the text. And I think it's really significant because we can establish that the author of the Gospel of Luke had a manuscript of the Gospel of Mark in front of him when he wrote. So he saw that in the manuscript of the Gospel of Mark, which he was using, it says that women at the tomb were told, go tell the disciples that Jesus are going to meet you in Galilee. He saw that, and for some reason he decided not to copy it. What is the best explanation, or at least a good explanation of that fact, of that data point, of that feature of the text? And really, the only thing that we are doing when we engage in this risky business of speculating is providing an explanation for it. And I think a really good explanation, which has explanatory power, scope, and is really, really plausible, is that the reason why the author of the Gospel of Luke omitted that is because he didn't want to narrate any appearances in Galilee. He only narrated appearances in Jerusalem and around Jerusalem. So it wouldn't make any sense in the cinematic universe of the Gospel of Luke for the women to be told at the tomb to go tell the disciples that Jesus will meet them in Galilee, because then there are no appearances in Galilee. So why would they learn that? That would make like a really weird feature, like literary feature. You're just like, he's essentially like tidying up the script and making sure that these like loose threads are not there in the story. So really, like when we are engaging in this kind of abductive reasoning to the best explanation, we are not like wildly speculating irresponsibly. We're just doing exactly what everyone is doing about everything in history and in other disciplines, and what Christian apologists are doing all the time. And the speculations about motivations of the authors is nothing else other than what, for example, William Lane Craig calls theoretical unobservables, right? We are just proposing something that we don't have direct evidential access to explain things that we do have access to. So what's the issue?
I wonder if this is a backhanded way of trying to inflate the idea that these are eyewitnesses. So what I mean is that in the case, if you imagine that someone was an eyewitness to an event and reports it, then you don't really have to say what their motive was, because it's pretty obvious that they're reporting it because they saw it. But if they were not an eyewitness, but they wrote it anyway, then clearly they're making it up for some reason, right? That's not obvious, in which case you have to speculate on their motives. So this sentence kind of runs only in one direction, and it only seems to apply to cases where you are not already assuming that someone's an eyewitness as well. Like it's essentially, you only have to speculate in the case where you might be proposing an alternative where they didn't actually see it.
Right, yeah, whereas they're doing equal amounts or more speculation in certain places.
Yes, I want to point out this is also a problem, and this Craig falls afoul of this, and I think other authors as well. Whenever the naturalist or just the skeptic about the resurrection postulates something, Joseph Arimathea buried the body, or there were tomb robbers, or that there was a hallucination, or whatever it is, they'll say, "Oh, you've got no evidence of that. That's just ad hoc." And then this is similar to, we can't speculate about the intentions of an author, but then they feel free to speculate about what God would want to do about resurrecting Jesus and about setting him to appear to Paul and these other things like that. So, I mean, what do we have more basis for speculating about? What people would do or what God would do? It just seems entirely inconsistent to me. Plus, no one observed the resurrection. That's an unobserved postulate, right? The point is that the resurrection best explains the data according to them. So why can't we also postulate unobservables that explain the data?
How would you even? I mean, this is a different point slightly, but how would you observe a resurrection? Would you see? The tissue.
It's a little bit undefined, right? But whatever it was, no one observed it, right? People saw Jesus die, and then they found the tomb empty, and he appeared to them.
He's
so
around
no one saw him being resurrected. So that's a postulate. That's actually a theoretical construct, right? That's taken from the Old Testament and applied in a new case. So it's really a very theoretical postulate about how is it that Jesus came to be not dead anymore and appeared to us. Oh, well, he must have resurrected, right? That's an explanation that you've proffered of something that was not observed. That's supposed to explain the data. So it's important to hold the Christians, the apologists, to that standard, because that is exactly what they're doing. They are taking a theoretical explanation and applying it to account for the data. The non-theist or the skeptic or whatever is just as able to do that as well. The question is, which is the better explanation, which is more plausible, which is more explanatory.
I mean, it's the question of how the resurrection even looks like is especially tricky if you take all of the accounts at the same time, right? So like apparently Jesus still had his resurrection, he still had his crucifixion wounds, holes, but but at the same time he was mistaken for a gardener, right? So in the same gospel actually. So I'm guessing like his body wasn't decomposed, like it didn't look like a decomposed corpse after 3 days, right? And I think like Lydia McGrew, if she was here, she would be able to
harmonize.
No, she would actually speculate. She would engage in the risky business of speculation to explain how exactly is the case that on one hand Jesus still had his crucifixion wounds, but on the other hand he could have been mistaken for a gardener. She would, for example, say, well, he still had the wounds inflicted by the thorny crown, right? But maybe in front of the tomb he was wearing a hoodie, so that wasn't visible, and that's why Mary Magdalene, like, it was plausible for her to mistake him for a gardener, right? Those are the things, and I'm not like, this is obviously a parody of what she's doing, but what she's actually doing with the biblical text in many places is no less like silly than what I'm proposing. So yeah, risky business of speculation. Don't throw stones in glass houses.
What was this? In law, it's long been record. Oh yeah, this is the thing. You know, when they come out with the in law, minor discrepancies among witnesses don't invalidate testimony. Indeed, they provide an argument against collusion. I think that this is true, right? That actual eyewitness testimonies will have like an amount of difference about like weird events that have happened, like crime observations and stuff like that. The problem is that, again, the constraints on this are just not well defined, because also made up stories also differ in certain regards, right? And the question is, how do we distinguish between the two?
Yeah, I think here they just have this like knee-jerk reaction. But they in this section they are trying to argue for like a historical reliability of the Gospels. So they are just like automatically putting out talking points that they have rehearsed about that topic. So they kind of lose sight of what the paper is actually supposed to be like, right? So they're thinking, okay, we need to establish that the Gospels are historically reliable. What is the case that people say against the historical reliability of the Gospels? Contradictions, like Bart Ehrman talks about contradictions in his debates, right? So we need to put in stuff about contradictions. What can we say about contradictions? Oh, J. Warner Royce who is like a cold case detective, is making this like talking point. So let's put it in, right? But if you don't actually have that train of thought and you're just reading the article, then this is going to strike you as weird, right? Because like, what is it exactly supposed to establish? Especially on the traditional view of authorship and on the church view of the history of the Christianity, there obviously was collusion between the authors, right? Like they all knew each other pretty much.
Well, they explicitly say that there is not collusion, though, at a certain point. This is the funny thing. Like they literally say that word. Collusion is not can't explain like this feature.
What are they like saying? Are they rejecting a synaptic problem, for example? Like, do they think that God?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they go with Matthean priority.
Well, Matthean priority is
not that.
Matthean priority is not the same as rejecting the synaptic problem.
Right? But at that point, they go with Matthean priority and reject textual copying and dependence.
Oh yeah, because Hume is entirely hypothetical, right? Yeah, they talk about this. It's such a joke. Like, oh, it's hypothetical. No one's observed Q.
No, but like,
what else no one observed? The resurrection.
How do they? So just let me get this straight, right? Because this is very difficult to believe. Are they imagining that Matthew the Apostle, when he wrote, had not read the Gospel of Mark before he wrote, That he didn't know
Matthew
about
was
the
written
text?
first.
Okay, sure. So let's take
So obviously
the
he wasn't
gospel.
reading Mark.
Let's just take the Gospel of Luke, right? So are they imagining that the author of the Gospel of Luke did not know about either the Gospel of Matthew or the Gospel of Mark before he wrote?
I think they are
Not
actually
sure.
saying that. I think so, but
And
we're going to
are
have to
they
go
saying
through the
that
text.
for any combination, any combination of any two Gospels?
I think they are. I think they're saying they're not aware of the other Gospels, but they are aware of the creeds and things. But I'm prepared to be wrong on that. But this is I'm going to have to.
I don't
go
know
through
that
the
they're
text.
entirely clear. I didn't get a clear
Yeah.
answer on that when I read through it, but I may have missed it.
So I'm wondering how they would explain the word for word similarities, like 18 strings of like 18 words or something like that. They are exactly the same. And this is not like these are not isolated examples, right? You can find varying degrees of word for word correspondence throughout between, let's say, Mark and Matthew and Mark and Luke, right? So what explains that? Like, is it the case that God, for example, divinely inspired these authors to write almost the exact same text?
See,
that
the
could
thing
be
is, what's implausible about that under their view? Like, yeah, God could have done that. What's the issue? This is the problem with God as an explanation. You can just pull it out whenever. Like, oh, God could have inspired them to write that. You know, he had his reasons,
to write the same
like
thing.
the sound of the words. You know,
And what does inspired mean?
and this is like, for me, this is actually a massive problem when it comes to like the persuasive power of this kind of argumentation, right? Like, they are trying to sell me on a proposition that I think is really, really intrinsically improbable, right? The resurrection. So they should better, when they are trying to convince me, do that using propositions that I think are very intrinsically probable, right? Because if they are arguing towards that intrinsically improbable conclusion using propositions that I also think are very intrinsically improbable, that's just not going to do anything for me, right? It's just going to drag the prior probability of that package, of that conjunction of propositions down even further, right? Like, I'm not convinced that Jesus was raised. Now I have to swallow that Jesus was not raised, and also that the synaptic problem doesn't exist, that the Gospels are like textually independent. That's not doing anything for me. That's making it like even less plausible, right? Because now there are two really implausible propositions, and I don't think like rejecting the synaptic problem is increasing the intrinsic probability of the resurrection that much that it's actually like a cost-effective transaction, right? In terms of the probability, like conservation.
Well, we'll come across when we get to those points. We'll see what they're saying.
Yeah, so there's just a couple of points that I wanted to touch on as we sort of scroll through this section, which is about the text. Remember that they want to treat the Gospels as just like any other ancient text would be. So I have a question. Obviously, this is a loaded question for Camille. How do historians usually react when they find a text which seems to correctly prophesy about an event that occurs in the future? What's the usual inference that's made there?
Well, they say, well, that's amazing because we can actually date the text really well. We can establish that it must have been written after the event that it's prophesying took place, right?
Yeah, so
and
that's
we
pretty
have
standard.
we have a lot. Yeah.
Isn't that circular though? I mean, I'm just to take their point, right? So
well, that's their claim. That's the point I'm making, right? So this is on page 599, right? So they claim to date the Gospels to before AD 70 on the basis of fulfilled prophecy is just to assume philosophical naturalism. Now, whether that's true or not, I'm just making the point. I mean, I don't think that is, but they want the text to be treated like other historical texts, right? That is how historians would treat any other historical text where there was something like this in it. So which is it? Do they want them to be treated special, or do they want it to be treated like any other text?
Yeah, like
well, Kip said, like when I talked to Kip, that things like, for example, the dating of the predicting the destruction of the temple could even be written beforehand because it's so like obvious what's going to happen. It's sort of like it's like being in Berlin in like late 1944 or whatever, and going, and then the US marched in, and the communists came in, and there was a cloud. It's like that sort of thing.
Yeah, I don't like. I personally don't find that very plausible because, like, I don't find that very convincing because it seems we tend to think, or I can imagine how people today would think that it was really obvious in advance but that's just like our hindsight.
Yeah.
I don't
yeah.
think that, like, it's possible there were people who expected the destruction of the temple before it actually happened, but I don't think there were very strong reasons, specifically to expect that if there was a military opposition to the Roman rule, that the defeat of that military opposition would result in the destruction of the actual structure, right? Because you could imagine like a whole range of things that the Romans could have done. I think it's perfectly plausible to imagine that the Romans would crush the military opposition, but they would still leave the temple structure standing. But apart from that, here's how this is not non-circular, right? So what I just said, that like, if let's just give an actual example. So there is a play, a Greek drama called the Persians, which takes place, like, internally the story takes place after the Battle of Salamis, but before the Battle of
Plataea?
Yeah, Plataea.
Yep.
Yeah, I should know that. Like, if I didn't know that, I would fail. Introduction to Greek history. It's just completely blank. Thank you. So right. So the idea is that it internally takes place between those two battles, and in that play, like in the story of that play, in the plot, the Persian chorus resurrects the body of Darius, a former Persian king who died. It's actually a physical resurrection if you read the text, which is really interesting. And when he's resurrected, he prophesies in like a great historical detail, that there is in the near future, going to be the Battle of Plataea, where the Persians are going to be defeated again, and that's going to seal their fate, right? That's just going to crash the invasion. Okay, like, what do we do with that? How do we date it based on that information? I think historians, like, when they encounter a text like this, they can use it to date it, because you have two competing hypotheses. Either it's the case that this is an ex-eventu prophecy that was written, like the actual text was written after the prophesied event, and the reason why there is a prophecy in the text is because the author already knew about the events taking place. He just casting it as a future prediction in the story. And the alternative explanation is that the text was actually written before the events took place, and the author or their source, like human or divine, had supernatural foreknowledge of the future. Which of these two propositions is more probable, right? Like, every historian, even if they are atheists and they believe in miracles and like the power of prophecy and stuff like that, would obviously the first explanation is going to be more probable than the second explanation, right? And that's not like an anti-supernatural bias or like assuming naturalism. And the second reason why, or a second way how this is not circular, and that's kind of related, is that every single time when we see in ancient literature these things that look like prophecies actually taking place, like coming true, and we can date the text using independent evidence, we always find out that it's an ex-eventu prophecy. So in the case of the Persians, we actually have really good evidence, independent from that prophecy, that it was actually written and performed about 8 years after the Battle of Plataea, right? So that builds up like a background knowledge of what we know about those types of textual features. So the next text that we find, which also looks like it's correctly predicting the future, we can say with like a very high degree of confidence, okay, we can't establish that this is an ex-eventu prophecy from like independent evidence. But based on that background knowledge, based on the knowledge that every single time we've seen something like that, it turns out to be an ex-eventu prophecy from independent evidence, we can establish that this is probably going to be the case as well, right? And that's not non-circular. That's not assuming naturalism. That's not having an anti-supernatural bias. That's just taking into account background knowledge when we assess like evidence for a new claim, which is exactly what Bayesian reasoning is, right?
Right. So that the second thing that you said, that was definitely not circular. If there's an independent way of dating it, I've always wondered if there. I mean, they seem to. My understanding is that they primarily date the Gospel of Mark based on this prediction or lack thereof of the destruction of the temple. And so that's the one historical point. Is there anything else that would let us, do
church
that?
history. I think the early traditions and history. So the early church fathers have some. I mean, Camille's going to know specifically what they say probably, but I think they throw out some dates and the ordering. And for example, the reason they go with Matthew being first is because of the tradition, what it's got to say about.
Yeah, traditionally Matthew was written around 43, I think. Mark was written either before Peter died or after Peter died, depending on which early Christian author you read. The earlier attestation is that it was written before Peter died, and when Peter read it, the early attestation is that it was written after Peter died, because Peter was dead, so it was important for people to put his memories and the stories that he used to tell in writing. And then the later tradition is that he was actually still alive. And when he read the Gospel of Mark, he was super happy about what it says. I think this is an obvious piece of apologetics, right? Because there were probably people going around saying, look, if people was already dead and he wasn't there to authorize it, how do we know that what it says actually corresponds to what he said? So there was an apologetic invented that, actually it was written when he was still alive and he signed off on it before he died. Then Luke is traditionally dated to when Paul was in prison, I think. So that both Mark and Luke would be in 60s, because that's when the persecution or the martyrdom of Peter and Paul would take place. And John traditionally was written after John of Patmos. John, whoever that John would be, was released from his exile to Patmos. So that would be during the reign of either Trajan or Nerva in the 90s. And it's actually really interesting about that, about one thing that people don't appreciate about early gospel attestation is that everything that we can actually evaluate, everything that we can actually check about that early tradition turns out to be wrong. So, for example, we can establish it's not the case that the Gospel of Matthew was written first. We can establish it's not the case that it was originally. Yeah, yeah. We can actually establish that the Gospel of Matthew was not originally written in Hebrew. It was originally written in Greek, even though all of the early Christian authors who comment on that universally say that it was originally written in Hebrew. And they believe that probably because it's a very Jewish gospel in terms of what it says, right? That led them to believe that it must have been written in Hebrew. And there might have been some other reasons that it gets complicated. So given that the early church attestation has a really bad track record when it comes to things that we can actually establish, I think that massively lowers our credence when it comes to establishing when it was written and by whom. So if they get everything else wrong, why should we agree? Why should we trust them when they say
what you're telling me, Camille, is that the early Christian writers didn't know when the Gospel of Matthew was written, who wrote it, what order it was written relative to the other Gospels, or even what language it was written in, but they still knew enough about all of the other details to confirm that it was trustworthy and, that it had eyewitness, testimony behind it and all of that.
Yeah, and I mean, the one issue.
Is that what you're telling me? Because that's what I'm hearing.
One issue with how early Christian authors, including the earliest Christian authors living, let's say, in the 2nd century, the problem is with how they thought about their own history, about the history of the church so far, is that they took the Gospels to be historically accurate, right? So that was their background knowledge. That was the starting assumption, right? I think it's because they didn't have anything else, to be honest. So and that leads to, and we can very clearly see it because it's again, for example, led them to conclude things that we can establish were not the case, right? Irenaeus, for example, believed that Jesus was crucified when he was almost 50 under Emperor Claudius. By the time Pontius Pilate was almost certainly dead, High Priest Caiaphas was probably dead as well, right? They certainly were not in the office when Claudius was emperor. So why is it the case that he concluded something like that? And he lived, by the way, in the late 2nd century. Well, I think it's really obvious. And he actually says that tradition comes from reliable sources. He said, this was confirmed to me by presbyters in Asia, who in turn knew Apostle John. So he's giving like a pedigree behind, he's giving a chain of custody for that piece of information that goes all the way back to the apostles who were supposedly with Jesus, right? But we can very clearly see from the text, how is it the case that he made that mistake? He took from the Gospel of Luke the date of when Jesus started his ministry, because in the Gospel of Luke, it actually gives specific dates. It dates it by like the year of Emperor Tiberius and some other data points. It says that Jesus was around 30 when he started. And then in the Gospel of John, there is the question, like Jews say to the Jews, what are you talking about? You knew Abraham. You're not even 50. And from that, Ignatius assumed, well, if Jesus wasn't 50, it must mean that he was close to 50. So he just took that initial date, he added to it about 20 years, which landed in the reign of Emperor Claudius after the tenure of Pilate and after the tenure of High Priest Caiaphas ended, right? And he made that historical error. So you can clearly see that, like, the conception of this author about history of early Christianity, the history of Christianity in the 1st century, presupposes historical reliability of the Gospels, right? So he doesn't actually do any work toward establishing it. He instead uses it as one of his premises when he thinks about like how the church actually developed, why it is the way it is in his own time and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, the apologists often like to say that people in the ancient world were, just as skeptical and evidence-based and credulous as people are today. And going on that, most Christians spend no time at all trying to ascertain whether their religious beliefs are well-grounded or think about the historical reliability of the New Testament. Obviously, some do, but like the median is essentially 0. So if we can take that as a baseline, I think that it's reasonable to say that most of them didn't think about this, especially if they lived in a sort of communities where, I mean, I guess it depends exactly when, but pretty much everyone accepted those presuppositions as well. Certainly from the 4th century onwards, that would have been true. And even earlier, they probably mostly associated with other Christians. Yeah, and I think that we see that coming, to draw this back to the article here coming out in the McGrew's article, where they're just really credulous about everything that the Gospels say, and anything that evangelical scholars say about that is consistent with what their contention is. They just sort of jump on that and don't really consider other points of view.
Yeah, like the historicity, the assumption that the Gospels and Acts are basically historically reliable, has knowledgeable contemporary advocates.
Yeah, like,
I mean,
so.
Yeah, but this is the same problem that in the McClatchy article as well, where it's like, Craig Keener says, but then in actual Acts scholarship, right, there's what evangelicals say, which is a minority, and then there's what's actually out there and stuff, but they just go, oh, this is just liberals and
and it just happens to line up like those distinctions, like those like cleavages in New Testament scholarship just happen to line up almost precisely with like theological distinctions between evangelicals and everyone else, right? What explains that? Like, why is it the case? Then in Acts scholarship, you have evangelical scholars who are convinced that Acts is historically reliable, and then everyone else thinks that it's much less historically reliable than what specifically evangelicals think. What explains that?
So they're going to dismiss basically most of the tools of literary criticism, but at least they do admit here there are no independent textual traditions preserving the allegedly earliest forms. One must discern them,
which is a nice argument from silence.
Text. Yeah, but
that we're not supposed to make.
Yeah, but it's interesting when they say we have to discern them from the existing text, but then they also reject like form criticism, literary criticism in various types, right? I mean, how are they going to do that without some of these tools is interesting.
Yeah, in many
yeah,
cases, the layers are visible only when the text is viewed. The form critical faith, like how did this get
only when you
past
have
peer
bias.
review?
Yeah,
No,
like
how
literally.
how did this get past peer review? Like
Well,
I'm
those
not
with eyes to see saw it, Camille. Those
I'm
with
not
eyes to see read the thing. And it,
I'm not even here disagreeing with that statement in terms of like its propositional content. Like in peer review of a piece of scholarly literature, this is the kind of loaded language that the reviewer should ask you to correct, because it's just unbecoming of being a scholar who publishes on this kind of level, right? Like if you write something like that, they are going to tell you, no, you need to take this out, right? Because this is not the proper appropriate language for academic discussion. And I mean, and just commenting on the actual like content of that statement, there are entire books that probably in like you can buy a bookshelf and just fill it with forum critical literature, right? Secondary literature. There are actually arguments, believe it or not, that forum critics and other like critical scholars give for what they think, right? There are things like editorial fatigue. There are things like editorial seams, for example, in the Gospel of John, that like motivate those kinds of textual criticism and literary criticism conclusions. I mean, this article is probably not the place to engage with that, and it's okay for like an evangelical author to reject it. But yeah, like this language is not really. This is really silly.
I would have expected, in the next sentence, a substantial and growing body of evidence. I would have expected a few citations there, and I'm wondering what they're.
McGrew.
They have a few citations in the next couple of paragraphs. I don't really know enough to substantiate how mainstream this sort of stuff is. It seems pretty like, oh, there was a pool of Bethesda. Like, what does that have to do with anything? Like, who cares if there was a pool of Bethesda? It just seems really silly example.
They're going to dismiss the entire attempt at doing this kind of textual criticism with one example of a guy who got one thing wrong.
Yeah.
Is that really good enough? I mean, of course, like I would expect under that being a legitimate way of getting at truth, that there would be some people who used it and came to wrong conclusions, right? And what's the example they give? That like they say there's five. This guy said, oh, they say there's 5 columns, and this is like represents the 5 books of the Pentateuch. But then he was wrong because they found archaeological evidence, and there were 5 columns or something. And it's like, well, is that really good enough to dismiss this one example? I mean, okay, maybe this guy was wrong, right?
Yeah, like what can you infer from that? Like, it's just irrelevant to anything. In this paragraph here, which I've commented on, they say it is the common. Oh, sorry. Well, maybe I'll read the whole sentence. Our point is not that these discoveries demonstrate the accuracy of all other portions of the Gospels. Okay, fair enough. It doesn't. Rather, it is the common sense principle that the authors who have shown to be accurate in matters that we can check against existing independent evidence deserve, within reasonable grounds, the benefit of the doubt when they speak of matters of putative fact that we cannot at present verify independently. Right. I think that's a completely ridiculous principle, because we don't just assume that because there are certain things that people say are accurate, that therefore, probably everything that they say is accurate. Like, imagine applying that principle to works of fiction. Well, they talk about like, the Colosseum in Rome, and, then they go to Paris and visit the Louvre, and, they mention Churchill and World War II. So, those things are accurate. So, there must, like, Harry Potter must be real then, because, well, Harry Potter doesn't go to Rome, but, like, just because real places and people are mentioned in Harry Potter doesn't mean that it's real. This seems to be a ridiculous principle.
Well, I mean, maybe to disagree a little bit, this principle would definitely hold when it comes to evaluating other ancient texts, especially texts of historiographical nature, by like contemporary historians, right? So when contemporary historians are trying to assess the reliability of the text, of some account, they look for whether the author gets historical details roughly correct in cases where we can actually establish that independent from the text. And if it's the case that they do, it's reasonable to believe the other things that they say, right? So if like an author, like a chronicler or biographer of ancient history, gets the details correct, when we can actually check it, then contemporary historians just take it at face value that he's also correct about things that we can't check, right? But it's important to realize at least two considerations. First, this is like this kind of reasoning is motivated by pragmatic factors more often than not, because it's just the case that we have so little surviving literature from the ancient world, especially so little surviving historiographical literature from the ancient world, that it's just we have to go with pretty much with what we have, because there isn't anything else, right? And every like responsible scholar is going to keep that in mind and is going to nuance that in the text, in like secondary literature that they are producing. And the second consideration is that we still have to take into consideration the prior or intrinsic probabilities of the claims, right? Like if there is a chronicler that describes 3 battles, and 2 of the battles we can actually establish were the case from other sources, like maybe from archaeology and stuff like that, then yeah, it's reasonable to believe that he also had accurate information about the 3rd battle from like a pragmatic point of view, given that we have no other sources from the ancient world about that particular event. And it's like responsible for us to put in the textbooks as a matter of fact that the 3rd battle actually also took place, just nuancing it with the like the appropriate level of credence, right? We only have that from this one.
How about Atlantis, right? Because isn't Atlantis mentioned by sort of like otherwise trustworthy scholars? And
I mean, it's first mentioned by Plato in the Timaeus and in Crito, and I'm not sure if subsequent mention of Atlantis can be established as independent from that.
Okay.
Like there is a debate about whether there was actually a tradition about Atlantis prior to Plato, and if yes, then what it was actually, right? But like a better example would be, let's say, the works of Tacitus. So Tacitus is considered one of, I would say he's probably the 2nd or 3rd best historian of the ancient world, right? One is obviously Polybius, and then Tacitus and Thucydides would be tied for 2nd and 3rd place, maybe. So, and he's like invaluable resource for a lot of the stuff that he says. Tacitus is like, with Tacitus is the case that there is the best ratio about amount of historical material that we have per like a period of time, because one of his surviving works is pretty massive, and it just covers the summer of 69, the age of the year of the 3 emperors, right? It just happens to be the summer of 69. Oh, like we have massive amounts of historiographical material covering a time span of roughly 3 years, 2 or 3 years, right? Which is not the case for, I would say, any other period in time in ancient history. But the problem is that Tacitus, being an ancient Roman historiographer, writing in the genre of Roman historiography in the 2nd century, one of the types of content that he has in that work are divine omens. So he basically, that was a standard feature of historiographic work, right? So you wrote about who was elected in what position in that given year. You wrote about important battles. You wrote about things like plagues, crop failure, and stuff like that. But you would also dedicate sections to describing divine omens that were observed by people, by the priests, and they were actually reported to the priests, like to the state in official capacity, because that's very important, because you believe that there are the gods, of course, that send these divine omens to people to warn them. So in the narrative, you might even tie the specific divine omens to the events that are actually taking place. Like it was, you would say effectively as an author, something akin to, in hindsight, it was obvious that this battle was a bad idea because like a cow gave birth to a human child or something like that. In some cases, the divine omens can be explained naturally. For example, it was pointed out that a lot of the divine omens in Roman historiography could be explained naturalistically as a product of volcanic activity. And given that Italy was a very volcanically active region and still is to some degree, that's like a really good speculative explanation of why is it the case that people so often in Italy specifically report blood rain. That would be just normal rain mixed with volcanic ash, right? That would look like blood. But in some cases, it's very difficult to explain these divine omens, and they are probably either original creation of the author, or they were just false claims that were the case due to how claims are circulated among people, right? Or someone made it up, or it had some actual basis in history, but then it got exaggerated and stuff like that. And what's definitely the case is that just because Tacitus is so reliable and he's such an invaluable source for a lot of the history in those 3 years, contemporary historians obviously don't think that those divine omens happened, right? Because there is this massive difference in intrinsic probability. And it's not them having like an anti-supernatural bias or assuming naturalism or like being biased against the Roman gods existing or something like that. That's just like doing basic history, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
and
sorry.
so just to comment on that, obviously it's fine to use independent corroboration as a way of assessing reliability, but that has to be very carefully. It's not just about whether the same person says it. I think that that's an extremely crude way to do it. Perhaps historians do it that way, but that doesn't seem especially plausible to me. It's more about the nature of the information and where did they get it from. So if someone's reporting to me a series of battles that they claim to have been present at, and then I'm able to corroborate one of those archaeologically, then I have more confidence in the others that their reports of other battles are on the same campaign, because it seems that they were in a position to have that information, right? But if they then write elsewhere about a different event that has like no particular connection to the first one, I don't maybe not necessarily assume that their account is accurate, especially if it's like maybe a long time in a different place or a different time. Like the more different it is, basically, the less it seems to fit in the same reference class of things that they could know about, the less I'm going to appeal to that. And so in the case here, what we're talking about is, they got some that a certain temple had a certain number of pillars, or that a certain pool existed, and some other types of geographic and political references. We're supposed to make some inference about that to details about the claims that the disciples made about their experiences. Those two things to me are completely separate from each other, and just because you're reliable about one doesn't really say anything about reliability on another. So that's the sense in which I just don't agree with that principle at all. It's not just an issue of whether it's the same author. It's about how they've gotten that information and the prior plausibility of that information and the bias of the author and other factors like that.
Yeah, I mean, what's also important to keep in mind is that it's very easy to come up with explanations of why is it the case that these historical accuracies are in the text, even though the authors were not eyewitnesses, or even though that the, let's say, fantastical stuff in the Gospels didn't really happen. Like, it's really easy, for example, to come up with an explanation of why is it the case that the Gospel of John gets historical details about the pool of Bethsaida correctly, but it's also describes Jesus multiplying loaves of bread, even though that's not actually what happened in history, right? This is super easy, and it's really apparent that when it comes to this specific type of apologetics, Christian apologists often aim at quantity and not necessarily quality, because I think they realize that they're engaging with audience, either Christian or non-Christian, that is in no position to evaluate how significant it is for the author to get that particular historical detail right. So they just go with having a lot of them, because there is this implicit like cumulative case. But if you actually really go into detail one by one, and you are very well informed about like ancient history, you have like robust background knowledge about that, then you will find more often than not that actually there is nothing particularly striking about an author who wasn't an eyewitness to the events having access to that detail, right? Like, it's not surprising that people in the first century would know about things that were the case in the first century. And in some cases, it's really bad. Like, there is this famous body of historical accuracies in the Book of Acts, and you will very often see headlines in apologetic websites saying things like 84 things that the Book of Acts got historically correct. And the implicit inference that you're supposed to draw from that is, look, if it's the case that the author of Acts got 84 things correct, then it's reasonable to believe that either he really was an eyewitness to Paul's life, right, or his missionary journeys, or it's reasonable to believe that he also got the fantastical stuff right. But if you actually look at those 84 things, there are things like there was a temple of Artemis in Ephesus. Well, no shit, Sherlock. It was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Like, if this is actually something that I think almost is an argument against the Book of Acts being historically reliable, right? Because if you imagine an author writing a fictional story taking place in a location that he doesn't really know anything about, well, the one thing that he's going to be talking about is the one thing that everyone knows, right? It would be like that. There is a, let's say, a James Bond movie that takes place in Dubai. Well, of course, that's going to feature a scene with Burj Khalifa, right? Because that's the one thing that everyone knows from Dubai. It's not going to probably take place in like a random, historically realistic, let's say, coffee shop in Dubai. No, it's going to feature the one thing that everyone knows about Dubai, right? Or if it takes place in London, there's going to be an action scene around the Big Ben, right? So similarly or analogically, in the Book of Acts, when there is action taking place in Ephesus, it features the cult of Artemis in Ephesus and the temple of Artemis in Ephesus, because it was the one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, right? Or one of the data points, like historical accuracies, is something like correctly describing the Athenian character, something like that. And I never really understood what that's supposed to mean. Like the author got what the Athenians are about correctly, as people. That's almost racist if you think about it, So yeah, like it's not surprising that people in the 1st century or even early 2nd century, if you want to push it, knew about things taking place in the 1st century.
Has anyone ever done a list of like the 100 things that J.K. Rowling got correct about England, or Spider-Man in New York City? Right.
There is a great material that you can start with, and it would be really easy. So in the book 2 of the Iliad, there is the famous catalogue of the ship passage, where the poet just gives. It goes on for pages, but she just gives a catalogue of how many ships different, like the individual heroes that participated in the Trojan Wars furnished, where they ruled, and like what was the extent of their territory and stuff like that. It mentions, I would say, hundreds, definitely dozens, but must be hundreds of names, topological names, and I would say basically all of them existed. So there you go. Achilles was birthed by the goddess Tethys,
Well, there's another issue here about base rate. So what is the base rate of correctly ascribing geographic or political or other details like this in fictional texts? We need to establish that if we're going to make claims about how likely it is that a text is accurate, given that it includes some of those details. You need to know what the base rate is, but that's neglected. And this is one of the points that I've continually make here, that they just pull these things out as if they're relevant, but they haven't actually established that they're relevant by looking at comparisons to texts that we generally agree are not accurate. Well, how often do they include these sorts of details?
Yeah. And what was the thing I said? Numerous other discoveries indicate a level of accuracy incompatible with a picture of the development of the Gospels as an accretion of legend over the course of 2 or more generations. I think there's some ambiguity built into the alternative candidate explanation they sort of set themselves up against here as well, because the Gospels as an accretion of legend over the course of 2 or more generations could mean multiple things. I think that what they're levying their kind of argument against is the idea that the thing is sort of almost purely fabricated, whereas I think there are quite a lot stronger versions of that where the scaffolding is actually completely historical, right? But then the theological details, I mean, it's even kind of ambiguous whether legend is the right way of talking about this. But then the theological details are given the psychology of like a Second Temple Jew and the kind of practices to do with history and figuring out what might have happened and all the emotional details that might have been involved in the psychological makeup as well. A legitimate thing to do would be to be like, oh, well, let's figure out what happened about the Messiah by reading back into our Greek Septuagints. And then and that coheres with, you know, a bunch of information as well, like translational details, where we find earlier Hebrew texts where the translation is slightly different than what's in the Septuagint. But then the Septuagintal translation is obviously used as like a midrash for something that happens in Jesus's life. For example, you know, being a young virgin or pierced for our transgressions, and you know.
Yeah, I mean, this really smells like a false dichotomy, right? So either the view is that it's written by witnesses and it's historically reliable, and the second view is that it's legendary, so it's entirely made up, right? Almost entirely made up. And the argument here seems to be the case that it's unlikely that it would get these historical details correct if it was legendary, right? Because why would these historical details be retained in legendary development? And yeah, like as you mentioned, that's a false dichotomy. And I would say, I don't think, for example, that the historical details are in the text because they were retained from like a historical reliable scaffolding. In some cases, yes. Like obviously, the reason why it says that Jesus was condemned by Pilate is because that's actually what happened, and it was remembered, right, as the thing that actually happened. But I think like a different explanation, which I think is like obviously correct, is that yes, there was legendary development that produced the, let's say, fantastical stuff, like Jesus walking on water, multiplying loaves of bread and stuff like that. And that the reason why the Gospels, as they were written, when they were written, also contained these historical details is because the historical details were supported when the narrative was created by the authors who had access to those details, right? So like the reason why, for example, it describes Jesus visiting various locations in Galilee is not because it was actually retained in like a historical memory. No, there was some account which was circulating orally, whether that actually corresponds to reality or not, like historical reality or not. And then when the author of the gospel wrote, it was him who actually knew like which locations are located in Galilee and where. And that's what explains why those historical details are in the text, right?
Yeah, so again, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, they say that there are other discoveries which indicate a level of accuracy incompatible with the picture of development, blah, 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 legendary development. How do they know how much accuracy is incompatible with legendary development? Why wouldn't legends draw upon real places and real things as a setting for the legends? I'm not saying there were legends, right? But they just make these claims as if they've established some sort of basis where they haven't. It's just pure assertion that that's inconsistent there.
Let's push on a little bit through
let's move on
with this, because I think I mean we're going to come to a bunch of more claims. The confirmation of the historicity of Acts in turn reflects favorably in the authenticity of the Gospel of Luke, because Gospels.
This is that point, right?
Yeah.
If one person wrote one thing that's reliable, then another book that they wrote must also have been reliable. I mean, we talked about that before with Camille. I think that that's a tenuous inference at best, to use their language.
I mean, I do think that Acts was also authored by the author of Luke as well, right? But does Acts, I can't remember, does Acts explicitly claim that it is written by Luke, or do we have to appeal to the tool? Yeah, so we have to appeal to those tools of like criticism that they're kind of trying to undermine.
You have to engage in the risky business of speculation. No, I mean, like, it's supposed to be the best explanation for like various features in the text, the traditional authorship, as well as the extra biblical attestation, right?
So here's where we have the Q stuff. So the results of literary analysis and source criticism are hardly more compelling when applied to the synoptic gospels, blah, blah, blah. But insofar as it's conceived as a document, Q is entirely hypothetical, notwithstanding the zeal with which some advocates have approached the matter.
The zeal.
Yeah, not a lot like this article at all. The world of biblical scholarship is now graced by commentaries on Q, literary analyses of Q, excavations of the literary strata of Q. There is not one scrap of textual evidence for any such document, not a whisper of it in any writing of the early church fathers. Yet Q is one of the pillars of the dominant two-source hypothesis for the development of the synoptics, and speculations regarding its strata provide the votaries of Q with an almost limitless source of new ideas. Now, I mean,
this is not scholarly writing. This is like Frank Turek standing up and giving a speech to pull your emotion strings. Like, there's so much loaded language here. It's unbelievable. For a hypothesis, it's very mainstream. I understand, Camille. You can correct me if I'm wrong there, but I just say this pretty mainstream hypothesis.
Yeah, I mean, this is what leads me to believe that they just assume their view is literary independence of the 4 accounts, because by the way, this is what Richard Carrier says, right? Like, if you actually took this passage and you presented me with it outside the context, I wouldn't be able to tell if this is from like a Richard Carrier blog post or this is from them, which is super like funny. And it's not only in terms of content, because Richard Carrier also rejects the existence of Q, but also the style of writing. As you mentioned, this is completely inappropriate for like an academic publication. But it's exactly how Richard Carrier writes. He also like the way how he writes, especially in his popular publication, but also in some of his publications that are supposed to be scholarly, is similarly inappropriate, which is just one more piece of evidence for my New Testament studies horseshoe theory that like an evangelical Christian apologist is going to sound at some point as a Jesus mythicist. And like, this completely baffles the mind, because I would think that for Christian apologists, and I've certainly encountered this view in the past coming from Christian apologists, it would be very advantageous to claim that Q probably existed, because that would mean there was an extant account which dates earlier than the Gospel of Luke and the Gospel of Matthew. That's great, right? Like, you have earlier sources. And a lot of Christian apologists, when they give their apologetics, they are going to rely on Q existing, because that allows them to push certain material earlier in time chronologically, right? So I think the only motivation for why a Christian apologist would reject the existence of Q is because they hold to the view that the 4 Gospels are like textual independent, which is fucking nuts, right? Like, if there is something that we can be certain in New Testament studies, it's that they are not. So if you are again going to argue against that, well, good luck, convincing me of other things.
Yeah, muted. So let's. So this is all just the Q stuff. So here's where they say Matthew's first written. Faced with such a babble of conflicting voices, what should the interested layman do? Some would doubtless proclaim the whole thing inscrutable, but when we widen the view and see what light can be shed on this matter from outside the field of literary criticism, which we've done away with by one example, we encounter a striking and incontestable fact. Virtually every piece of external evidence we have from the first few centuries regarding the authorship and composition of the gospel concurs that Matthew's gospel was the first written, that it was written in the language and later translated, so there's another claim, that goes beyond the text that we have, and that Mark wrote what he heard from Peter, but without regard to the order of events, making sure only that he did not leave anything out. I don't know if you want to comment at that point, or
yeah, I mean, it's really obvious, like, what motivates that, because this is just a summary of what Papias says, right? And then afterwards other authors. So if you actually unpack that, yeah, like, the things that we can actually independently check about that account are false, right? Matthew wasn't the first written. And to be fair, Papias doesn't say explicitly that Matthew was the first gospel written. He just mentions Matthew and Mark, I think, in that order. But he says it was written in Hebrew, which it wasn't. And I mean, there is obviously like a whole body of scholarship about what he means by that, which text he's talking about. It gets very complicated. But yeah, like, I think they have to basically be committed to those views, even though they are fringe in New Testament scholarship for good reasons. Because alternatively, you would have to admit that someone like Papias is wrong about all the things that we can check, but he happens to be right about who wrote it. It's like you know how in the book of Acts, they want you to say, look, the book of Acts is reliable about all the things that we can check. So it's reasonable to assume that
flaming
it's reliable
tongues hovered
about
over
other
people's
things.
heads. Yeah.
Well, here it's the other way around, right? Like we can establish that Papias is wrong about all the things that we can check. So why believe him about the things that we can't check, which are exactly what's in question, right? The authorship. So that's why they are tied to holding those positions, which I think are untenable.
I forget there's problems with Irenaeus's historical accounts, like his canon lists and things as well. I've forgotten the details of those though.
And it's not clear, I think, that Papias is actually talking about the Matthew and Mark that we actually have, and I've heard that it's he might be referring to the to Hebrews or something, some other document, and he never actually says. And we don't. I think, am I correct that we don't actually have Papias's direct writings, and we have only references from later writers, most of whom didn't like Papias, and
Right.
And talking about what Papias actually said, and so that's the.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, like if you unpack that would be for a stream of its own, right? Because
Right.
that gets very complicated, and it's important to keep in mind that we don't have the extant writings.
Yeah.
The thing that we have is just a couple of paragraphs, and then there are like other really cute things that go into this field of scholarship. So, for example, in ancient manuscripts, they didn't use any diacritics, so it's very difficult to, for example, identify where exactly in the sources that cite Papias the actual citation ends and where the author starts
Right.
talking again. So it's very difficult to unpack even what other things that he says subsequently were also sourced by Papias. For example, Richard Bauckham thinks that when Eusebius talks about the authorship of the Gospel of John, his source is also Papias. It's just in that specific instant, he doesn't quote Papias directly, but there are reasons to think that Papias is a source behind it. So yeah, like it gets very complicated.
Have you seen the? I'm trying to find the reference to this guy who did a very long multi-episode takedown of Balcom's eyewitnesses on YouTube.
Jean-Francois something.
Barton, I think. Barton, it might be his last name.
Yeah.
And he goes through like reads all of what we have of Papias and how it doesn't talk about John and other things, and so it seems pretty complete. So it's pretty interesting. And I'm wondering also whether if McGrew's, I don't know when this was published relative to Balcom's book, but whether they would have been referencing Balcom, but they didn't. I don't know.
I think they do reference Richard Bauckham maybe once or twice. I can't remember.
I think this is what I suspect that like Jesus and the eyewitnesses is what they mean by the large and growing body of evidence or something like that, right? Because there is definitely now this view.
That's what I thought, and I was looking for a citation for it. But.
Maybe they've just been Habermas's book, which is large and continually growing.
Oh yeah,
Well, they mentioned.
they mention a ton of references. Well, you'll have to talk about this unpublished study of what New Testament scholars think on a bunch of points, but they mention that a bunch of times. Like the vast majority of scholars think X based on, like some spreadsheet that Gary Habermas doesn't have that might be associated to Mike Lycona's master's student, but isn't, So the widespread agreement of early. Sorry, James. You go.
Sorry, I was just going to say about the comment I've made here. Sorry, they call it imaginary as well. They're just really rude and I think snarky about this, which I think is odd. But also about the patristic claims. I note here: why do we trust these early Christian authors so much? Like, they don't really justify this. It's not clear what information that they had. Why did they write what they did? Well, I say why they wrote the Gospels, but also why the early Christian authors who were commenting on the Gospels wrote their texts. Were they unbiased? Did they follow modern scholarly practices? These are the sort of things that I'd be wanting to know in assessing how trustworthy they are. Not just like, did they write soon afterwards? And some of them, it's not even that soon afterwards. But like, I just find a total lack of criticism, of critical evaluation of the patristic claims and or gospel author claims to be really telling of this section here.
Yeah, and this is massively, like, again, like this is massively, I would say, ironic. Don't throw stones in glass houses. They say imaginary strata of imaginary source documents. So you know what's an imaginary strata of an imaginary document? The pre-Pauline creeds, because we don't actually have extant accounts where the creeds would exist in isolation, right? Like we don't have a manuscript of just the creed. Like we know of the existence of the creeds pretty much from the Pauline epistles, and it's not like certain that those specific passages that are isolated out of the Pauline epistles as pre-Pauline material actually existed and were in circulation about pre-Pauline, before Paul wrote that, because it's the best explanation of various features of the text, right? Like suddenly there's new vocabulary introduced, or the text seems to have some kind of poetic structure, so which suggests that it was like recited, that it has that structure for ease of repetition and for like artistic value in like reciting it and stuff like that. So when we draw that those inferences, we are engaging in risky business of speculation, but that's completely reason. Like this is what historians do. Like there is, in principle, there is no difference between saying that 1 Corinthians 15 is a pre-Pauline creed and saying that the Q existed and this is the material from Q. In both cases, we are drawing inferences from the texts, from like literary features of the text that we do have, about existence of texts that are not actually directly evident in the manuscript record, right?
So in terms of then the claims that they're committing themselves to in as working features of their argument then are that the first two arguments were written very early, well before AD 70. Two, they came either directly, Matthew, or at one remove, Mark, reporting what Peter had said from independent eyewitnesses who had been Christ's own disciples. And the independent eyewitnesses part of this is going to be important as well for when they like multiply the evidence by like each disciple, and then to get like higher numbers who had been Christ's own disciples. That would make it hard for people who want to argue that Mark is high-level myth-making. Does high-level myth-making mean specifically like Richard Carrier stuff, not like David Friedrich Strauss or Albert Schweitzer?
Well, it's difficult to say because they don't specify what they mean, right?
Yeah,
that's the problem. Like if you don't flesh out an alternative explanation of how is it the case that the text says what it says, even though that's not what happened in history, it's really easy for you to then conflate like those different hypotheses ranging all the way from some of the material is historical and some of it is invented to all of it being invented and Jesus never existed and whatever, right?
So let's see. Eyewitnesses of the ministry of Jesus eyewitnesses of the ministry of Jesus could have contradicted such accounts. I mean, that's kind of problematic, isn't it? Because we don't know of any cases where claims get off the ground where there are like living eyewitnesses who could have contradicted such accounts.
Yeah, how do you know they didn't?
Yeah,
this is the question that I always ask when they say so and so would have told against it, would have pulled the body out, would have done whatever. How do you know they didn't? We have no knowledge either way.
Yeah. At this point, philosophical presuppositions are exerting a palpable pressure on synoptic studies.
Yes, I agree. They are.
Well, this is that
interesting.
This is that faith-informed like perspective, or however they framed it. That faith-informed perspective can only see the evidence in the right way. I don't know how much there is here. This is about autobiography. The only thing I noticed is this is like me poisoning the well, but this John Rist guy, there were like some Catholics who wrote a letter about how the Pope is like a heretic or something because he like says like, don't hate gay people and stuff. And they wrote like this letter about how they need to go back to like speaking in Latin to each other and like whipping themselves and other kinky stuff. And he was one of the people in that letter. So that's what he also has a book on Augustine, which I think might be all right actually, and a book on Plato's moral realism. But I do find it funny that my prior knowledge of this guy was that he's like into sort of Catholic conspiracy theories and things, and then he's kind of like in this quote, he's writing about how there's like this conspiracy theory of like liberals to do scholarship in a particular way that no one else would. One of the most interesting recent developments one of the most interesting developments in recent scholarship is the realization that the Gospels, notwithstanding their distinctive emphases, accord closely with the ideals of Greco-Roman history, as exhibited in the work of Thucydides, Xenophon, Polybius, Josephus, and Tacitus, particularly in their preference for testimony of involved eyewitnesses over written records. So there's Richard Borkham. And you've said it's not just evangelical scholars saying this, right?
That speaks for itself. They just there's no self-awareness about like, look, here's our standpoint. Obviously, you know, we take a certain approach to these things. Others will disagree, but we're going to, you know, argue along these lines. It's like, oh, you know, all of the, you know, they've just been poo-pooing the critical approach and literary techniques and all this stuff and Q and all that's nonsense. And now when it suits them, though, they'll talk up the scholarship like it's all this amazing stuff and all these people arguing for it who are agreeing with them, you know, accord closely with the ideals. It's like, well, who's arguing that? Like, is everyone arguing that, or is it just the people who agree with you? I think a work of good scholarship will be able to acknowledge the point of view you're coming from and where there's disagreement, and at least be able to mention that when it's appropriate. So they're appealing to Richard Borkham here, who's interestingly using literary devices, which I thought we weren't allowed to appeal to, but whatever. But like, he's a particular figure who's writing within a particular framework and is hotly, you know, debated against, disputed by other people who look at it differently. And there's just no kind of acknowledgement of this or awareness of this.
This is actually one of the most, actually one of the strongest reasons for me to doubt the eyewitness testimony behind the Gospels, right? Especially if you think that the Gospels were written in the genre of Greco-Roman historical biography, which, like, to be fair, I think the Gospel of Luke is probably very close to that, but the Gospel of Mark isn't that close to that. I think it's more similar to for example, First and Second Kings when it comes to the genre. But like, if you think that, it's actually really, really unexpected that the authors of the Gospel of Mark and the Gospel of Matthew, for example, don't explicitly say this is based on eyewitness testimony, right? Because eyewitness testimony was very highly valued in ancient historiography, and I find it consistently over and over again. Then when it's the case that the historian in question actually had eyewitness testimony available, so either they were the eyewitnesses themselves or they had access to eyewitness testimony, they say that explicitly in the text. It's actually very, very difficult to find instances where it's the case that they were eyewitnesses or had access to eyewitnesses, but they don't actually proactively disclose it. And we have many, many examples of even theoretical discussions by ancient historians when they say it's very important, you know, eyewitness testimony is valued, hearsay is problematic, it's like less preferable, and stuff like that. So on that background knowledge about the genre, and on the assumption that, for example, the Gospel of Mark is written in the genre and it's following the same conventions as these Greco-Roman historians follow, I would absolutely expect it to say this account is based on the memory of Apostle Peter. I would absolutely expect, for example, the Gospel of Matthew to say, I, Matthew, the apostle, was called by Jesus, or something like that, or Matthew, the author of this account, was called by Jesus, because that's exactly what we observe over and over again in historiographical accounts. And like, name a number and I will be able to give you that many examples from primary literature where this is the case, right? Name a number and you won't be able to find that many examples in ancient historiographical literature where it's not the case, even though it shouldn't be. It should be. So this is like a one piece of evidence that massively goes against the hypothesis of eyewitness testimony. That actually, for me, like the value, like the the strength of their evidence is so overwhelming that it actually overcomes all of the early Christian attestation to the authorship, right? Because, as James mentioned, I think the early Christian tradition is very, very problematic from the historiographical point of view.
So finally, the most scandalous miracle story of all, the story of the death, burial, resurrection of Jesus, is attested earlier than even the most conservative date for any of the Gospels. And then this is appealing to 1 Corinthians 15, using textual criticism, as you were saying before, the dilemma of accounting for the origins of Christianity. If the earliest Christians, some of whom were eyewitnesses of the life and ministry of Christ, were firmly persuaded that he had indeed risen from the dead and appeared to known and named to know, I think that's a typo, to know and name, appeared to have known and named disciples who were active in the church, then the mythic option is ruled out. Again, it just depends what we mean by the mythic option. I mean, if we mean like developed over a myth that was developed over years and or developed in some kind of way, then yeah. But if we mean some kind of like biases and distortions informed by a particular theological group that people were a part of, who within 1 to 2 weeks after a certain set of events could easily have kind of convinced themselves and distorted the facts after the fact through retelling what some kind of weird experience that happened and then retelling it, like, oh, you saw Jesus, and then there's like an expectation, well, yeah, I mean, I thought I just saw like a light or something, but yeah, it's got to be actually, yeah, maybe that must be what seeing Jesus means, or that.
If the earliest Elvis fans, some of whom were eyewitnesses of the life of Elvis, were firmly persuaded that he had indeed risen from the dead, then it appeared to know and name people, then the mythic option for Elvis coming back is ruled out. You could insert any kind of claim like that.
Yeah, if you don't specify what the mythic option is, it's really super easy to just like reject it like this, right?
To rule it out.
Because there is absolutely no difference between there being some people in history which who, if you ask them, like, is it the case that you saw Jesus after he was dead, they would say yes. There's no difference between that being the case and it being the case that there were people who experienced Jesus living with them for 40 days, Like, it can't be the case that in history there really were some Jesus's followers who were convinced that Jesus appeared to them in some way after he died. And the account of Jesus living among his disciples for 40 days was invented by the author of the Gospel of Luke and Acts later. Like, that's completely out of the question, right?
So they do say here then, those who are unpersuaded by the points that you have to be committed to may note the extent to which their reservations affect the subsequent argument. So if you're not committed to these points, it's not really going to work. But even for them, it should be of interest to see what can be said for the historical argument for miracles under the assumptions that Hume and the deists shared with the defenders of orthodoxy when they clashed in the great theological battle of the 18th century. I mean, I don't even know how anachronistic the kind of story of the, of the deists and, the cult of the supreme being in France and all that stuff is to the actual history. But I mean, that's,
I don't know. It's a nice image there.
Yeah.
The defenders of orthodoxy clashing against Hume and the deists, it's just this, I don't know, angsty teen kind of. Well, we shall take Jerusalem.
it's a simple black and white us and them, like in group, out group. It's always been this way. The faithful against the spirit of the age or whatever.
Yes, I think that's what we're getting here. By the way, in terms of how relevant these reservations are, I think we'll see that they're quite relevant because when they're discussing different, we're about to get to looking at the data that we're then going to compare explanations against, right? And what we'll see is that when they reject or argue against non-resurrection explanations, they are happy to pick literally any detail from the Gospels that suits their purpose. Very specific, very particular, minute at sometimes detail. And the question would be, well, why should we accept that that is the case? And it seems to be that we're going to have to go beyond a general reliability to get to that. We're going to actually have to go to, like, basically this was written not just by an eyewitness, but someone with like a really good memory and got all of the details down. So by feeling free to appeal to all of these details, they're actually setting up a very high standard for themselves in terms of how confident can we be in these details. So to put it another way, it's very much not a minimal facts approach. We'll see the sort of details that they're appealing to, and it really does then heavily rely on how reliable we think all of these details are.
Yeah, but it's always the case with minimal facts, right? Like you start by saying, this is just a list of minimal facts, and then
yes, that's true. But they're not even pretending here, I guess, is the point that I'm making.
30 minutes later, it's no, Jesus really. There were people who thought they saw Jesus eating a piece of fish in front of them. So how do you explain that? Or naturalism, right? They could not have hallucinated because it was tactile, and hallucinations are not like interpersonal and tactile.
I always find it telling that the list of minimal facts never seems to be in agreement from one apologist to another.
Yeah, right.
I think I actually have a document somewhere where I compile like different lists of minimal facts by different people. And it has been pointed out by other people, like Kamspirus, right? That like the minimal facts approach is itself flawed because, especially on Bayesian reasoning, but I think in abductive reasoning in general, what you're not supposed to do is exactly to cherry pick just the data points that work for your hypothesis and like reject everything else, right? Like it could be, I guess you could put together like a list of minimal facts which are really difficult to explain on the resurrection hypothesis, and use it as a minimal facts argument against it, right? Like one example that Kamspirus gives is the absence of Jesus from the rest of Acts, like from most of Acts and from historical accounts in later in the first century, right? Like why is it the case that Jesus isn't still around in the first century, like interacting with being a leader of the church, interacting with people and stuff like that? The resurrection hypothesis doesn't actually explain that. In order to explain that, you have to conjoin it with the ascension hypothesis, which is a different hypothesis. But it's actually super obvious on the hypothesis that Jesus was dead. That's why he isn't around anymore in the rest of the first century, right? He was just somewhere lying in the ditch.
So two background facts then that they need. The first is that Jesus did indeed die, more or less as the existing narratives explain. The second is that he was buried in a tomb. It's now almost universally acknowledged by New Testament scholars that Jesus died on a cross. The swoon theory, which I don't think anyone really puts forward, maybe Muslims, I guess, is intrinsically highly improbable. The only recorded instance we are aware of where someone survived a Roman crucifixion was this case recorded in Josephus. Now, what I wanted to point out here is that would be a base rate of 1 versus like 0 for like resurrections, though. And I understand that this isn't the contentious point because you'd need to compare it with the base rate of like people dying on the cross, whatever, for that specific claim. But the point is that what they're doing here is, again, appealing to base rates, which they conveniently want to ignore in cases when, like, you know, like the resurrection, where they're going to manipulate the mathematics in such a way that they don't have to consider it.
And this is I think technically not true. In fact, I recently read an account somewhere, and I can't remember where it was. I didn't write it down. But yeah, that was like a historiographical narrative when someone is taken from the cross as well, and he like goes on to live. But what's very important to realize that, like, if this is first of all, the swoon hypothesis was first proposed by Christians, which is really interesting. But also, I think this is here to this is specifically aimed against Muslims, right? Because in the Quran it says that Jesus didn't really die. But the way how they argue against it actually doesn't do anything to like it doesn't actually have any force against what the Muslims believe, because in the Quran it says that Jesus didn't die, but it looked like he did. So like Allah made it look like he died. which is obviously completely consistent with the historical account, right? Like the people who were around were deceived into believing that Jesus is dead. So of course they would write in the historical account that Jesus is dead. That's like equiparable on either hypothesis. Right?
Which is, well, that's what I mean by, so when they compare the evidence, and they say, how do we expect the evidence to look given not the resurrection, right? Well, that would be exactly the same in that case, because the evidence would look exactly the same. So it shouldn't do anything to that numerator denominator distinction. The ratio should just remain, but they don't do that because I don't think that's.
And I think, you pointed out that it says the swoon theory is intrinsically highly improbable. I mean, that's a prior, and they ignore the priors for everything else except for the things they want to criticize. So I mean, I imagine that's going to keep coming up.
Yep, this is what I pointed out before. This is one of the first of those we see where they keep mentioning that. How probable is theism or a resurrection under theism? Well, we don't have to worry about that. But swoon's improbable, so that kind of happened.
They mention one of the problems here for the skeptic who goes with the swoon theory, and I don't think any of us do go with the swoon theory, but he says, for example, you've got to dismiss John's account of the spear wound as inauthentic. But I'm like, well, on that theory, it actually coheres with like other details, like for example, the mistranslation of like prophetic fulfillment, like what might have been going on in this case. Well, it might be the case that they were like reading the Septuagint to figure out what. The author of John was reading the Septuagint, trying to figure out what happened about Jesus' life. And it's like, the Messiah is going to be pierced for our transgressions, which in the oldest Hebrew manuscripts, to my understanding, there's like a different way of translating pierced there, and they're going off of what they've already got in the Septuagint to try and fill in this detail about Jesus' life, add it in based on that, and then it turns out that that highlights the methodology that they're using. So. If we're doing this, like what's expected given the story that I'm telling thing, like that coheres quite nicely.
And also the next sentence is really rich. Like, needless to say, the relevant reference class is the set of victims of Roman crucifixions who were not taken down and given the best available medical treatment, right? The number of known survivors in this class is precisely 0. Well, okay.
Yeah, right. It's precisely what
were the people who were taken down on the request of Josephus given the best available medical treatment? Like, what does it even mean? And I think, like, if you read ancient medical treatises, my hypothesis is that ancient medicine actually made you more likely to die and not less, right? Because that's actually like what they do with you is pretty, like they would probably just open their veins and let them bleed out or something like that, First of all, and second of all, this is something that's really, really important to keep in mind. Is just a question of statistical reliability, right? Or like, what's the level of confidence statistically? Because we are just, by the nature of how limited the evidence is, when you're making these statistical claims, the confidence in those claims is not going to be very high because the N. The number of cases is very low, right? Like Brian would be probably able to explain it much better. But yeah, like if you have a very small data set, you could draw conclusions from there, but the level of credence, like epistemic credence that you should have in those conclusions is going to be very, very low because it's just not backed by that many data because we don't have that many surviving material from the 1st century, right? So normally this wouldn't be an issue. But it becomes an issue if what you're arguing is something like a resurrection, which again has a low prior.
I don't know if you heard V laughing then. This is her favorite thing to do, is to make me a cup of coffee in this particular mug.
Against mine.
But yeah, here we have mentioned again, it's antecedent improbability. So what they mean by that is base rates, which we don't need to take into account when it's in terms of describing the swoon theories. But yeah, the other thing, then they go on to talk about this, John Dominic Crossan, something that his theory, and then they say, like his radical position. Well, they're like everything that they're saying is radical, like radically out of line with New Testament scholarship, but it's again just not the type of language that you really expect from like a Blackwell academic volume that's trying to assess this, and it's not even accurate to really say that it's like radical. I don't think.
Well, I
yeah,
mean,
to say
it's
Jesus
on the
was not
basis
buried in a
that
tomb.
most people who were crucified were buried in a common grave. Like
Right.
that's
Base
why
rates,
Crossan
antecedent.
says it, and that makes
Yeah.
it radical. Apparently, he
Well,
offers
we've
no
got
specific evidence in
antecedent
favor of this
improbability.
hypothesis, apart from the fact that that's what usually happened.
Apart from the
Like,
antecedent probability, which do we take it into account or do? Yeah.
This is a mere extrapolation about what was common. So, like, that's a problem somehow. But then when we're talking about, but literally anything else they've said. Look, when they say something, it's an inference, it's an argument, it's based on evidence, growing body of evidence. When someone else says it, oh, it's just a guess, it's a mere extrapolation, it's a radical position. It's just fluff. Like, there's no actual distinction here between what different people are doing. It's just like, do they agree with it or do they not agree with it?
Okay, let's go through. It's also insufficient to get rid of the burial. The creed embedded in 1 Corinthians 15 said he was buried. Confronted with the undeniable fact that the first Christians grounded their faith on the resurrection. I put that, well, I mean, it's literally just begging the question then. This is that slipping in and out of the text thing again, because we have it's like reports of people who believe in a resurrection versus saying, like, slipping into the text and saying the undeniable fact that they ground their faith on this event, right, which is the very event in question that we're trying to assess the plausibility of. You can't just say, oh no, that because it happened, that explains the data, and assert it as like an undeniable fact when that's what we're trying to establish.
Yeah, and I mean, this conflates Jesus being buried in any way whatsoever with exactly how Jesus was buried in the Gospels, right? Which obviously, it's not a dichotomy that Jesus was buried the way how it's depicted in the Gospels, versus he was left on the cross to decompose, and his bones were scattered by animals and they were never collected. Like that, there is actually a very wide range of scenarios. I personally happen to think that the most plausible one is that he would be just buried like any other crucified criminal.
No, that's a radical position, though.
Yeah. Well, how were the 2 criminals crucified next to him buried? Were they given essentially royal burial in royal tomb? Like the way how the tomb is described in the Gospels is on par with the tombs of actual royalty, from the Hasmonean dynasty. It's not very historically plausible, especially given that we have sources that tell us how criminals were buried in the 1st century in Jerusalem, right? There were 2 pits for criminals. The crucifixion victims went into one of them. Not pits, they were common graveyards for criminals because it was important to separate them from other people. So that's probably what happened. And I think the empty tomb, insisting that the burial account in the Gospels is historically accurate is like the work that it does in the apologetic is to say, look, you have to explain why is it the case, you as a non-Christian need to explain why is it the case that Jesus's body was around, but also early Christians proclaimed that Jesus was raised bodily, which entails that his body would disappear, right? Like that is the common talking point. Like if it was the case that Jesus's body was still around in like a known location that people could go to, the enemies of the apostles or the disciples would just produce the body, and that would completely destroy the resurrection belief, right? But I'm just thinking, let's imagine hypothetically this is the case, that Peter, let's say, is presented with an actual decomposing body of Jesus by like the high priests or whatever. Like, what's more probable, that the resurrection actually happened, or that Peter would just dismiss that as like a satanic deception? Like, what's more intrinsically probable, that people are resurrected the way Jesus was, or
it would drive the cognitive dissonance up massively. It would be like, oh my god, like it's actually true, Satan's trying to get at me. Like, how do I avoid this? The pain caused by the dissonance of the beliefs that I have and how I'm acting with the evidence that confronts me.
Yeah, we have base rate data on this. When prophecy fails, there's quite a lot of cases when people, particularly in your religious context, are confronted with fairly clear disconfirmatory evidence. Mostly they don't change their mind, they just rationalize it away. And in that particular instance, it's actually like he'd have plausible basis for rationalization away, because after a few days in that climate, the corpse wouldn't be recognizable anyway. So, I mean, I discussed this in my book. Like, it's an extremely weak objection.
And also, like there is no shortage of people who believe that a person was raised from the dead, even though that person has a known burial location that supposedly contains the body, right? And these instances, like, demonstrate two things. First of all, the people who hold the belief that the person was raised are not interested in actually confirming that with like physical evidence. They don't like sneak up into the graveyard and dig up the grave to see if it has a body in it. Probably exactly for the reasons, like if they were actually presented with by the body, they would just dismiss it. And second of all, the other people who don't share that belief are not interested in debunking it by exhuming the person and showing the body, right? Because it's more important for them not to disturb like the burial customs of that person than to like debunk that specific claim, you know? Like that is the famous Jewish rabbi who was claimed to be a messiah, and apparently there are still people who believe that he was resurrected, even though there is zero empirical evidence for it. He actually has a known burial location. And also, and what's very important to realize is that even the people in the position of leadership in that specific sect of Judaism denied that claim. So there were actual leaders who said, no, he wasn't raised. But despite all of that, there are still adherents to the resurrection belief. Like if I was a Christian apologist,
Benjamin Ben something or other.
Yeah, something like that. It's not difficult to find. But like if I was a Christian apologist and I was thinking about this claim the same way how Christian apologists think about the resurrection, I would have to conclude that surely the people who still believe in the resurrection must have some amazing evidence in favor of the resurrection that overcomes all of those concerns, right? Because that's essentially what they're saying. Like that Jesus' disciples must have had access to some amazing information that we don't have direct access to today, so that they overcame all of these reasons not to believe it, because otherwise they wouldn't believe it. And I think, no, it's just much more probable that they were like poor reasoners and they formed like false beliefs for bad reasons. I think that's massively more probable than action taking place. Yeah, this guy.
Yep, that's a good contemporary example. Another example that comes to mind is the Book of Abraham, which is a part of the canon in Mormonism. They believe that was translated by Joseph Smith using the power, or through the power of God, from an ancient Egyptian manuscript. Well, I mean, it was translated from an ancient Egyptian manuscript. They believe that it was translated accurately on the basis of that manuscript. But when portions of the original
Reformed
papyrus,
Egyptian,
guess, not manuscript, that was what Joseph called it. But when fragments of that papyrus were discovered in the 60s or 70s or something and were translated by actual Egyptologists, it was found that the translation bore no resemblance to anything that Joseph said. Now, did that lead to people deconverting from Mormonism en masse, like the leadership and everyone else particularly, because they now found that something that they had thought was translated in one way actually was mistranslated? No, actually, for the most part, that didn't happen. I mean, there are some people like me who
counter-apologetic
care about such things. The counter-apologetic is well, why don't I ask you, Camille? What would you say if you were an apologist trying to get around that?
That's exactly what I wanted to do. So first thing that came in mind would be raising doubt about whether the specific manuscript that was used and translated by the Egyptologists actually is the manuscript that Joseph Smith worked with.
Yeah, I think they tried that initially, but that's been dropped. I think it's pretty...
Okay, so there's like a really good historical evidence that this is really the piece of paper that... Well, then I would just raise like doubt about the translation by the Egyptologists, right?
You've not introduced. You can introduce a new theoretical entity.
Oh yeah,
you're not being creative enough, because that's not an approach that I've seen used.
Maybe the text was like maybe the text was
studied it as well.
Maybe the text was like supernaturally changed after the fact to say that something other than what it says.
Oh, you're getting close, actually. That's sort of what they say, but not exactly, because you don't actually need to postulate that it's a supernatural changing of the text, although I suppose they could say that if they wanted to. No, they say that when Joseph was translating it, he was translating it based on the spiritual content of the text rather than the literal interpretation, which is what Egyptologists sort of getting at. Well, something along those lines. They say slightly different things. The thing is, when you have no constraints on what your explanation can look like, you can just make up anything. I mean, the things Camille said, you could also take those lines as well. They're just not the main ones that I've heard, right? Because I mean, how can you disprove them? It's just whatever you want to say. The point that I wanted to make with that example is, though, that to say that, oh, well, they must have had really good evidence, right? And their opponents mustn't have had anything good to say, because if they did, then that would have dissuaded the people from believing it. Well, no, like that's just, we've just given a couple of examples. I cite a number more in my book about irrational belief persistence. There's so many cases of this that the claim that they would have stopped believing unless they had good evidence is just, that there's just no reason for thinking that. It's just assertion. There's so much evidence that isn't the case. That's not how people work in these contexts.
Yeah, and I think when people think about this, they conflate like Jesus's disciples. They basically conflate how reasonable it is to believe a proposition with how likely it is that people will believe that proposition. Like people tend to think that if there isn't really good reasons to believe a proposition, it's very improbable that a given person is going to believe it. But that's not how people work. Like if there's anything in our background knowledge, it's the fact that people believe in propositions for wrong reasons all the time, or for weak reasons all the time, for bad reasons all the time, right? So I think it's much more probable that the disciples, Jesus's followers, became convinced that Jesus was raised, even though they didn't have a good reason to think that, than the actual resurrection. And like, this is so massively reasonable, right? Isn't that like a very reasonable thing to say? That it's more probable that people will be convinced of something for bad reasons than that a guy was actually raised from the dead? Because surely, like, if you think about your like lived experiences and what you know about how the world works and how people work, that's a no-brainer.
Well, no, because we ignore those kind of details and we just compare how the evidence would cohere with any retrofitted explanation, regardless of how the entities included in that explanation cohere with our background beliefs about the world.
James, what you were saying about the Mormon explanation, kind of switching to a kind of the spiritual content, reminds me of the Harold Camping predictions for the end of the world, and then he predicted it at something in the early 2000s, and it didn't happen, and then again, and I think on the third time he finally said, yeah, the world did end, but it was spiritual.
Well, the Protestant Millerites, this is this Protestant denomination in America, where they did this same thing in like the 1800s, where they'd make predictions about the end of the world, it wouldn't come true, and then they'd say things like, well, what happened is that Jesus moved to the right hand of the Father. Until then, he'd just been kind of like floating around, but now he's actually moved to the right hand of the Father, ready for when the end times come, in the correct metaphysical location for the attack or something. Like something like, I mean,
yeah, sir, go ahead.
One of my favorite web pages is the Wikipedia page, which is a list of dates for predictions of the end of the world, and it goes on for pages and pages and pages. I just think that's so funny to see as pretty much evidence that all these predictions aren't viable.
One example that CJ mentioned in the text is the QAnon conspiracy and like the whole group of people around Trump. Like that was a really interesting case study in like how to deal with cognitive dissonance, because that was actually going on in real time, and there was at least dozens of specific points when their like sincere belief about what's going to happen was crashed, right? So like initially they believed that obviously the elections were rigged, so that's going to be uncovered. It's going to be dismissed. The courts are going to rule in their favor. Then they believe that at the inauguration, like the Secret Service is going to arrest everyone, right? Then they believe that actually Trump is going to be reinstalled after some specific, as a result of some specific legal procedures after the fact. So every time like that there was something expected that didn't happen, people had to come up with harmonizations and rationalizations about why is it the case that the thing didn't happen, but they are actually still correct. And specifically with Trump, it has this really strong religious connotation, right? Because obviously the people who support him are very religious, and there is a whole host of whole host of people who tie like Trump and contemporary politics with religion. So there are people who, for example, identify themselves as prophets, who have made a number of false predictions about what's going to happen on like a religious authority, and then there are accounts of them trying to explain that away.
Yeah.
And they still honestly believe that there are prophets, the religion is true. They just managed to find a way how to convince themselves that they didn't make a false prophecy.
And it was almost similar to like those Millerite predictions where it's like Jesus has moved to the right hand of the Father, where it'd be like the Chris Yoon videos, he'd be like, right guys, I've got a new message from the Lord for you on this one today. He had said that it would be this on this date, but instead what's actually happened now is that there's been a change. So actually this is getting ready and this is happening in the metaphysical world, but it's not happened because of this in this world. But now I'm telling you, it's going to be August, okay? Something big on August the 7th. And then what date are we at now?
And also it's important to appreciate that all of this is going on in the age of almost universal literacy, when we have instant access to information and we can like very easily fact check things and stuff like that. And communication is instantaneous, right? Like compound all of that by like when that's happening in the environment when people are not literate, they are not trained on how to think critically, how to evaluate evidence. Like if you want to get into the mindset of how Jesus' followers and their contemporaries thought, go talk to a goat herder in rural Afghanistan who runs away from helicopters because he thinks they are demons, right? That's going to be the mindset. And of course, you have to take into account difficulties in spreading information, people not having like ready access to background knowledge and stuff like that. Like these are the components of alternative explanations that we are talking about when we are thinking that resurrection is probably not the best explanation for this set of historical evidence.
And the evidence here being that the first Christians grounded their faith in a belief about Jesus having resurrected, but that's not necessarily truth tracking, because we know that people see actually disconfirming evidence, which is evidence in favor, evidence against the belief that a community forms, but the community continues to believe that particular thing. And then the second point here is just when the Gurus talk about what John Dominic Crossan's doing involves like cherry picking and choosing like which passages he wants to take seriously, which he likes to reject. I actually think that there's more considerations than that go into the way that Crossan's looking at things. But I also want to just write back at you with the McGrews, who, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't handle snakes or drink poison, right, if they were here.
No, I mean it's like if your alternative explanation of the evidence is something other than what the text says, then it means that you are picking and choosing the passages to reject, right? So if I, for example, say, which is what I seriously believe, there were probably people in the first century that we can interview, and they would say, I think I saw Jesus, together with a group of other people that we could also go and talk to. But I also think that it's not the case that there were people who experienced Jesus living with them for 40 days, and that's something that the author of the Gospel of the Gospel of Luke and the Book of Acts invented. They would identify that view as picking and choosing passages, because I'm just picking and choosing to ignore first Acts, right, or Acts 1. But no, like that's just describing the evidence the other way. It's just describing the evidence. It's built in that explanation that the content of the specific passages doesn't track with what anyone experienced in history. That's actually explaining it. It's just a different type of explanation. And also, if we are not allowed to pick and choose which passages take seriously, well, I think that this article should be over already, right? Because they have already established that we can take the Gospels and Acts seriously as historically reliable, which means we should just read
they
the
say
passages.
Resurrection happened.
They say the resurrection happens. So there you go, the resurrection happens. So I don't know why there is like 70 pages still in this. It's also picking and choosing.
Yeah.
Yes, this picking and choosing criticism is so ridiculous. That's called doing good historical and textual analysis, right? You look at the things that are well evidenced and the things that are not, the things that are biased and the things that are less biased, right? The idea that you just either accept everything an author says in a text or reject everything is really silly. And it's just a way of making it sound like it's a bad thing when it's actually a good thing. And yeah, as you've highlighted, there's many other sort of loaded language here. Blistering indictment of the pattern of so-called critical scholarship. Come on, grow up.
In this so-called academic article by the McGrews. So the salient facts, WD and P, if you can recall the Bayesian kind of like the ratio that they'd set up, these are going to be the facts or the evidence that they compare how expected they are under resurrection and under not resurrection. So let's look at these then. So similar accounts are repeated in all the Gospels. Is it women's testimony? Dying for their beliefs, and Paul's
W is for women, D is for the disciples, which includes seeing and being willing to die, and P is for the conversion of Paul. So these are the three main facts that they're wanting to put in their sort of Bayesian calculation. And they're going to say that these facts here, or observations or whatever, are overwhelmingly more likely under the resurrection hypothesis than under the not resurrection hypothesis. So that's what the next few sections are going to be, is going through each of these in turn.
And make sure every time you see this, instead of saying, the women who claim to have found the tomb empty or post, resurrection appearances, always say the texts that say that they're women who claim to have found the tomb. There are texts that say that the post-resurrection appearances of Jesus. So the data is not the thing itself. It's not the story. It's the fact that we have a text that has the story, and that extra little layer, which is actually the data that we have, puts kind of the discussion in a very different light.
Yeah, this is what I would ask, right? Like, is entail, like, is it a part of D that there was a guy named Thomas in the 1st century who actually believed, and he would tell us if we could ask him. I experienced.
They talk about that.
That's exactly right.
That's what they say. Jesus' wound. That's not the salient fact, right? We have a text that says that, but then my explanation of why the text is the case, which is actually the evidence that we have, that is
we'll come on to that
be something other than this is what happened in history.
Because I mean, it's almost I want to come onto it when they come onto it, but they say, and it's funny that when Jesus, when Jesus is there, that almost in direct response to what Thomas has said, that I won't believe unless I touch the holes, Jesus actually says, put your hands here. Isn't that crazy? And it's like, but we'll go onto all that. So yeah, similar accounts are repeated in all the Gospels. I mean, let's just ignore where they contradict or where the narratives are in different orders and things like that. But here's one point to focus on. So they're going to appeal a lot to consensus in New Testament scholarship. They're going to say, in a survey of recent New Testament scholarship, Gary Habermas has documented the interesting fact that a notable majority, approximately 75% of scholars writing on the subject during the 30 years from 1975 to 2005 agree that Jesus' tomb was in fact found empty. Now, do you want to talk about this data at all, Camille?
Yeah, that's not true.
But where
I want to say, let's suppose that it's true. Yeah, well, he hasn't actually published this as far as I know, but putting that aside, they have just been telling us at some length how unreliable the methods that most scholars use who are analyzing this, or like the critical scholars, the people that they don't like, right? So apparently we shouldn't believe anything that they say. We should discount them. It's not really reliable. But now we're being told that the fact that most of scholars, including this big group that we shouldn't listen to, think that something is true is a reason for believing it. They do this in other cases as well later on. Again, it's eating your cake and having it too. It's, look, if we disagree with them, they're unreliable. They use all these critical methods that's, dubious and unreliable and making inferences. But when they agree with us, we'll say, there's consensus of scholarship. Most scholars agree with this here. If they can't be trusted, then why does it matter what they think about this?
Yeah, and also, like, this statement is factually false. Habermas has published this number in literature, but he doesn't say that 75% of scholars agree that Jesus' tomb is a fact. what he says, or the empty tomb is a fact. What he says specifically is that approximately 75% of scholars think, and I want to word it as close as to what he says, think that at least one of the arguments for the empty tomb has power or something like that.
Has power.
Yeah,
How does that
we
mean?
would have to Google it. But the important thing is that he does not say that 75% of the scholars who write on this think the tomb was in fact empty. Like this is what we would find with the time machine, right? And I think my hypothesis is that he phrases it like this. He phrases it so that it's not that explicit claim. He's not reporting the number of scholars who are convinced of the empty tomb to fudge the numbers, right? Because then he could say, well, if he could count in those 75%, even scholars who are, for example, agnostic about it, as long as they think that at least one of the arguments for the empty tomb is like an interesting argument to look at, some force or something like. Yeah, I think he says if 75% of scholars think that the empty tomb, that at least one of the arguments for the empty tomb has force or something like that. And that's as far as I know. That. Yeah, that's as far as he published.
And is this different data from the Mike Licona's master's student?
Yes, this is different data. Okay. The Mike Licona's thing was about historicity. It was about authorship and dating of the Gospel of Mark. And I want to highlight this because here we see Lydia McGrew and Timothy McGrew reporting something other than what Gary Habermas reported. So here we have an example when how information is distorted when it is retold. Like the meaning is different, and it's substantively different. It's very important that the difference, like the difference is not superficial. It's actually very, very important. This distortion of information took place even though we live in an environment where it's super easy and super convenient to get access to the text exactly as Gary Habermas wrote it. Gary Habermas is still alive, and I'm sure he would be able to answer any questions if they send him an email. Yet, this distortion still exists. And they even cite the specific page, but if you actually go to that page, it says something other than what they are claiming here. Now imagine how much worse these kinds of distortions were in a society where people were not literate. They couldn't easily get handle of the people who made the various claims that they are reporting. They did not have instant access to texts as they were originally written and stuff like that, right? Like if it's the case that these sorts of distortions take place in academic peer-reviewed publications in early 2000s or whenever this was written, then like multiply that by orders of magnitude and apply it to the ancient world and to like traditions about Jesus.
Well, Camille, it's clear the McGrews are right here because I don't hear Gary Habermas contradicting this.
Yeah.
Right, and he'd be in a position to contradict this if it were actually incorrect.
Okay, so this includes scholars who are skeptical of Christianity itself. Of course, if the phrasing is, as Camille says, then that isn't really that surprising. We shall argue that the testimony of the women to the empty tomb is evidence for a resurrection. And so we are obviously taking it that their testimony is evidence that the tomb was indeed empty. Now, I mean, I think there's a more expanded point on this, but why would women reporting something, why would skeptical testimony be evidence in favor of a resurrection, right? All that if we step outside the text as well, a text reports that women claim that there was a resurrection. That is the evidence. Now that's like consistent under multiple explanations as well. Like, why is that fair? Now the argument that they're going to make is that it's a sort of embarrassing detail or something, and maybe we want to save this until we come on to it.
Well, yeah, they have quite a few things to say against alternate. So they're attempting here just to establish the fact, and then we'll get to what are the explanations of the fact. So how plausible is it under different, theories?
So that some women claim to have seen Jesus risen is a slightly more controversial matter, but it's supported by the existing evidence. Mary Magdalene meeting with Jesus is not mentioned in Mark. Though some scholars have challenged these accounts as later additions, there are serious reasons to take them to be authentic reports of what the women said. First, the prima facie tensions in the narratives of the discovery of the tomb and the first appearances of Christ tell us strongly against collusion, copying, and embellishment. So, isn't it a working part of their model that there's some element of collusion between the authors in the sense that they're building a church together, talking about facts?
Well, on the original tradition, literally the two people who went to Jesus' tomb to check whether he's empty, whether it's empty, were Peter and the beloved disciple who is taken to be John, the son of Zebedee, who wrote the Gospel of John, right? So there's a collusion right there. Like, these are not independent accounts. Like, they went to the tomb, supposedly. They both saw it empty, and then I guess they immediately were separated by a cold case detective who interviewed them, and they didn't talk to each other before they wrote their Gospels, right? But also, I guess I'll just stop here and maybe give you guys.
Yes, I've made that point as well, that there is a massive confusion between textual independence and independence of the witnesses that allegedly underpin that text. So it could be the case that, I mean, obviously the synoptics are not textually independent, but suppose that John and the synoptics are textually independent. And what I mean by that is that they sat down to write their text separately from each other. They hadn't seen, well, obviously Mark hadn't seen John, but John hadn't seen the synoptics beforehand, just hypothetically, right? That would make them textually independent. But even if all four were textually independent somehow, that wouldn't make them independent of the underlying eyewitness testimony, which was based on a set of people who mostly experienced Jesus together, who talked to each other, as it says even in the Gospels that they talked to each other, and obviously would, and who allegedly came up with a creed that stated in propositional form some of the key beliefs that they had, and passed that on to Paul, and then that was disseminated in the early church. That is not what independent testimony looks like. So this idea that you can somehow, again, eat your cake and have it too, you want to say that the testimonies are independent, but you also want to say that they trace back to an early creed of the disciples and they experienced these things in groups. Those things don't fit together. They're not independent if that's the case. It's really one source.
So you're saying something like the group appearances are actually evidence against the resurrection? Because like it would be much more powerful if Jesus appeared to people, like individuals independent from each other.
Entirely independent, yes, absolutely. That would be far more convincing.
Like a Mesoamerican culture. That's like
exactly, well, especially if they're in different cultures, that would be very much more convincing.
Yeah, and also I want to say, like, this is something that I would this is something related to what I was talking about before, how you could put together a list of minimal facts against the resurrection. So something I would definitely include is the fact that in the Gospel of Mark and the Gospel of Matthew omit the confirmatory testimony of the male disciples, because if you take the canonical Gospels as recording what actually happened in history, the story is not embarrassing at all. It's true that it was first reported by women who were considered unreliable. Let's just grant that for the sake of argument. But then the discovery of the empty tomb was actually confirmed by male disciples who would be considered reliable witnesses, right? And in the Gospel of Luke and in the Gospel of John, it's narrated that one or two male disciples went and confirmed that the tomb is really empty. So on that view, it becomes completely inexplicable. Why is it the case that, for example, the Gospel of Matthew only narrates the tomb being discovered by women and omits the confirmatory eyewitness testimony of the male disciples? Like, if it's really the case that the Gospels were written to convince people, and if it's really the case that female testimony was considered reliable, then why shoot yourself in the foot by narrating an account which only includes the embarrassing female testimony and omits the confirmatory male testimony? And you are not going to be able to come up with an explanation for that, especially if you hold to the traditional authorship. You, for example, cannot say that the author of the Gospel of Matthew just didn't know about the underlying confirmatory male testimony. He was only familiar with the female testimony, because on the traditional authorship, the author of the Gospel of Matthew is Matthew, an apostle, Matthew the apostle, who was one of the people who the women told to, right? And he was around when James and John, the son of Zebedee, and Peter supposedly went to the tomb. Like, how do you explain that? How do you explain that omission in the Gospel of Matthew?
It's hopeless to speculate on why authors would include certain details, Camille. We know this, so we shouldn't even try. Just accept it.
Yeah, so it's kind of doom if you don't, doom if you do, right? Like if it helps you to speculate about their motivations when it's convenient for your case, then it's okay to do it. But if it actually works against your favor, then it's a risky business or speculation, and you shouldn't do it. Okay.
Well, this is something they say. This whole argument, I think, is crap on the other point as well. So when they say the tensions in the narrative, evidence against copying, for example, because anyone who was copying would have gone, I'm not going to introduce a tension because that will make people further down the line think that, like the stories don't cohere or whatever. But what if the later author who had access to some earlier text actually disagreed theologically with something, is copying, right? But then decides, actually, I want to emphasize a different theological point, and so moves around where, like the ordering of a story, or maybe changes something. I mean, I think that stuff happens. I don't think, and that introduces for us a tension in the story, and I don't think that precludes copying. That would just be the motive. So they would have copied, right? And it would have been the case that there's a tension. The fact that there's a tension doesn't rule out copying. So it's just...
Well, I want to know how it rules out embellishment. They say it rules out embellishment. The fact that they include different details rules out embellishment. But that's exactly what embellishment is. Different details. Right. That's particularly bizarre.
So yeah, this is bad reasoning.
And also, like, it's always important to keep in mind that you could actually defend the historicity of the apocryphal gospels that teach like heretical theology using exactly the same talking points, right?
Or you could defend straight up contradictions by you could just be like, yeah, well, they wouldn't have introduced it's got to be independent, so it's all true. Like, it's just ridiculous.
And also, people in the chat are bringing up other objections against the idea that female testimony would be unreliable in this context, right? And of course, like we could do an entire stream about just unpacking that talking point. And to be fair, we have already done that. If you go back and listen to Bad Apologetics about those two British guys who talked to Cameron for 3 hours, then we go into those like considerations in detail there. So this is just like one random thing that you can say to undermine this.
Right. So that they go on to say that these are the sorts of loose ends and incongruities that we would expect from independent eyewitness accounts. But this is what I mean by they need to really constrain and specify what the boundaries are on that, because it's also exactly the kind of loose ends and incongruities that I would expect from people who are trying to write a coherent theological story that's loosely based on a few historical details about Jesus and so forth, but that actually didn't happen, where the author isn't aware of the actual history of the events and just some details and is trying to make it work. That this is exactly what I'd expect on that as well.
I know. I don't see why you would expect this at all. If I imagine that you're interviewing witnesses to a crime or some other event, and they tell you, and they tell you accounts that are somewhat similar, but the people that are involved are different and only partially overlap, and they're coming at different times, and there's all these other details, as they acknowledge here, the McGrews acknowledge here, they give some examples that don't seem to obviously make sense and seem quite different. You would think that, well, look, maybe something happened here, but that these people are not terribly reliable, that they don't quite remember things properly, or they weren't really paying attention. Something's going on there, right? You wouldn't just think, wow, this is really obviously good testimony because, all
they
these things that don't fit
it
is actually evidence for it. That's just ridiculous.
He did the murder.
To put it another way. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
So there must be some literature on the types of patterns, the types of differences that you would expect from kind of two eyewitnesses, to an event, versus people either making up or embellishing, or so. I mean, I'm sure the
problem is that the eyewitnesses aren't independent. The whole point is that they talk to each other, and these were written decades later. Even if they're based on eyewitness testimony, the eyewitnesses aren't independent. So I don't know that you can even use those sorts of tools.
And the other,
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say the other thing is like the talking about circumstantial variety, so that the differences are they're basically saying on the main points they're in agreement, but on the kind of trivial points they're not, and that's kind of their thing. But I don't think that's always true, right? I mean, I think in some of the cases Mary actually sees Jesus, and other ones she doesn't see Jesus, directly. It seems to be like the entire story rather than just a minor detail. And of course, who was actually there and those sorts of things don't seem to be circumstantial in that.
The short ending of Mark has basically nothing in common with the other accounts, except for the fact that the tomb is empty. Like the women see it and then they're scared and they run away and they don't tell anyone. That has nothing in common with the others, which say that they told the disciples and the disciples came, or at least one of them did, and then that Jesus appeared to the disciples.
Or Jesus being a gardener, right?
Well, yeah, like there's.
Yeah,
how can you say that those are just circumstantial variety? Like those are massive differences in the account.
Yeah.
There's one thing that I also want to make. They say that we shouldn't engage in risky business of speculation about motives of authors, but it seems to me that this argument from Embarrassing is doing exactly that, because the argument is basically saying, look, an author of fiction would never invent a story that was only evidenced by women. But that's speculating about a motive of an author.
Is the author embarrassed? Yeah, is the author embarrassed that it's women's testimony? Or is the author thinking this is great because women's testimony isn't taken, so it's going to be even more convincing to people?
And I can flip that speculation right back on them by saying, and if the story actually took place, no author would omit the confirmatory male testimony that we find in the Gospel of Luke and in the Gospel of John, right?
Yeah, well, unless they had theological reasons for including an account of the empty tomb, but none had been widely circulating, and so they needed to come up with a reason as to why people hadn't heard about this before. Right. So, and I mean, it may not have been Mark who came up with that, right? That may have been how the story came about. Like, well, why haven't I heard about this before? Well, it must have been, and it's not like people deliberately make these things up. It's like it must have been. This is what modern evangelicals do when they write their
harmonization,
the harmonizations. It must have been, right? And then it turns into a new fact. So I think that's probably what happened in a lot of these. Well, it must have been that the women found it, but because no one would have taken them seriously, they didn't tell anyone, and maybe they're afraid as well. And so that then becomes a fact, and then that's written down in Mark. And then so that's why actually it's women who find it, because it sort of accounts for why no one's heard of it before. To me, that actually fits better with that than someone. Anyway, go ahead.
And this is actually very consistent with our background knowledge about how ancient historiographers put together their accounts, because it's often the case, and it's evidenced in some passages, in some examples, and it's really reasonable that this is going on in general in ancient historiography, that some historiographical accounts are actually just their plausible reconstructions of what must have happened. Right, so they don't actually, because if you read ancient historiography, it's not going to read as contemporary historiographical work, right? It's just going to basically tell a story about what happened in the past, and there isn't going to necessarily be very often this meta commentary about what are the sources, how reliable the sources are, what is our confidence that these events actually happen. Good ancient historians do include that commentary, but more often than not, it's just a natural flow of a story. And it's really reasonable to believe that in many instances, the story that's being told is a plausible narrative. The historiographical author is essentially working like an author of historical fiction would work today, right? They have a set of sources, they have set of background beliefs about what happened in the past, what's plausible to happen, and stuff like that. And given those constraints, they just write a speculative reconstruction of the events, but they don't actually nuance and say that this is what they are doing in the text, right? And this is just what the historiographical work consists of in the text. So I find it extremely reasonable, extremely plausible to, for example, imagine that the author of the Gospel of Luke believed that Jesus was raised from the dead, that he was raised bodily, which means he would have a physical body, and that there were groups of people that saw Jesus after he died. And based on those beliefs, he created a speculative version, what he perceived as a plausible way how the post-resurrection appearances would play out. And this is why we actually have the text as it is, not because there were actually people in history who experienced Jesus eating a piece of fish, right? Plus, I think he was doing a lot of theological work as well. It specifically says that Jesus ate a piece of fish to rule out, so that he rules out the disciples believing that he's a ghost or phantasma, I think it says in Greek, which is a counter apologetic against people who believed that Jesus didn't have a physical body when he was around on Earth, right? Because physical material stuff is like inherently sinful and impure. So Jesus must have had like a spiritual body that couldn't, and he didn't need to eat and poop and stuff like that. And I think this actually taking place, like the text being a product of this kind of historiographical practice, is massively more inherently probable than Jesus actually being raised from the dead, actually appearing to people, and actually eating fish.
Is it reasonable as a possibility either that Mark would include, so for instance, the women finding the tomb only because someone would make the argument that he wouldn't have put it in there unless it were true, and so this is a way of kind of making his stories sound more true. Almost like I think the preface in Luke is kind of like that, where you kind of insert something that makes it sound like it's legit. I think Lovecraft used to like to do that as well, and kind of throw in things in a fictional thing to make it look like it kind of make it sound more legit, like a real journalist or something like that.
It could be a double bluff, right? Like he realizes,
exactly.
Isn't there a precedent, Camille, for this? The fall of Masada thingy. I remember you raising this like 2 years ago, that there was some information about the fall of Masada where they made up like some women's testimony about a mythological detail in order to make it more plausible, and Josephus comments on it or something.
Yeah, I mean, the Josephus says that he interviewed the only survivors of the fall of Masada, which were 2 women and I think 7 children or something like that. And so he, like, this is his account. But like when we look at the archaeological record, we discover that what was actually taking place during the fall of Masada is not what he narrates. And further, we can actually establish that what he writes is based on like common tropes about what defenders of cities do in hopeless situations in ancient literature, right? But in that case, like you could say that he relied on eyewitness testimony and considered it reliable because there were no male witnesses available. Like every male was put to the sword by the Romans, right? So he had to rely on female eyewitness testimony in that case. But I think it's just like what if it's the case that there were females that he actually talked to who were like survivors of the siege of Masada, I think what he writes is his own literary creation. And it could even be the case that he actually invented talking to the survivors precisely because otherwise there would be this lingering question in the audience's mind. Okay, if everyone during the siege of Masada died subsequently, how is it that he knows what was the content of the speech that the leader of the rebels gave the night before the final Roman attack, right? Like, if everyone died, how do you know that? Well, I know it because there were 2 like females who survived it, and they were females because every male was slaughtered, so they would be the only ones who survive.
Now, another possibility then is if this argument has some weight, that essentially having women testimony, it would be embarrassing and wouldn't be in it unless it were somehow legitimate, then you could think of almost a textual or an oral tradition evolution, where those stories that included that detail would be the ones that would get passed down. And
like an evolutionary argument for female.
for why we end up with a text that has it, because that's the story that would have kind of been told again and again, and it had this extra little element of, oh, and it's got to be true because.
Yeah, that's a really interesting hypothesis. Like my hypothesis, like one possible hypothesis would be that this is a double bluff.
Right.
That the author realized that, oh, if I put this detail, it's going to make it look more historically reliable, precisely because it's counterintuitive for like a forger to do. But this is another alternative, that it's just like there is a process of natural selection, which selects for stories that look authentic, even though, or historical, even though they are not. That's interesting.
Right, let's drive on a little bit then. The less important fact concerning the women's reports is that they were not believed. Luke says some of the women's reports of the empty tomb to the disciples, and these words appeared to them as nonsense, and they would not believe them. Peter and John did consider it worth going to the tomb to see for themselves.
So here we're already pulling out specific details from the text that we're just supposed to take as gospel, I suppose. And as I said, I think that you can actually, even if you accept these, you can just take that and say, well, look, the reason, like this is why it says this is because people hadn't heard about this before. So the author of the Gospels needs to explain why no one's heard about it before, or at least why it's not more widely known, perhaps. So they're saying, well, look, it was women and no one believed them. So, or the disciples didn't initially believe them, so maybe they didn't talk about it, something like that.
Yeah, and you know what, how I mentioned that it becomes inexplicable if this is what happened in history, why the Gospel of Matthew doesn't mention the males confirming the story. Well, on my hypothesis, it actually becomes super easy to understand, right? Or to explain. So by the time the Gospel of Matthew is written, there isn't this, or at least the author has not encountered the objection that female testimony is unreliable. By the time the Gospel of Luke is written, this counter apologetic is already the case. So there needs to be a counter apologetic baked into the narrative to explain, to like explain away or to invent additional data points to overcome that counter apologetic against the story. And how does the author of the Gospel of Luke do that? Well, he acknowledges that female testimony is unreliable, so he subverts that counter apologetics, right? It's actually, if you read it, like in the text, the narrator and the characters agree with what you, a skeptic or a non-Christian, is objecting to, but then it invents this male confirmation, which neutralizes the objection, right? But of course, if decades or centuries later you have a canon of scripture where these two gospels are put together side by side, then it creates this inexplicability. Like, why is it the case that female testimony was considered unreliable, and there's the Gospel of Matthew who omits the male testimony? But maybe the author of the Gospel of Matthew was just running out of parchment.
One thing that the McGrews never do is ask the question, let's suppose the resurrection really did happen and these were all, and we were to, let me rephrase that. Let's suppose the resurrection happened and 4 people who were there, or at least people who base their accounts on 4 people who were there, wrote down an account of that, plus, Jesus' life. What would we expect those accounts to look like? How does that then compare to what we actually have? And in my opinion, it compares, I mean, it's obviously going to be speculative, but I think it compares rather poorly. And you just look at the resurrection accounts as an example of that they're so different. And the McGrews try to explain this away by just, well, they could choose to talk about whatever they want, right? They don't have to say everything. And just because they say it, just because they don't say it happened doesn't mean that they're saying it didn't happen. But like, that just seems to me a really lazy argument. The fact is that you would expect, I think, to have a stronger concordance of what they actually do say, and of the events that actually happen. That itself wouldn't prove that they're historical, because you'd still have issues of copying. But I don't think what you would expect to see is these sharp divergences between what you see in Mark and what you see in Matthew, say, and what you see in John, where they're so different. There's different theological overtones. There's different ordering of events. There's different things happening in different places. Is that really what you would expect to see? And I don't think it is. I think that if we saw that in other cases, such as the history of World War II, for example, or the history of 9/11, we would say something's gone wrong here. Like one of these or more of these witnesses are unreliable, or they're wrong, or they're mistaken, or something. But somehow here they're just fine with saying, "Oh, this is exactly what we expect to see." Top marks. I don't.
Actually, we have sort of something like that in antiquity, because there is the life of Apollonius of Tyana by Philostratos, and there is a hypothesis in like literary criticism that it was specifically written as a response to Christian Gospels, because there are like very many similarities, like the raising of the little girl and stuff like that. That hypothesis doesn't have to be true, right? It's not like certain that this is the case, and we don't have that evidence. But it seems plausible that given the similarities, this is like an attempt to subvert, or like to co-opt Christian, like the Christian story, by essentially retelling it with a pagan guy who is an incarnation of Proteus instead of Yahweh, right, or whatever. And actually, so if this hypothesis is true, it's really interesting to see how the biography of Apollonius of Tyana by Philostratus is different from the Gospels, because on that hypothesis, the author is essentially trying to improve on the story of the Gospel. He's fixing what he sees as issues with the Gospels, and because he was very educated, highly educated, very well trained scholar, unlike supposedly the author of the Gospels, he would supposedly be able to do it really well. And what I find really interesting, what the author does is, it was a really long time. There was a really long period of time between when he wrote and when Apollonius of Tyana wrote. So it would be difficult for him to explain where he got that detailed information about the life of Apollonius of Tyana from. So he invented there being a disciple of Apollonius of Tyana called Didymus. No, it's not called Didymus, but I think it starts with D, who followed Apollonius of Tyana around, and he wrote down a journal of what Apollonius of Tyana was doing and saying as he was doing and saying it. And the author of the biography claims, I think falsely, that this journal is the source that he uses for his own narrative, right? So on this hypothesis, the author realized that the Gospels have this issue, at least some of them, that they don't claim where they got their information from. And this is really implausible if they come from eyewitnesses or are sourced by eyewitnesses. And he improved it by actually inventing a super reliable way how to evidence what Apollonius of Tyana was doing and saying. There was a guy who was literally writing it down as it was taking place, which means that you get rid of issues with memories being distorted over time, eyewitnesses dying out and stuff like that. So I think if the Gospels were actually written by eyewitnesses, we would see similar types of claims being made. For example, the author of the Gospel of Matthew would say, look, I'm Matthew, the apostle, right?
Yeah, that's
I
one
was
example.
actually there.
Yeah, that's one thing that would be really obvious. I mean, it's surprising that we don't actually see that anyway. Maybe that because obviously we see that in a lot of later Gospels. I suppose there's different explanations that one can come up with there, but it's yeah, it's actually just kind of hard to think about what are the different categories of what you'd expect to see, like a forgery, an honest but kind of extrapolated account, which I think is maybe what the Gospels are more like, or something that's actually an eyewitness account, or the other possibilities as well. Like, what would you expect those to be, and how do you assess the plausibility of different features under those explanations? But unfortunately, we don't get that. We just get these series of assertions without really any explanation.
Yeah, how plausible it is that if it's the case that both the appearances in Galilee and the appearances around Jerusalem happened in history, how plausible it is that we would get one gospel mentioning only Galilee and the other gospel mentioning only Jerusalem. This is super easy to explain on my hypothesis, right? But how plausible it is, how probable it is.
Running out of scroll. The police were after him and he's running out of scroll.
Sure, but come on, there's no overlap, it's not the issue of how much they explain, how much they narrate. It's the issue of there not being any overlap. And
the scroll, Camille, it's running out. Yeah, come on.
Look, he could have included that detail, but yeah, think about the immediacy of you're writing, you see the end of the paper, you could write and Galilee, you could include an extra detail, but you can see the end of the page there. It's that you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, actually, Timothy McGrew, when he gave a talk, he used a really interesting analogy or scenario to neutralize this kind of objection, and it utilizes the fact that Lydia McGrew happens to be an orphan who was adopted to a foster family, and he says, look. You could give an account, you could give two completely different accounts about Lydia McGrew. Both are going to be factually accurate. It's just they are going to be different because in one of them you will be only talking about her original family and you will omit all the details about her being adopted. And the other account, you will only talk about her adopted family and you will omit the detail that she was adopted. And in that talk he says, when I present these people, when I present people with this hypothetical scenario, they can't believe that it's actually describing the same person, even though it is. And I'm thinking, yeah, my point exactly. Why is it the case that people are surprised that it's not describing the same person? Well, because that's not how people narrate stories, right? the surprise of people is like evidence for that being really, really implausible. Because if it's the case that there is someone who is an orphan raised in a by foster parents, and you want to retell the story of their life, you would obviously mention both them being an orphan and their adoptive family, right? You would mention both details. It's really, really implausible that you would have that separated, even though it's like logically possible. It's not like logically impossible. So again, I think similarly, analogically, it's really implausible that you would narrate that two different accounts basically would only have appearances in one place and only appearances in a different place if both sets of appearances actually took place. That's the same with the birth narrative of Jesus, right, where there is almost no overlap.
So then just moving on, we have here Habermas, referenced again, has documented that a large majority of scholars, including scholars who are not in general theologically conservative, grant that the disciples believed that Jesus had risen from the dead and came to believe this soon after his execution, right? And again, leaving aside whatever Habermas actually, how he phrased his questions or what he has to say, the problem here is, like, yeah, they believed it. Now, why is that evidence in favor of a resurrection, right? People believe in Mormonism. People believe Allah split the moon. People like the data point we have.
That's going to come up in the next section. Yeah. Here, they're just trying to establish the data point. I still want to know why we care about the not theologically conservative, dirty textual criticism using scholars who apparently we should ignore. But now we're supposed to care what they say. But I mean, I believe that the disciples thought that Jesus appeared to them. The question is,
did they have a true belief?
Well, yeah, but also what is the content of that, right? Because it's not just the McGrews want a lot more than just, they believed it. And, they believed that Jesus appeared to them individually and in groups. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I think a lot of scholars would be, but that's not enough for the McGrews. They need to have a lot of details, as we'll see. Pretty much, if it's in the Gospels, it's got to be historical for them because they appeal to so many specifics, like doubting Thomas, like eating the fish, like the holes in the side, road to Emmaus, like it's all there. And so that question is actually, I want to know how many scholars think that all of those things, all of those incidents are historical, whether or not they're veridical.
And also, I just want to say that, like, even conservative evangelical scholars actually have no problem at least entertaining the possibility that some of the specifically post-resurrection material in the Gospels is invented. Like Lacona, for example, Mike Lacona says that it's possible that the story of the doubting Thomas was invented for theological reasons, right? Keener believes that it could be the case that the author of the Gospel of John invented Jesus breathing the Holy Spirit into the disciples. William Lane Craig says that it's possible that John altered the day of the crucifixion. Craig Evans has no problem saying that a lot of the sayings of Jesus in the Gospels, like I am, the I am passages are invented, right? So, yeah, this is really. I don't want to be rude, but yeah, like, come on, they have to know that this is like a sleight of hand.
So 11 disciples, the original 12 minus Judas, said they had seen Jesus after his resurrection. To begin with, it appears that these 11 disciples' experiences, characterized by them as seeing and speaking with Jesus risen, occurred in an atmosphere not of expectation or emotional excitement, but rather of fear and depression. And now, what do we know about like post-bereavement hallucinations and experiences of people surviving and stuff?
Yeah, we can talk a bit more about that when they get to it. But as I've said here, I mean, the accounts say that the women told them that Jesus had risen. So apparently the disciples didn't expect to see a risen Jesus even after the women told them that Jesus had risen. Now, I think one of the Gospels, I think it might be John, does say that that they were disbelieved, right? But then I think it's Peter runs to the tomb and sees that it's empty, and then Jesus appears to him. So either you've got a case where the women tell the disciples, hey, Jesus has risen, and then the disciples are now in a state of expectation, and I presume excitement as well. Would you not be excited after that? Or we have Peter who tells the rest of the disciples, hey, Jesus just appeared to me, and then, they are in a state of excitement. So I just think that this is not even consistent with the accounts. Assuming all the details of the accounts are accurate, which I don't, But even if you just take it on face value, that isn't what the accounts say. There's no instance in where Jesus appears to all of the 11 prior to having appeared to at least one of the women or a single disciple beforehand, and that person having told the rest of them. There's always an individual appearance which is then reported to the group first, which is exactly consistent with my account, which says that there was a contamination effect, that an individual hallucination or some other experience which was reported to the group led to an expectation that prompted collective experiences.
Yeah.
So they're not even reading their own account correctly from my point of view.
But I think on what they have said there, right? If you imagine people who are sort of grieving Jesus's death, and then someone comes and tells them, even if they're initially skeptical of the claim, it's not like that person telling them they've seen Jesus is just going to go nowhere and not do anything to kind of like order their perceptual experiences and the way that they're processing their grief. I think of that there's a Netflix documentary released recently on like supernatural claims and things, and there are a lot of people in that who like they had children who had died and they were grieving in those states, and then whenever a medium or something would tell them, you know, like I've contacted and I'm talking to your child, initially at that initial contact, you know, someone would kind of be like, yeah, I'm a skeptical guy, I've always thought of myself, you know, I'm an atheist, a free thinker, whatever, so I'm really skeptical of things like this. But then when they're told that, they sort of they dwell on it for like a week or so afterwards, and all of a sudden it becomes more plausible because of the hope that it kind of gives them that their child like is somewhere that can be contacted and it isn't like gone.
And then they use their initial skepticism as almost like evidence that they must be correct. Because I was such a skeptic, I would not have concluded that this is the case unless it was unless it was. And I mean, like, using the content of the Gospels to infer about the mental states of people around Jesus shortly after his crucifixion is like such a yellow brick road apologetics. It's yellow brick road apologetics in the like purest form, right? Like, I'm not even confident at all about who were the people who were around Jesus like shortly after, you know, around his death. I wouldn't be able to put together a list. I have absolutely no idea in which like mental state they would be in. I think it's absolutely super easy to come up with an account describing what mental states those people would be in and how that changed over time. That explains the evidence and has nothing to do with what like accounts say 50 years later or maybe even later, right? Come on, like what are we even talking about? This is now just silly. This is just like appealing to internal details in the Iliad to talk about what happened during the Trojan War, right?
Yeah, so that point about the saying that they were skeptical, that's called avowal of prior skepticism. We've talked about this in the BA before. I cite in my book how this is a known discursive strategy that people use to try to highlight the fact that their account should be taken seriously. Right? Yeah, in paranormal and religious experiences, it's very common. It's interesting to me, having actually looked at some of this literature, that so many of the things that are appealed to as sort of features are actually known in the sort of broader literature of these sorts of claims as strategies or tendencies. So one is avowal of prior skepticism. Another one is irrational belief persistence and concocting ever more elaborate explanations for why the belief should be held. Memory contagion would be another one that sort of seems relevant here. And trying to develop a just so account as well. This is how it must have been kind of thing. So I think that this article is similar to many others in that they just pretty much ignore most, if not all, of this sort of stuff. And therefore, you'd have no information. There's no insight into what base rates might be. Like, how often do these reports kind of happen in the absence of any resurrection or similar phenomenon, or in the presence of them? So you can make a comparison. That they don't even. It's like it never even occurs to them to make that sort of analysis.
Well, I think earlier on in the text, we saw that they were just going to take all these statements as essentially given.
Yeah.
I mean, they're to them the text being accurate is basically just that everything in the text we can just take as true, and so that's why why would they consider these other things, because they're just going to take every single statement in the Gospels as true.
Which is especially bizarre. I think that Camille's mentioned that before. It's just sort of, well, if we're going to adopt such a credulous attitude towards the text, why not just look at the part where it says Jesus is the Christ and be done with it, right? Like, what is the actual point? And think about it in terms of how persuasive this is to a skeptic. Like that, saying that all of these details in the Gospels show that it can't have been fabricated or can't have been a hallucination or whatever, is just as persuasive to the skeptic as saying, hey, look, in my Bible it says, that Jesus is the Lord, right? That is, it's just unbelievable that the sort of, I mean, I suppose you could say maybe it's unbelievable, or maybe it's kind of deliberate. It's actually a feature, because maybe it's not actually this is not actually for us, right? Maybe this is for people who are kind of want to believe or are trying to find reasons to believe. That's what I tend to think. I know that that's true for a lot of what Craig does. I'm pretty confident that it is based on what he said. I don't know about the McGrews, but I think it's a good explanation of why we see reasoning like this, which is so obviously not going to be persuasive to people who don't already accept the Gospels.
And I mean, to be fair, I think this has historically been the case, how like non-Christians argued against this. It's very often the case that they kind of assume implicitly that these kind of details were true historically, and they like work within the story, within the parameters of the story, and they try to like poke holes in the narrative, or they try to come up with an alternative explanations, but still take as granted like these kinds of narrative details. Maybe it's not so much the case now. Like maybe non-Christians are much more approaching the objections to it, but from the point of saying, look, how do we even know? Like, why should we even think that the parameters of the story were the case historically, right? Like, why should we fit our explanation into this like box that the rest of the narrative consists of, right? So it's important to say that this is not necessarily what you have to do. You can, it's perfectly fine to put together an alternative explanations, so that the feature of the explanation actually is that these other parameters of the narrative is not what actually happened in history.
Okay, so we have then Peter's embarrassing but believable denial of Jesus' trial. Again, who's it embarrassing for? Is it embarrassing for the author to include this detail? But the attitude of some of the disciples, notably Thomas, was not only one of fear, but also of open skepticism. John's account gives the fullest story of Thomas's doubt, including the justly famous demand, unless I shall see in his hands the imprint of the nails, and put my finger into the place of the nails, and put my hands into his side, I will not believe. And then...
Well, I mean, it says it there, so it must have happened,
Yeah.
I have to say, good for him.
Good for Thomas, yes. Yeah, but it's interesting. I mean, the story doesn't portray it that way. The story says, blessed are you, who've seen and believed, but more blessed are those who have not seen but have believed. So don't be skeptical is the lesson of that story.
Yeah.
Well, you can be skeptical, but it's even better if you're not, right?
Yeah, right.
Because
as long as you believe in the end. If you believe in the end after being skeptical, that's okay. But it's better to just believe.
Right.
You're blessed either way. It's just if you...
You're blessed if you believe, right?
Yeah, exactly. You're blessed if you believe, but you are even more blessed. Like the level of the blessing goes up if you don't have good reasons, apparently.
Clearly, Jesus wasn't a Bayesian.
Yeah, I mean that again. Imagine if Jesus said, "Blessed are those who proportion their belief according to the evidence." Like, how different might things have been if he'd said something like that?
Right.
But I mean, this is actually a feature, like a literary feature in the Gospels elsewhere. Like that is the famous passage in the Gospel of Mark where, Jesus quotes quotes Isaiah, where it says, but he basically says that he speaks in parables so that people don't get it and are not saved. And like, to us, it might seem really paradoxical, like why he would say that. Like, if you are the Messiah and you're trying to save people, isn't it in their best interest for you to talk plainly so they can like rationally accept it and become saved? But actually, what I think is there going on there is that, like, the authors realized that they disliked, for some reason, people who believed for purely rational reasons, right? So if you were convinced of Christianity because there were good reasons for it, that was like perceived as that was perceived as problematic, because then you would basically be just an opportunist, right? Like, you would become convinced that, oh, actually the end of the age is coming, I need to repent because otherwise I will be destroyed, right? So that would be basically just becoming a Christian for like pragmatic reasons, for selfish reasons, essentially. What they are much more interested is in making it obscure, because then the people who get it, even though it's obscure, them getting it is like an indication that they are actually worthy of salvation, right? It's the idea of correlating the ability to decipher these parables and to actually understand the message with being a virtuous person. It's like it's the idea that there is like a divine, almost divine insight, or like a power of discernment, right? Like, if you are actually a good person, you are going to be able to discern these parables, and you are going to be able to become like intellectually convinced that this is the case, and you will get it. Like, this is why it's obscured, right? So that only people who are like morally virtuous are going to get it, are going to get it. Like, if Jesus explained it very clearly and plainly, then everyone would be convinced of it, everyone would repent, everyone would have their sins forgiven, even people who are doing it for completely selfish reasons, right? Just to escape annihilation. I think why that is there.
And when everyone is saved and is forgiven of their sins, nobody is.
So yeah, the comment I left here is just like, what I mean, I understand this doesn't fit with their paradigm at all, but I mean, in any other thing I was reading where I was aware of the details that happened later on, I'd just be like, this is clearly foreshadowing, right? You know, like, I'd be like, oh, this film is so corny. But all accounts agree.
Jesus is such a Mary Sue.
All accounts agree in portraying the initial attitude of the disciples as anything but expectant of visions or receptive to the idea that Jesus was alive. So they were really, you know, skeptical, rational.
To my reading, the only account that shows any, well, apart from doubting Thomas, but that's not the disciples, the only one that shows an indication of that is, I think it's John, where it says that the disciples didn't believe the women. But that is over very quickly when Peter runs to the tomb. That's the only.
In the Gospel of Matthew, when Jesus appears in Galilee on the top of the mountain, it says they doubted, or some of them doubted. That's actually ambiguous in Greek, which is really interesting because there it's just mentioned and it's dropped. Like, it doesn't. The account doesn't like elaborate on it. It doesn't utilize that proposition. That's actually really, really interesting. Like, this makes me feel that might not be motivated by the foul of Christ, false skepticism, because if that was the case, you would expect the author to mention it and then do something with it, but he doesn't. It's just one sentence. It's, the apostles or the disciples worshipped Jesus and they doubted, or some doubted. Right, and that's it. And then there is the Great Commission, and the gospel ends. So it's actually it would be really interesting to know what was going on there. Right, like, was it a foul of Christ, cry of foul skepticism? Was it something that the audience was familiar with, so the author didn't feel the need to elaborate on that? Is it maybe like, does it maybe preserve some historical truth about there being people who doubted that Jesus appeared to them, or that he appeared to someone else, right? But this is nothing like the account in the Gospel of John, where it's clearly supposed to address the issue of skepticism, right? No, here it's just like randomly mentioned.
Isn't it claimed also that James was a skeptic?
Yeah, but that's a whole. That's a whole other issue.
Anyway, so I guess, yeah, okay, so that's a good point. I'd forgotten about that. It is a bit weird. It just says they worshipped him, but some doubted. That is really strange the way that's worded. But yeah, I guess it's an issue of wording.
Well, I mean, what I find more significant is that it's not followed by, like, there's no follow up, right? It's just mentioned in one sentence. Maybe so what's going on there?
I mean, anything I'm going to offer is going to be like purely speculative impression here, right? But I do think it makes sense that I think it makes sense under that kind of natural theory where it's like, well, people do have skeptical doubts, right? So it's worth kind of like paying a lip service to the fact that people have them, but then continue to believe, just so.
Maybe Matthew was running out of parchment.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so then we have the next data point, which is when we consider the fact that at least 13 men were willing to die for the claim that Jesus of Nazareth had risen again. Now, how do we know that they were dying for that claim and not
I'm
some
so
other,
sick
not
of this
just for
claim.
being
How do you know
Christians?
that? How can you establish someone who's willing to die for something? That is that is literally
But specifically
unfalsifiable, right?
for that
Like,
claim,
they're
right? It's
willing
like,
to.
because if you think about, say, Christian or think about the persecution of Muslims by China, right? You know, Uyghur, I can't pronounce the word, whatever, Muslims in China.
Uyghurs.
It's not, it's not specifically that the Chinese government are like, oh, what's like your theology? What are the propositions, you know, like in your theology? It's just that they belong to that group approximately, and I'm sure there's a diversity of opinion within that group, and I think that there's something kind of similar happening with, I mean, firstly, Jewish because there's two strands of persecution, I suppose we're talking about, Jewish persecution and Roman persecution. The Jewish kind of persecution is just going to be anyone who deviates from the prevailing, you know, theology that the relevant power groups have. And then the Roman kind of persecution is kind of going to be similar, but it's just a different set of beliefs. And it doesn't mean that it's specifically because of the truth of this claim that Jesus had risen again, that might be one of the claims that they believe. It could just be for being associated with this group, preaching. I mean, someone could be completely disingenuous, right? And just enjoy the power and whatever that being in this group afforded them, and then just be caught up in the situation and persecuted. They could have said, oh no, I recant of everything. And they're like, well, I don't care. I'm going to kill you anyway. Because you like it.
Well, the Romans couldn't care less whether the Christians believed that Jesus had raised from the dead. What they cared about was that they wouldn't sacrifice to the emperors. And that they were spreading a religion that was therefore politically destabilizing. So if they recanted that, I mean, the Romans couldn't have cared less about that. It was irrelevant to them. Now, the Jewish authorities are a bit different, but even then, I'm not sure that they would have cared much either. I mean, they were preaching about a false Messiah who, again, was disruptive and that they believed had been put down. If they said, well, actually, no, you know, we're going to go back away from the literal resurrection part, but we still think he was the Messiah, and that we're still teaching, you know, that you should follow him. Would they have then been like, oh, you know, go ahead, you know, that's fine. Like the question, did anyone actually persecute them specifically because of the particular theological belief of the bodily resurrection? I'm not convinced that was the case. What's the evidence for that?
Well, I mean, what's very important to realize is that I think the McGrews would want this claim or this line of reasoning to support essentially every single detail in the Gospels, right? So, like, why is it the case that we think there were people who experienced Jesus living with them for 40 days after he was raised? Well, one of the reasons why we think that is because at least some of them were willing to die for the belief that Jesus was raised. But these are two completely different claims, right? Yeah, like even if it's the case that the Romans, for example, were interested in what Christians believe about Jesus' divinity or his resurrection, they surely wouldn't be interested in those kinds of details found in some early Christian writing, right? And of course, and also, if it wasn't actually the case historically that there were any people who experienced Jesus living with them for 40 days after his resurrection, then of course nobody would care about that. Not the Romans, not the Jews, right? Do you get what I'm saying? Like a Roman procurator would not ask Peter, for example, hey, is it true that you lived with Jesus for 40 days after he was raised from the dead? If that claim was first only made in the book of Acts, which was written in 80s or 90s, you know?
Yeah, right. So they can't be dying for that.
Yeah, they can't be dying for that if that's not what actually happened. And after the book of Acts was written, nobody would, like, it wouldn't be the case that like a Roman procurator would take the book, like a manuscript of the book of Acts, and just go line by line and ask an apostle, like, is it true that Jesus said that? Is it true that Jesus did that? No, he would just tell them, look, here's the image of the emperor. Here's a pinch of salt. I want you to burn it. We're going to pray together, and you can go. Do you want to do it? No. Again, do you want to do it? If you say no, I'm going to have you beheaded. No. Well, there you go. Next.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that we have so little evidence about what happened to most of the disciples, like quality historical evidence. There's probably only Paul, Peter, and there's one other one that they usually cite. I've forgotten who the other one is.
Yeah, either one or two
Disciples.
Jameses.
Yeah, one of the Jameses made. But anyway, the point is that to say that we know that 13 of them were willing to die for a specific claim, first of all, we don't even know much of anything about what happened to most of them. Second of all, we don't know that they were willing to die, because how do you establish that? Even if someone actually dies, you can't establish that they were willing to die, because it might have happened despite the fact that they tried to avoid it. Like, I don't know how you establish that, but let alone establish that they were willing to die specifically for that proposition, as opposed to a whole bunch of other things that they may have been willing to die for, just as like the general belief that Jesus was the Messiah, for example. So this is just, apologists just push this so hard when there's actually so little evidence for it.
And specifically when it comes to Jewish persecution, if you were early Christian being persecuted by the Jewish authorities, there would be no point in recanting, because that wouldn't save you, right?
Yes, exactly.
The Jews were persecuting Christians on the basis of the Mosaic Law, and the Mosaic Law, the prescription for blasphemy is death, and it doesn't matter if you're sorry, right? Like in the Mosaic Law, there is no room for recanting, while under the Roman persecution.
Yeah, that was the other side to what I was thinking. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So if it's the Jews, they don't care if you recant. Like you still need to be killed. If it's the Romans, they also don't care if you recant. All you have to do is sacrifice to the emperor. They don't give it. They don't care what else you say. So recanting won't save you in either case. That is the point that's somehow missed here.
This is actually really interesting, and I'm wondering how many people actually know that, either Christians or non-Christians. Is that the point of the Roman persecution was not like the persecution wasn't about resurrection. Like Romans didn't care, and we actually have, even in the Christian accounts of martyrdom stories, it's like there is this trope that shows over and over again that the Romans actually don't care and don't know about what Christians believe, because like one of the functions that the martyrdom stories play or perform is that they are like vehicles for explaining some Christians' beliefs to the audience of the martyrdom stories, right? So that is the courtroom scene where you have a Roman official and you have a martyr. And if you write it so that the Roman official is completely clueless about what Christians believe, then you are creating an opportunity for the Christian character to explain the beliefs, right? So martyrdom stories, apart from other functions that they perform, were also vehicles to teach the audience about Christian theology, right? So that because during the trials, the Christians essentially confess what they believe, they declare what they believe, and you as an audience member of this piece of literature is like consuming that. But again, like if you take that at a face value, Romans didn't care about what Christians believe, and we also have like extra non-Christian sources that corroborate that. Like we have the account of Pliny the Younger, who like didn't know and didn't care. So Christians were not persecuted by the Romans because of what they believed. They were persecuted because they didn't want to pay their due homage and respect to the emperor, which just happened to be, and this is something that's completely independent from what Christians believe, it just happened to be worshipping the emperor as a deity, right? And actually in Christian apologetics, early Christian apologetics and early Christian rhetoric, Christians keep over and over telling the pagans, look, let's work out an agreement. We are going to pray not to the emperor, but for the emperor, okay? So we are going to be loyal. We are going to obey the laws. We are even going to pay respect to the emperor, but we are going to pray to Yahweh, to the only God that exists, so that the emperor is well and the Roman Empire like functions and whatever. And apparently, as far as we can tell, this wasn't enough. Like the Roman officials, when there was persecution, specifically required the emperor to be worshipped as a deity, which was unacceptable to Christians. So really, it wasn't about the belief in the resurrection or anything. It was about Christians happened to be monotheists. Now, Jews were also monotheists, but Jews managed to work out a contract. There was an actual legal contract between the Jewish nation and the Roman state, which allowed them to keep their Mosaic law, which also meant that they were not obligated to worship the emperor as a deity.
They got a special opt-out deal.
Yeah, they got special opt-out deal. Yeah,
Because
but
Judaism was
this opt-out-
old, and the Romans respected things that were old. So like, well,
Yeah,
and plus
yeah.
they kept rebelling and stuff. But the Christians are like this newfangled thing. What is this crap? Worship the emperor. Get your act together. Come on, what's wrong with you?
Yes.
Okay, so then we have, just mentioning the details, like they actually happened. See my hands, my feet, that it is I myself. Touch me and see, for a spirit does not have flesh and bones, as you see that I have. I mean, that wouldn't be what someone who was just who was fictionally writing this and trying to convince an audience that it happened would say in response to exactly what Thomas asked in John 20:25. And even when they still don't believe, he asks what food is available and eats a piece of fish. I mean, that's incredible.
And also, there is an interesting point about this. So, Apologist uses this line of, like, this detail in the gospel to essentially establish that the disciples would not believe in Jesus' resurrection unless Jesus really appeared to them physically, unless they had like visual, auditory, and tactile experiences of his body, because they were aware of things like ghosts, which don't have physical bodies. So
Daemons.
Sorry?
Would they have believed in like daemons and things, like Hellenistic?
Yeah, well, the point is that on the background knowledge, like on their background knowledge, ghosts don't have physical bodies. So they had to experience something that would rule out that explanation for them. That's the apologetic line of reasoning, right? Because if it was the case that they didn't experience Jesus having a physical body, they would just conclude, oh, that was a ghost, right? That wasn't actually bodily resurrection. But if you look at the relevant background knowledge, you find no shortage of ancient accounts where ghosts, phantasma, spirits, these kinds of entities actually do appear to have physical bodies. For example, they fight people, they have sex, they eat, right? There was an apparition of Helen in some of the retellings of the Trojan War, which was abducted by Paris while the actual Helen was in Egypt the whole time. And the apparition tricked everyone into believing that Helen is in Troy for 10 years, right? While she ate, supposedly had sex with Paris and then the second husband, right? So this apologetic actually doesn't work. Jesus having a physical body would not convince people in the 1st century that he is not a ghost, because in 1st century we have ghost stories about ghosts having physical bodies. What I think, so again, this passage becomes inexplicable on that view. What I think is actually going on is that the author of the Gospel of Luke is not trying to provide a counter-apologetic against the counter-apologetic that Jesus was just a ghost. It's more specific. He's trying to provide a counter-apologetic against the claim that Jesus didn't have a physical body on earth and after the resurrection, because material stuff that our bodies are made of is inherently impure and sinful, which is what some Christians came to believe, right? It must be the case that Jesus's body, when he was on earth, was made of different, like qualitatively different.
Docetic, that's docetic?
Or proto-docetic or something like that, right? So some variant of that. Jesus's body must have been made of some kind of pure, refined essence. And he definitely didn't have any base, vile, corporeal needs like eating, shitting, stuff like that, right? Because that's unbecoming of a deity. And the author of the Gospel of Luke thinks no. And he doesn't think that because he has any actual evidence that this is what Jesus's resurrected body was. He believes that for theology, because he has theological commitments, right? For him, it's actually important for Jesus to have a physical body for theological reasons, right? Because then that means people are going to be given resurrection bodies after the general resurrection. It jives with the Second Temple views of the resurrection, Second Temple Jewish views on the resurrection and stuff like that.
Okay, so what do we have then?
I'm just shocked that you could even imagine that a gospel author would include details on the basis of theological commitments that they wanted to push, other than the fact that they had extremely high quality documentary and eyewitness testimony evidence to those details. Camille,
well, if you're shocked,
impugning the author here.
I can give you conservative evangelical scholars who say things to that effect. Like, I was also completely shocked when Mike Lacona pretty much said that, yeah, the general resurrection in the Gospel of Matthew probably didn't happen in history and it's just invented because that was a literary trope, right? I was completely blown away by that, but there you go.
Well, I mean,
Wasn't the
in
ceremony
the-
the seminary he worked for also quite shocked when he said that? Or like,
Yeah. Well, Norm Geisler, you know.
So, in that same vein, we have a sort of common cause thing in terms of, well, what could possibly be causing this, and could that cause things in other places? That the disciples were attesting to a physical resurrection is further supported by Peter's allusion in his Pentecost sermon to the decay of David's body in contrast with Christ's body, which did not decay. Brethren, I may confidently say to you regarding the patriarch David, that he both died and was buried, and his tomb is with us to this day. And so, because he was a prophet, he looked ahead and spoke of the resurrection of the Christ, that he was neither abandoned to Hades, nor did his flesh suffer and decay. This Jesus God raised up again, to which we are all witnesses. And again, this couldn't possibly be evidence in favor of them, like reading back into the Old Testament to try and make sense of what's going on. This is actually just further confirmatory evidence that it actually did happen and is different to, David's. I wonder if they did actually exhume David to check his body was there or whatever, but either way, not so important. So, the personality attributed to a post-resurrection. Oh yeah, this was good.
This is just, how can a thoughtful person think that this is
so that the character of
to say?
Jesus after the resurrection is portrayed as being very much the sort of person he always was, so he doesn't become completely different.
Inspiring, kindly, and helpful. Isn't that
same,
shocking?
In the
same book by the same author, he's portrayed consistently. How could that have happened unless it was?
Yeah. And then what was it? Oh yeah, when it says when it's talking about his character here, it says he responds with an almost word for word allusion to Thomas's own demand. Reach here your finger and see my hands, and reach here your hand and put it into my side, and be not unbelieving but believing. There is perhaps a touch of amusement in his tone, but the invitation is serious too. Now, I mean, I don't know where the hell that is in the text, but I mean, again, it just seems exactly like narrative devices. Like, this is like when I was doing high school English and we talk about like foreshadowing, or like the weather changes because something.
No, you're not allowed to use
that
that sort of. No, those techniques are unreliable. It's liberal. No, we don't do that.
Yeah, this feels like a case of, if you don't have anything to say, just say anything, right? Like this is the strength of the arguments that are supposed to convince me that this is something that happened in history, while the arguments that work against it are arguments like, why is it the case that the author of the Gospel of Matthew doesn't say that he's a Matthew, given he's the Matthew the Apostle, right? Given that consistently we see authors of these kinds of accounts saying that if it's the case.
Yeah, remember that everything we've been talking about for the last couple of pages, since we started talking about the appearances, are reasons to think that the appearances, or I should say, reasons to think that the stories of the appearances date back to eyewitness testimony. That is, that they're genuine accounts of the disciples having related these experiences, not them having been developed later, and the specific details having also been originally accounted by the disciples. So when that's your goal, and the best thing you can come up with to say is, well, it's consistent with how Jesus is treated in the earlier part of the gospel that also narrates the appearances. Like, yeah, it's the just say anything response. Like, well, I talk about this in page 610, and no one's going to check it, right? When you actually see the response is just a nothing. It's just random sentences that don't have anything to do with anything, it seems. There's a touch of amusement in the tone. Like, what? That's just you reading into it. And what does that have to do with anything? Yeah. So what?
Well, this is what I say though about when they're like, well, it's just the facts, it's just what's there. But this is clearly like, I mean, I'm obviously psychologizing the McGrews here, but this is clearly like what they think about Jesus from their personal Christian walks, right? Where they're like, you know, that Jesus, my Lord, with his touching, his loving touch and his hint of amusement in his tone after the resurrection, he turns around and goes, "Ha ha! They do not believe yet. I will eat a piece of fish. Touch my holes." Like,
I think what they're really saying is that it feels convincing to them. It feels genuine,
right?
and therefore it is.
Yeah.
So you're saying that Jesus is like Christopher Reeve's Superman? That's the kind of personality that they are probably imagining. Or like if you imagine these like Catholic depictions of Jesus where it's super oversaturated, right? Like he has aggressively pink skin, and the colors on his robes are like screaming at you how bright they are. So this is the image of Jesus that they are imagining.
Okay.
The last sentence of that paragraph there, which I wanted to highlight.
Which one? This one?
Yeah. So not only do these accounts indicate the disciples claimed extensive and direct personal interaction with the risen Jesus, they also manifest a level of realism and vividness of personality that is not consistent with them merely being inspired with a rush of enthusiasm or feeling that they had received vague spiritual communications from their master. So, like, what? Like, why is it that if the experience was based on some sort of spiritual rush of enthusiasm that led to a group experience of a risen Jesus, blah, 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 that would somehow preclude them claiming to have extensive and direct personal communication with the risen Jesus? Like, how are they making that inference? They're saying that those two things are inconsistent, but they don't explain why they're inconsistent. There's no evidence that they're using them. They're just saying, no, it can't be that way because it's too personal and it's too extensive. And that can't fit with it being caused by non-vertical sources because why? But what's the argument here? It's just assertion.
This is just like this. I think in their mind this makes sense on the assumption that that the content of the gospel is just written down what the disciples sincerely believe they experienced, right? But of course, on our hypothesis, what the content of the post-resurrection narratives in the Gospels are has almost nothing or very little to do what actually like followers of Jesus experienced shortly after he was crucified, right? Like those are two completely different stories. And the reason why the text is that way has almost nothing to do with what was actually going on, right? So you can, if you're writing in the 80s, you can write however vividly you want and realistically, even though I don't know what's realistic about the depiction of Jesus, the post-resurrection appearances of Jesus, that's almost like an oxymoron, right? So you can write that because you're just
where he passes through doors and people don't recognize him until they do, and then he just disappears. But whatever. So what page are we up to now?
Yeah, sorry. I was just in a relevant conversation about why would you wear a mask when you're vaccinated? Like, the thing is, right, having these kind of conversations about religion always brings out people with like crap epistemology about other beliefs as well. Like, why would you wear a... I don't want to detract the stream, but it frustrates me. It's like, oh, you're skeptical about the vaccine and you also have a bad epistemology when it comes to assessing resurrection evidence. I could never have guessed.
Well, this is the dangers of propagating bad epistemologies, right? Is that it leaks over into other areas. And I think that I've been talking about this for years, and I think that the coronavirus has given us a really good example of that. How crappy ways of thinking about things can lead you down to really harmful results. But anyway, back to the McGrews.
So the disciples appoint Matthias and Joseph called Justus to be the finalists, blah, blah, blah. Beginning on the day of Pentecost, the now 12 apostles engaged in behavior that virtually invited martyrdom, persisting in asserting that Jesus was risen. I think that this is interesting how they say it invited martyrdom, because I mean, we have to flesh out what the situation is like. I mean, let's say, for example, that the Jews have just convinced the Romans to crucify Jesus because he disagreed with their particular theology. Now, does that mean that the Romans are in a position where they're like, yeah, we're just going to crucify anyone you bring to us? Is
there any evidence in the text that they tried to do that when they arrested Jesus? There's no evidence at all that they tried to. I mean, sure, they fled, right? But there's no evidence that they were trying to track them down. That's not in the text at all. We only see that in Acts. It's later on where the disciples begin to be persecuted.
Well, they are. I mean, they're talking about on the day of Pentecost now. So I think. I mean, they do mean in Acts, but the question just is. I mean, what is the actual? They've not painted a picture of what the milieu is like. You know, like why?
Because we don't know. Like,
yeah,
that's Acts is the only source for this period, and it says very little. It's often unclear about the timeline and exactly what is being persecuted by whom for what reason. So they are just speculating. The McGrews are just speculating here that they're inviting martyrdom. I mean, they don't know that.
Yeah, and I mean, if you if you appeal to the content of Acts to flesh out exactly what was happening in history after Jesus' crucifixion, then yeah, you might as well read the part where it says that Jesus was raised and be done with it, right? Like, I have no idea what was actually going on after Jesus was crucified. Like, I don't know who was there, what was the configuration of the actors. I don't know when the belief in the resurrection was actually first proclaimed, by whom, under what circumstances, who was present, what the responses were. It could have been years after the event, right? After the crucifixion. We have no idea. That's completely consistent with what we have in the Book of Acts, because I think the Book of Acts was written by an author writing historical fiction, essentially.
Okay, so yeah, apparently they're inviting martyrdom. The commotion they created on the day of Pentecost was likely to draw them to the attention of the religious leaders.
That seems to be more speculation that's not actually in the texts.
I mean, I think it's kind of plausible that it would, but I don't think that. I mean, they're going to talk about this in a second, but I don't think that they have good reasons to suspect that the Jewish leaders would actually be able to get them all crucified, though.
Well, they can stone them, right? Well, actually, that gets complicated, because under that contract that I mentioned between the Jews and the Romans, it was specifically said that only the Romans are going to have the authority to condemn someone to death. That's why Jesus wasn't stoned, right? He was actually handed over to Roman authorities.
That's what I meant initially when I was talking about that they've not really like established what that like cultural background is of what's actually going on. Like how likely is it that the Romans are in a position where it's like, okay, just anyone that they bring to us, we're going to kill now. Like, yeah.
And also, like, there is this counter apologetic, which I think is worth mentioning. If you assume that that story that's told primarily in the Book of Acts is historically, like, if that's what happened to history, then it becomes massively, like, that there is this question then of why is it the case that there wasn't any manhunt for, like, that there wasn't any question about what actually happens to the body, right? Because there was a body missing, which would mean for non-Christians at the time that either Jesus wasn't really crucified, which means he's an escaped convict, or that he actually died and someone stole the body, which was a criminal offense under both the Jewish and the Roman law. So why is it the case that there wasn't any investigation done about what actually happened to him, right? Like, I think if something like that happened in history, and if it's the case that Peter was, for example, arrested as a known associate of Jesus, I think he would be investigated for as a suspect in body theft, right? But that's not what's depicted in the Book of Acts. Like, it's actually interesting if you read the Book of Acts. It almost proceeds as if the empty tomb didn't exist, right? Like, if you actually look at what, for example, the Jewish authorities are talking about, when they're thinking about in the narrative after the proclamation of the resurrection is made, suddenly the empty tomb completely disappears. It's no longer a consideration, right? Nobody thinks about, okay, where is the body of Jesus if the empty tomb, if he wasn't raised, right?
Let's see. Where are we? So Acts states that about 3,000 people joined the new movement on that very day. which makes for an eyebrow-raising conjecture as to how many people heard Peter's provocative
Well, we know that
sermon.
numbers in ancient sources are always reliable, so we should just take that on face value. And
Yeah. Oh yeah, what was it? So the leaders used to being the learned elite among the people were surprised by their boldness, recognized them with displeasure as disciples of Jesus, and wanted very much to shut them up. As had happened before with the case of Jesus, they hesitated to do anything drastic immediately because of their popularity with the people. And then it's like, well, I thought that we were saying that the cultural background was that they were going to be murdered like straight away as soon as they start talking about these things publicly. So which is it? Is it that the Sanhedrin?
Yeah, exactly. If they're protected by popularity, or perhaps by the fact that the Sanhedrin don't have direct power to execute them, or perhaps there's other factors as well, then maybe that's a reason that they weren't actually, inviting martyrdom.
Or, aren't we not supposed to be trying to guess at the motives of the people in the stories? I mean, it seems like that's what they're doing right here.
Right. Yeah, that's true as well, beyond the textual details.
Yeah, as I point out, we do not have a single text dating from the first century written by anyone who was hostile to Christianity, like that is trying to actively counter or refute Christian claims. We don't even have many of those from later periods, but none from the first century. So the point is, we just have nothing from the other side of this, from what the Jewish leaders were doing or thinking, or how they perceived things. And I think that should really raise a lot of eyebrows about how reliable we think that the accounts are. Because imagine from the first century of Mormonism, say, we only had accounts from people who were sympathetic to Mormonism, and what the history would look like if that were the case. In a lot of cases there, we only have what we do have because we have accounts for people who were hostile or skeptical in various ways. But all of those accounts, if they existed, are not preserved, precisely because we know that a lot of these things were deliberately destroyed, or at least not preserved by Christians later on when they gained power, right? So we should be really skeptical here about whether we're getting a fair picture of what was happening at the time.
Okay, so...
And that's also, I mean, just in the big picture, again, when I've said before, where every piece of data they're saying, we have to tack on, the data is really, we have a text that says this, right? But it's not even just that, because you have to then include the process that the text got to where we are. And that includes the process you were just talking about, essentially, of counter examples being destroyed. You have this filter, essentially, that selects for certain texts, and that's included. Essentially, you have to include that in your assessment of how much you should believe any particular text, and they don't do any of that here.
So Peter and John's reply deserves to be highlighted. Whether it is right in the sight of God to give heed to you rather than to God, you be the judge, for we cannot stop speaking what we have seen and heard. The emphasis on testimony to events directly and empirically witnessed is unmistakable, as is the defiance of threats. I mean, again, that's just, I think, stepping into the text and just taking it at its word, which... when they're clearly just doing that everywhere else, I don't see how, like, stepping out of the text to say it's clearly empirical is like doing anything. What was this one? Oh yeah, this is again going beyond the text and doing some of that risky speculation. It might be argued that the failures of the leaders immediately to try to have Peter and John executed, and indeed their releasing them for fear of the people, would be taken by the apostles to mean that they could get away with preaching Jesus, which I think is plausible and contradicts what they were saying earlier about they were inviting martyrdom and stuff. Well, they wouldn't have thought they were inviting martyrdom if they were released. But exactly the opposite is the case, contend the McGrews. First, the events of the life of Jesus would have made it clear to them that such fearing the people would go only so far. I mean, well, this is a different case to just crucifying Jesus versus crucifying all the people, right? They thought if they cut off the head, it'll die, but then are they going to then get all the people killed? Eventually, Jesus' enemies had him arrested by night, and despite his popularity, even greater than the apostles so far, I mean, do we know that? It seems like 3,000 people, for example, and his putative miracles, far more numerous than theirs, got the people themselves to demand his death Pontius Pilate as well. Is that in the text?
I mean, I'm almost losing the sight of what's actually being argued here. Like, is this just about martyrdom apologetic? Because
Yeah, it is.
yeah,
it's to
because
say
They were
it's
willing
to
to
say
die.
they were willing
I
to
th-
die, and here's
Yeah.
reasons why, because it was so obvious that they would be killed or whatever. Yeah.
I think it's very, very probable that shortly after Jesus was killed, there were people who became convinced that he was raised from the dead. They sincerely believed this. They were very strongly convinced of this, and they were probably convinced so strongly that they were even willing to die for it. But I don't think that being the case raises the probability of the resurrection hypothesis over the competing hypotheses very much, because the competing hypotheses can still account for why they believe that in the first place, and why is it the case they were so confident.
Yeah, maybe we can skip forward a little bit there, because they just go on and on about these points about how we know that they were willing
the
to
stoning
die.
of Stephen appears to have occurred fairly soon after Gamaliel. Several of those who claim to be eyewitnesses of the resurrected Christ undoubtedly did suffer death for their testimony. They said, this was what I found interesting, is that at some points they sort of are like, well, it's all of them, and then at other points they're kind of like, well, several we can be more certain of than others. Where
so I've highlighted, they talk about James, Peter, and Paul, who interestingly wasn't actually a disciple. So they're talking about 13, but actually it's 2, right? Of the well, I don't know if 13 was supposed to include Paul, but in terms of the original disciples, and most of them we don't know what happened to them. There's an assumption that they're all there in Acts, and I don't know when it stops talking about the 12. They're up till Pentecost at least, but again, we don't really know. We don't really know what the level of persecution was. As Camille says, I'm sure there was definitely persecution, right? And I do believe that they believed that Jesus had risen, and they were teaching. But it's a big leap to say that while they were countenancing death whenever they kind of went out and taught at all, we don't really know what the situation was and how much risk there was in different contexts. But yeah, as Camille says, it doesn't really say much about whether their experiences were veridical. So all that this is trying to emphasize is that they were willing to die. And my point would be the evidence for that is not, it's hard to actually establish, particularly when you're considering what were they willing to die for. Was it specifically the resurrection claim, or was it other teachings about Jesus being the Messiah, or whatever else it might have been that the Jewish authorities didn't like? We don't really know that. We don't know the exact numbers of people or who they were. There's a few that we can maybe be confident about, like Paul and Peter, for example. But beyond that, I think there's a lot of speculation here. But I think that maybe then we can jump to 617, which is when we actually start to put the probabilistic case together. Because up to now, they've just been trying to put the facts on the table, which is the women finding the empty tomb, the disciples having the experiences, and then and being willing to die. And we haven't talked much about Paul yet.
Well, I think maybe we'll go.
But that comes up later.
Briefly mention a couple of these things.
Sure.
So they say the point rather is simply and starkly that they knew from the beginning that they were likely to die and did not change their story in the face of this probable outcome. I mean, how do we know they didn't?
How do you know that? Yeah, exactly.
And then they say, one account of the death of Andrew's martyrdom, as an old man reports that threatened with crucifixion, Andrew replied, "Had I feared the death of the cross, I should not have preached the majesty and gloriousness of the cross of Christ." Whether this quotation is authentic or not, it brings out the salient fact that Andrew, like the other witnesses, had long before his actual martyrdom faced and persevered in the face of the prospect of gruesome death. Well, isn't it important? If it's not authentic, how is it evidence in favor of that? It's just completely made up in that case. I genuinely don't get what they're thinking at that point.
Is this martyrdom of Andrew, the apostle?
Yeah, that's right. But they're saying there's one account of the death of Andrew's martyrdom, as an old man reports, that threatened with crucifixion, Andrew replied, "Had I feared the death of the cross, I would not have preached the majesty and gloriousness of the cross of Christ." And then the McGrews say, whether this quotation is authentic or not, it brings out the salient fact that Andrew had long before his actual martyrdom faced and persevered in the prospect of gruesome death. If it's not authentic, how does it show that? If it's not authentic, it just shows that someone intended to have put these words in Andrew's mouth. It doesn't show anything about Andrew's intentions or beliefs or desires about it. It's just ridiculous.
So I think this is from Acts of Andrew, which is dated to the second half of the 2nd century. It has people being possessed by demons. It has people supernaturally stricken with diarrhea. It has Christians escaping from a house turning invisible.
But whether or that's authentic or not, it still brings out the fact that Andrew was, willing to die. So that's the important
Even
part.
if it's completely untethered from reality, it tells us the conclusion that we
Somehow.
want to get.
Jesus appears disguised as Matthew.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we get a lot
it's-
more about this, which
It's actually this is actually interesting to highlight, right? Because a lot of the earliest accounts of the martyrdom of the apostles come from these apocryphal acts, right? Apocryphal from Christian apocrypha, right? And what's very important to realize is that, like, what's actually going on in that genre. So first of all, it's not strictly reliable, right? But also, one of the typical tropes in the genre is that the motivation for why the apostle is arrested in the first place, has nothing to do with them being a Christian, because they, in the narrative, very often publicly preach Christianity before their arrest. There is usually a love story, and there is a trope that the apostle is being targeted for persecution because he converted a female that's sexually desirable to someone in a position of power, to Christianity, so that she is now being chased, and she is denying sex, essentially, to that person, right? So in Acts of Peter, Andrew is arrested by a proconsul, Roman proconsul, because his wife Maximilla no longer wants to have sex with him after converting to Christianity. But that's the reason, right? Before that happens, Andrew publicly exercises a demon in front of a crowd. After he's arrested, there is a crowd of people that gather outside his prison. And when Andrew is on the cross, 2,000 people are so moved by his speech that they all march to the house of the proconsul and demand his release, right? So that's actually really interesting that even in these martyrdom accounts, if you take them as historically reliable, which they are not, the motivation for the arrest and for the persecution is not the resurrection belief or even proclaiming the resurrection publicly, because there are public activities going on previously. It's a different motivation. And it's clear that the genre of the story, the reasons why these stories are told this way, is to essentially teach a moral lesson about sexual chastity, right? It's virtuous to be sexually chaste after you convert to Christianity.
Yeah, so I don't think there was much in this point, but I thought you were doing this because of and then I was like, no, I think it's the correct apostrophe, but
no, it's not about that. I was just highlighting the three different people that he was talking about. And I don't want to go through all of that. I think we've already discussed the martyrdom point well enough.
Just the fact is that in terms of, they say, that there's 13 people who go to their deaths for it, but then they really are confident actually about
it's really three.
James, Peter, and Paul, and then they're mentioning Habermas again and his conclusions. Paul apparently gave us an explanation of his dramatic change of heart, the well-known account of an auditory and visual experience. And I was saying exactly, the point is that there's an experience and we're trying to provide an explanation of that experience.
just to signpost a bit here. So we're going through the facts that they're attempting to establish, right? We've talked about the women and them reporting the empty tomb, the disciples experiencing Jesus in some form and then being willing to die for that. And now, very briefly here, he talks about Paul's conversion. No one doubts that, to my knowledge, really, that Paul converted for some reason. There is, of course, the question is to the nature of that conversion, which I understand is reported differently in, Corinthians versus Acts. And of course, then we're not really going to get much on that here, I think. So yeah, I don't, this is fairly short, and we'll get more later on about what follows from that, whether the resurrection hypothesis is likely under that. But they just treat this very briefly here, basically say, he had some experience, which is reported.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. I wouldn't say the Acts contradicts the Pauline epistles. It's just the Damascus Road experience is not is not found anywhere in the Pauline epistles, right? And I think it's like an original literary creation of the author, maybe based on the conversion of Heliodorus, who was a persecutor of the church, or of the people of God, of Hebrews in Second Maccabees, which is by the time that the Acts was written, was a part of the Septuagint, so the author would supposedly have, presumably have access to it. And that's just based on the textual similarities between the two accounts. What Paul says is actually never actually explicitly says, for example, that he converted because Jesus appeared to him. The closest you can get is that there's one passage in Galatians where he says something to the effect of, "I used to be a persecutor of the church, I used to be a Jew, and then after Jesus or the Lord appeared to me, I did this." So, and to infer from that he converted because he was because Jesus appeared to him, would be like post hoc ergo propter hoc, right? I think if Paul wrote something like Confessions by Augustine, where he goes into detail about his internal psychology, about his mental life, about his experiences, then we would have really rich historical material to work with. But I think it's really, really tenuous to draw any conclusions from what amounts to 2 or 3 sentences in the Pauline letters.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we know that Paul converted, but we don't really know much more than that. And the account that's given in Acts doesn't really find much corroboration. Oh, I can't say that in Paul's actual letters, which itself is odd. Like, you might have thought he would talk about that more. I suppose you could say, well, that's an argument from silence, but they use that when it suits them. But anyway, that's all they really establish in this passage.
But they also say, Saul's companions heard a voice but saw no one, but we shall place no weight on the experience of the companions. and what about the tensions between their accounts? Like, wouldn't the fact... wouldn't discrepancies be evident? Like, shouldn't we take that into account when we're trying to assess, like, what...
Well, that's evidence for it, right? It's the sort of thing you would expect to see with different eyewitnesses,
right?
Apparently.
Even though the way that the visual description of Jesus is... Well, like light and a big cloud or whatever. Okay, so we're coming on to then, here's what they do with the data when they put it into their probability stuff. So probabilistic cumulative case arguments, nature and structure.
Yeah, right. So this is moving to kind of the actual Bayesian part of it and trying to assess what is the probability that we would see these different evidences conditional on facts, conditional on the different hypotheses. So we see here.
Sorry, you go.
Well, we see here R, which they've restated as the resurrection hypothesis. Jesus of Nazareth rose miraculously from the dead. And that's all we really get about the substance of that hypothesis. We don't really get much on terms of what that means. So then here, when they have this notation, what they're interested in looking at is the probability of F, which I'm not sure why they're using F. Oh, fact.
I'm not sure why they're saying probability as well, because I actually think that what they're doing here is termed likelihood in Bayesian. Like, I know it's confusing, but when you look, the likelihood of some evidence given a hypothesis, whereas probability would be the hypothesis given the evidence, right? And they're doing it that way around, that it's likely. I mean, like, it doesn't matter that much, but it indicates.
That's actually interesting because the convention that I've seen is if you express it in as a percentage, it's probability, and if you express it as odds, it's likelihood.
No, that's so the Nathan was right that the term likelihood is and I hate the terminology, because I think colloquially the term likelihood and probability almost mean the same thing, but in the kind of technical sense, the actually, if you scroll down just a little bit down that page where they have the full posterior probability odds, the posterior ratio just a little bit further down. Nathan, I'm not sure if you can scroll down just a little bit. There you go, right there. And you can see that, so we have the posterior ratio there on the left, the probability of resurrection given all the facts, compared to probability of not the resurrection given all the facts. And then they have the prior ratio, which they ignore. They carry it around for a little while, then they're going to drop it. And then we have the likelihood ratio. So the likelihood is generally like assuming your model is true, what's the probability of the various facts? And that term is what we call the likelihood. And so that first thing they're writing down is a likelihood ratio. And if you're ignoring, or if you basically say that the priors are equal, that's another way to do it. The priors are equal, then the posterior ratio is the same as the likelihood ratio. But they're just essentially ignoring the priors.
Yeah, so that's why I wanted to focus on the first ratio, because they're not actually interested in the posterior. They're interested in the likelihood ratio here, which is the probability of the facts given the resurrection over the probability of the facts given not the resurrection, which, as we said before, is just the pool of everything else. And what they want to argue is that the facts support the resurrection relative to the alternative. So basically that this ratio here is much, much greater than 1. So that's the contention that they're arguing for. And as Brian says, that doesn't really say anything, or that doesn't incorporate the priors. So we shouldn't really see a discussion of priors here henceforth, because that's actually not pertinent to this ratio here.
And it's also, I mean, the reason that this is misleading in the way that they're using it, as I mentioned earlier, is that, so if you think of the likelihood that that there are noises coming from my attic, given that there are gremlins in my closet, is really, really, really high. And if I compare that to the likelihood that there are noises coming from my closet, given that there are not gremlins in my attic, right, it might actually win out. Like, I'm pretty sure I could put them in that ratio like that, and it would come out as a top-heavy fraction. And should I conclude from that there are gremlins in my attic? Well, it's clearly a bad methodology. I mean, someone who knows about statistics as well has actually messaged me while we've been talking to say part of their problems in doing this is that they're using Bayes as an IBE framework when you can't. Data have to be predictive in order to be evidence in this framework. So obviously, I mean, what they're doing here is not doing anything to do with predictions, but that there are different. This is something Camille mentioned at the start, where people who call themselves Bayesians will use like different ways of calculating and going about things. I mean, I've heard of like model fitting things called like the Akaike information criterion, where, for example, it like it's going to penalize you for like introducing assumptions and things. So you kind of like look at how the model fits that data that you've got, and you compare it to like the amount of new assumptions. You subtract the like some coefficient from the amount of assumptions it introduces, and you also look at like predictive power of it or something as well, and you take all of that into account, and you don't just like do this, because I think that there's really crap theories that can win out, like the gremlins in my attic, right, when you do this.
Most of those techniques, things like the AIC and the BIC, are approximations of the full analysis, where you have a model that has some flexibility to it. So you have, say, models that have a range of parameters. And so what you end up doing is you figure out a probability for one set of parameters, and then you integrate over, you kind of sum over all of the different parameters weighted by the prior probabilities of those parameter values. And what you get kind of automatically is a penalty for more parameters that doesn't increase your fit. And they sometimes call it the Occam factor or whatever that comes in. And under certain simple cases where you assume like Gaussian noise and certain number of data points, then you can make approximations where you can do that calculation in an approximate way very quickly. So that's where the AIC and the BIC, they're kind of approximations to the full marginalization process. But Bayesian has that kind of included when you do it correctly. And it's also why they talk about simplicity in a model, and simplicity doesn't have to do with the number of parameters or the number of components. It has to do with how flexible your model is, and what kind of range of values that it can do. So this is one of the things I comment on in my writings, is that theists will often talk about the concept of God being simple, because it only has it has very few components.
One word.
But, yes, right. But the simple actually in that case, and complexity has to do with flexibility. And because pretty much God can do anything at all, kind of infinitely flexible, would receive essentially an infinite penalty on Bayes' theorem, and for that, because they're infinitely flexible. So
the thing is that they're the McGrews here do not have a model. There are no parameters. All they're doing is multiplying a few numbers together, which they just sort of say, we're just going to assume they're independent because they don't really have any other way of dealing with it. So although they talk about Bayes as a methodology, they're not really using any of those tools that Brian was just talking about, which is one of the reasons why I've said before that they could just jettison these equations and the talk of Bayes and they wouldn't really lose anything, apart from making the article a bit shorter, which would be quite welcome for those of us reading it. If you look on the next page, we get an equation which I think is useful, or at least for summarizing what they're about to do. That one.
James, do you have an idea for why they do that? I mean, I haven't
stuff.
Yeah, I have an idea for why that's the case, but I wasn't sure whether you know. I
mean, I could speculate. I mean, it's dressing things up in the trappings of a probabilistic theory that makes it maybe a bit more. It gives it the veneer of scholarship that it doesn't genuinely have,
and of the sciences, right? It makes the epistemic
right.
credibility that the sciences have. It's like trying to do that. Yeah.
And I think there's almost a psychological value in making things complex enough that no one's going to check your work, and they'll just take your word for it because it's too detailed or whatever. They'll be like, oh yeah, you're not going to be this technical unless you actually do this. And you're right. I think it gives you that kind of veneer of objectivity, which even though, as you said, there aren't any actual models or anything like that. And I see that coming in. I mean, like Callum Miller has that, right? He loves to bring in his Bayes factors, but I think a lot of that is just to be technical, just to sound technical, because it clearly doesn't add much value in actuality.
It clearly seems to be working, because there is this famous debate between William Lane Craig and Bart Ehrman, where William Lane Craig introduced the egregious Ehrman error or something like that, where all of a sudden at the end of the presentation he just threw up the Bayes theorem on a projector, right? And he explained that I think the specific context was that Ehrman is ignoring the likelihood ratio and he's only focusing on the ratio of the priors, right? And it's really obvious from the debate that Ehrman has no fucking idea what's going on, right? Because he's never seen it. He's probably never solved an equation since he was 15 or something, or 18, right? So yeah, this is really
it's possible effective. That's true for Craig as well, by the way.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a sort of thing that people like Craig will whip out just to score a rhetorical point in that. Yeah, I've seen that as well, and that was really annoying. And you could make the point that Craig wanted to make without appealing to that at all. But what this equation here, I realize this isn't one that I thought it was, but they're just saying that they're treating all of their facts as if they're independent of each other.
Yeah.
Which, if we skip down a little bit, 620, the top of 620 is actually what I wanted to show, which is a variation on this same equation here.
This
not
one,
that one,
or no, sorry, 620. This one.
That's the one I was thinking of, because this summarizes the key terms here. So R there is a resurrection hypothesis. So those are actually our priors here, which remember we're kind of not actually interested in. But then we've got W given R over W given not R. So that's the women's testimony, right, in the empty term.
Well, hold on a second though, because these things as well, the first term, the probability of a resurrection and the probability of not
those are the priors.
Those are the priors.
But I'm saying, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So I don't know why they're there, because they don't actually care about them. As Brian said, they sort of stick around for a bit and then kind of disappear. But I mean, they're writing the full posteriors here. It's unclear why, because they're not actually addressing that. But yeah, so that's what the first term is there. The second term is the probability of
likelihood ratios of the.
Well, the second three terms are different parts of the likelihood, yeah. So they've been split up because they're assumed to be independent of each other, which, as I'll comment on, doesn't make any sense. But just to explain the terms, so we've got the probability of the women, the reports of the women discovering the empty tomb,
reports of
the testimony under the resurrection over the probability then under not resurrection. Then we've got the belief of the disciples and the accounts that they gave under the resurrection over the probability of that under not resurrection. And finally, the probability of, they shouldn't use P twice to mean different things. That's really bad practice. The probability of Paul's conversion under the resurrection.
Probability
versus
of probability
Paul's,
given.
yeah, it's bad notation in my opinion, under not resurrection. So again, it's the women, the disciples, and then Paul, right? Now, let's think about this. They are claiming here that they are all independent of each other, conditioning on the resurrection. So that amounts to the claim that given the women found the tomb empty and reported it, it is no more or less likely that the disciples would see Jesus, that they are independent of each other.
Right.
Does that seem reasonable to anyone else? Because that seems completely ridiculous to me. Of course, those are dependent on each other. All of the Gospels show them as
especially
dependent on
if
each
they
other
go
because
to
one
the,
affects the other. Yeah, exactly. They're directly connected.
Yeah,
I mean,
and,
imagine. Oh, sorry. You go ahead. Go ahead.
and then the next one, right? You want to make sure that all 11 of the disciples are all independent of each other.
We'll
as well.
get to that. We'll get to that. They have a whole section on that.
Just
Yes.
do the multiplies all the way out.
I just quickly wanted to say, you know who else has been very often accused of using the Bayes theorem and this mathematical notation for like a Wu
I think I know who
effect?
you're going to say.
Yeah,
Richard
Richard
Carrier?
Carey.
Yeah.
And actually, like my object is actually really interesting because I've seen many people basically say like he did the math, check the math, right? But of course it's as far as I can tell, it's Bayes correct. But as is the case here, the issues are always in the steps that are leading up to the actual formalization, right? So just as we have objections against the Yellow Brick Road apologetics here, we would have, like I do have objections when it comes to how he's treating like the relevant historical background knowledge, how he's interpreting the various pieces of evidence and stuff like that. So again, horseshoe, maybe. And I haven't heard the account of how he became first equated with bias, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was the case that he actually saw Bayes' theorem being used by Christian apologists. Maybe not when it comes to the resurrection of Jesus, but maybe in other contexts, like the fine-tuning argument. And he thought, this is a really cool methodology. How can I subvert it, right? How can I actually use it to argue for something that's like more favorable for the non-Christian position? Yeah, it would be interesting to find out.
It's worth mentioning as well when we talked about that the effect of like stepping into and outside the text, that this equation seems to take place, what takes place with all their assumptions, which puts it inside the text, right, in the cinematic universe of the Bible, because it's not the probability that we have reports of women's eyewitness testimony given a resurrection. It's the probability that there is women's eyewitness testimony, right? It's the probability that Paul did actually see the risen Jesus given a resurrection, not that we have reports of Paul having seen that, which there's a big difference between the probability of us having reports of Paul having seen stuff and
they actually clarify this on the bottom of 619. Yeah, I realized I was muted. Right. As to what W, D, and P stand for. So W stands for the reports of the women regarding the empty tomb. So it is the case that the fact that the women reported the empty tomb, as I understand what W
well, that's going to be much lower then, right, than what they put it as, because I think the fact that we have reports of women.
No. It's not. It's not reports of the women, as in reports about the women. It's reports that the women gave from the women. Yeah.
So it's
right.
It's not. It's not
possessive.
It's
right.
Yeah, so that's what they're taking as facts that they are then applying the explanations to. Yeah. So we've talked about how all of these facts are dubious, at least in the specifics, which they want to really appeal to, not just the generic facts of there was an empty tomb, the disciples believed, but all of the stuff around that. But henceforth, I think for the next sections, what we want to focus on is what is this ratio here? So what is the probability, the base factor for each of these three terms here?
Right,
because that's what the next couple of sections are about.
Then the disciples, and then Paul.
Paul.
Women, not probability. So the first one, even the discrepancies of details in their several accounts taken together with their agreement on the central fact, all fall into place very neatly on the supposition of R. Well, I mean, shouldn't the discrepancies count as evidence against?
Yeah, the question is, how is the discrepancy evidence that, so the first sentence of this paragraph is, there is no difficulty accounting for W if the resurrection had in fact occurred. Well, why? How does it follow from the resurrection that women would find the empty tomb?
Yeah, right.
How
It's
does it
like an
even follow that there
entailment.
would be an empty tomb? I'm not even sure that follows from there being a resurrection. Could there be a resurrection and the tomb be lost, or the tomb be taken up into heaven, or even there still be a body in the tomb which is just appears to be a body? Like, I don't know. It's God. Like, can't he do that if he wanted to?
Or
So
they-
already, I don't agree.
Or they would just find Jesus alive in the tomb, right?
Yeah, that's another possibility.
Well, the other thing, just to mention briefly as well, is just to highlight again that R also is taken as entailing Christian theism, right, as well, which was another one of the assumptions. Whereas even say if this did work, R doesn't mean.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, they've argued. We talked about that previously.
Yeah. But sorry, yeah, back to the women's stuff.
All right, so the second paragraph here, we can set aside the suggestion that the women invented the tale since it has a prohibitively lower prior probability. Uh-oh. I thought we weren't looking at prior probabilities, but now we are. This is what I mean. They do this repeatedly. So, see, I would say we can set aside the possibility of a resurrection because that has prohibitively lower prior probability. But they're going to say, no, that's question begging. We're just looking at the likelihoods. But then they say exactly the same thing against the skeptic. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, so what are the prior probabilities? I would like to see them compared.
Yeah, they don't talk about it.
Yeah, what are those numbers? Couldn't we just... Well, we wouldn't necessarily even need to know the prior probability, right? Because we can just do this likelihood ratio and figure it out.
And also, like, how about like one possible explanation, which I don't necessarily buy into, but it's been proposed, that the account of specifically women finding the tomb, them being the first to find the tomb empty, is because the story was actually invented by women, by like female early Christians. And there is like a reason why female early Christians would. It's like an empowering story, right? It's like a Captain Marvel movie, just in early Christianity.
Yeah.
What's the prior probability of that, and how does it stack against the prior probability of a resurrection? I don't know. I don't find it. Maybe I'm not woke enough, but I don't find it particularly like probable that this is what would be the case. But what's the, like, is it 1 to the negative 80 or 180?
Yeah.
You know,
I'm not even sure whether I agree that it has to be low. I mean, people make up tales all the time. You could imagine that maybe women at that time made up more tales than other people. I don't know, but I mean, there might be arguments to say. I just don't, when it says since it is prohibitively low, I don't know whether even the low part is justified. Not even just that they don't give a number, but just
what reason do they give for thinking that it's low? They say
they just say it
because they were women. They could not have made a plan beforehand. I don't know why they would have needed a plan.
Well, because they have women thoughts, you see. So like the McGrews are sexist.
But why couldn't they have had a plan beforehand to make it up? Because they've already got the Sabbath. I don't understand that at all. They would have known that in Jewish society their word would have been questioned or dismissed. Does that mean that they couldn't have had a reason to make it up? Like, no, that doesn't follow from anything. And in fact, it was by others. Okay. Means and motive for a deliberate fabrication are both absent. Well, how do you know that? Just because we don't know that what the means or motive might have been doesn't mean that there weren't any.
Right.
I don't think that they made it up, right? But I'm just saying they've not given any argument here why it's implausible that they would have. It's
and remember,
just
the argument from silence is bad. Yeah.
Exactly. No argument from silence. So it's just... Anyway, so that's their ruling out of the women made it up, which is not very persuasive. Then they look at hallucination.
Yeah.
Of the women here. We're not talking about
there were no preconditions that would render hallucination probable. What did they have for breakfast? Ergo fungus ridden bread? Like,
yeah, well, we know that bereavement hallucinations are a thing, right?
Exactly.
I talk about that extensively in my book. So at least that was present. Also, they existed in a context of religious excitement and outside of the norm religious beliefs, which I think plausibly increases the plausibility there. It's a little hard on the data there, but I think that that's at least plausible. Now, they don't give any reasons for saying that there are no preconditions. They just say that they weren't. So there you go.
Yeah, right. But that's, I mean, it's literally, I mean, how do you know that they weren't like, they could have had like a brain tumor, right? They could have, who knows? There's so many different things that can trigger so many different causes of hallucination that could be at play.
And then they say that any hallucination would have had to affect the group.
Right.
You know, I think these arguments often, you know, argue against group hallucinations, which you know, obviously we have evidence for. But
well, I have my pet hypothesis about what explains the accounts of groups, Jesus appearing to groups, right? It's my pareidolia hypothesis.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that, Camille.
Well,
Don't
yeah.
get ahead of ourselves. This is the women here. We're not onto the.
But I think, yeah. Sorry, you go ahead, James. You finish.
No, I'm just the sentence here that Brian was looking at. Any hallucination would have had to have affected the group. I don't know why that's the case.
Yeah.
You could have one telling the others. But the end of that sentence is interesting to me. There appear to have been at least 5 women involved. Which gospel says that there were 5 women involved?
Yeah, exactly.
What account is he getting that from? That's harmonization, right? None of the gospels tell us that. That's
Well, at
them
least,
reading into it.
At
least,
Yeah,
could have been 50 women.
Well, if there weren't 5 women, then why would there be these different accounts? Where does the yellow pick road go?
So we just get a whole bunch of assertions that the probability is low. Like, this is what I mean. This is consistently what these sections are about. It's them saying that, nah, it's implausible without actually giving really good, or in some cases, any reason for actually thinking that it's not a good explanation.
Yes. So far on my, like, when I take my hypothesis as the competing hypothesis, the likelihood ratio is about 1. It could be 1 in 10. It could be 10 in 1, but it's not like astronomically low.
Well, they want to say that it is.
I think what I try and do is when I think what's each of the, you know, like the numerator and the denominator, right? So I do a perspective shift into the theist point of view, which is how the McGrews are seeing it, where I harmonize everything. And I go, okay, well, this evidence is, you know, just as expected under the resurrection because I can do all these harmonizations and things. But when I perspective shift into the non-theist camp, and then I go, well, this evidence is just as expected because it can be explained in all these ways. And so I don't really see it. It's completely expected under either of those probability spaces.
Exactly.
The numerator and the denominator are the same. There isn't like a weighting if that's a viable way.
Yeah, it's about 1, right? It's like there is this box analogy. There's a box, all you know, it weighs 10 pounds.
Right.
There could be either a duck or a lizard in it because either can weigh 10 pounds. So there you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
He next suggests the possibility that the women went to the wrong tomb. Now, he says, well, the prior probability is low. Again, prior probabilities are not what we're interested in here. We're interested in explanatory power, which is separate from prior probability. Oh, no, base factor, which is related to explanatory power, I would argue there. According to Luke, they saw the place on the eve of the Sabbath. So what's the prior probability of people who saw a place on one evening going to the wrong place like a day and a half later, like on the Sunday morning? What is the prior probability of that happening?
Yeah,
is that extremely low?
Yeah.
Especially everything else happening, right?
Imagine you're in tears, you know, like you walk around, they go, oh, it's that one over there, and then you're dragged off or whatever because maybe Roman guards are coming, and then it's like, oh, we're going to go there the next morning. How accurately are you going to remember?
It's not the next morning; it's the morning after, right? Because the Friday to the Sunday.
Also, what's the prior probability that the reason why the Gospels keep insisting that the women saw the location of the tomb is precisely because there were apologetics, like there were counter-apologetics going around, saying essentially, oh, they must have gone to the wrong tomb. So the Gospel authors are trying to fix that by saying that, oh no, they totally knew which tomb it was, right? Like, isn't that convenient? Like, doesn't it seem convenient that a lot of the things that you can kind of immediately think of to debunk it are like the text specifically takes care to say something about? Like, it seems to me almost like protesting too much, right? As if these stories are actually interacting with counter-apologetics, especially if you see that these features, like literary features, build up over time, right?
Up, yeah.
Yeah, like the guards at the tomb and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's a classic example. It's just obviously an insertion, and even a lot of evangelicals admit that one. Yeah, well, there you go. Humbly questioning.
Yeah. I literally went to the wrong grave for my grandfather the day after he was buried.
But the prior of that is just low. Like, that just doesn't happen. I don't know what you're talking about. It's just low. Also, we get what was talked about before. This hypothesis cannot account for what does it say here? No explanation for other details in the women's report, such as them having seen the risen Jesus. Well, obviously, the wrong tomb hypothesis wouldn't explain any appearances. That would be a separate hypothesis. But we're allowed to do that, right? The question is, how good is it?
This is exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, divide and conquer. You can dismiss a hypothesis for not explaining something that it's not meant to explain, that it was not proposed to explain. It's like, I don't know, rejecting the theory of evolution because it doesn't explain how cars are made or something like that.
Yeah.
The failure of the Jewish authorities to clarify the matter. Why? Well, first of all, how do you know that they didn't? Second of all, why would they be interested in clarifying the matter? Like, I don't see why they would care as long as no one's causing a fuss. If some woman can't find a tomb and then starts saying it's empty, so I don't see why they would care about it.
Or just arrest everyone who says that and crucify them. Hand them over to crucifixion, right? Like, why would the Jewish authorities be interested in debunking the claim? They are trying to kill people who are making the claim. They already decided what the solution is going to be. Like, they're not going to hire PolitiFact to like go around fact-checking religious claims.
Well, look,
I don't actually think that the Jewish authorities had an interest initially in like killing the disciples of Jesus. I think it's plausible they just wanted to get rid of the leader. Later on, that changed as the movement continued. But I think that they probably just thought, look, get rid of the leader. He's the troublemaker. I don't see why they would have pursued all of the little people, especially the women. Like, I don't think that they would have bothered with that. That's just speculation.
I was washing a mummy mask in the sink the other day, and I found this copy of the Jewish Times from this date, and it does actually say. I can't release the scholarship on it just yet, but in this mummy
still
mask,
working on it.
It does say that the authorities were trying to clarify the matter. The Sanhedrin.
Oh well, there you go.
Okay.
Oh, so here we get the hypothesis that I talk about in my book: the idea that Joseph moved the body temporarily after temporarily storing it in his tomb here in his family tomb, which he then later removed it. The problems with this hypothesis would be difficult to exaggerate. Oh dear. So what's the problem here? It is very difficult to see why Joseph Arimathea would care enough about what happened to Jesus' body to provide his own new tomb for it immediately after the death, but then would want to move it as quickly as possible. Interestingly, then at the end here, we get precisely an explanation for that, which is we must assume the owner of the tomb thought it unfitting that one who had been crucified should remain in his ancestral tomb. Well, yeah, that's a reason for moving the body then. So the hypothesis that it's not novel to me that I discuss is that Joseph was prevailed upon by perhaps the Jewish authorities or perhaps even the Romans, who knows exactly, to temporarily store the body in his tomb because it was close by and it needed to be taken down on the Sabbath evening. That was part of Jewish law. And also because the Romans really didn't want Jesus's body to be disposed of in a public place where there could be continual fuss and disorder. They wanted it to be put somewhere that was quiet and out of the way and private until things died down. And then after the Sabbath, it could be moved. I don't really think we get much here about why that is so implausible here. We're told that it's implausible multiple times. And apparently it's ad hoc as well. I don't know why that's supposed to be a problem, because isn't the resurrection ad hoc? We've discussed that it seems to be, right, on the basis of antecedent Jewish beliefs. The question is, what's its prior probability, and also how well does it account for the data? If those work, then being ad hoc could just mean that like we had to think about it carefully to come up with the explanation. If that's what he's meant, then that's not necessarily a problem.
Like if the Gospels don't say that, that means that thing is ad hoc.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they really mean. It's not in the Gospels, right?
Well, I mean, like if I was actually convinced that it's very probable that Jesus was buried the way how it is described in the Gospels, I would probably, like, for me the most plausible explanation for the missing body would be body depth for magical purposes, right? Because it's like overwhelmingly attested in ancient literature that actually bodies were in risk of being stolen by people who were interested in performing magic that requires body parts. And we have like papyrus evidence of magic spells. We have specific instructions. We even have accounts where people need to guard dead bodies specifically for that reason, so that they are not stolen by like witches and wizards and stuff like that. And
this is what Dale Allison said, isn't it? And when I interviewed him as well, not this specifically, but he said,
I don't know. I didn't watch that, but maybe it's possible that this is what he thinks is like the most likely story, like natural story. which would explain why the tomb is open, like it's found open in the earliest account, right? The only way how how to push back against it is the report of the guards, but that's a later addition, right?
The guards didn't even come until later. Like they're not. I don't remember exactly when they were set. Even if you accept the guards, which I don't think you should, there's still a window for the body to have been stolen.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of assuming that if they got there earlier, they would check if the body is still in, right? Because it would be really embarrassing to.
Why would they though? No, seriously. If you're told to
because
guard
you
why
want
would
to
you
make
check
sure
that it's in there?
No, because you need to make sure that the body, like you're supposed to guard
If you
the
were
store.
no, I don't agree with that
I
at
don't
all. You're
think you
told
would.
guard
I
the
don't know.
tomb. You're not told to go and check if there's anything in there.
Okay.
I think you
Why
just
would
go
you
and,
do that?
I do genuinely think that you just go and stand outside. I don't know.
Okay.
And again, we
I mean,
have to we have
go
to
ahead.
remember that everything we're saying here are comparing priors.
Yeah.
Right? Which of course, if we compare to a resurrection, obviously it's going to be
We've got to
no
ignore them.
matter how ad hoc, it's going to be much better than a resurrection for that. I think Bart Ehrman makes that point. He goes through a list of like implausible explanations, and these, but like one of them was that he had gotten taken down. A couple of his followers stole the body, and then got stopped by Roman guards, and they got summarily killed, and just all of them got chucked in a ditch right after that point.
Well, he actually gives a little bit a slightly different account, which is really interesting because again, it's in a debate. I think with Craig, where Craig really pushes him. He points out, which I think is fair, that Ehrman doesn't commit to specific alternative explanation, which is fair enough because we don't know what actually happened. So it would be irresponsible to like commit to one. But he's pressed on it repeatedly, and Ehrman says, okay, I don't know. I'm just going to make up something out of the blue. Like he didn't think about it. It wasn't. He didn't do any preparation. He just said, okay, let's assume that the relatives of Joseph of Arimathea, who were not followers of Jesus, actually found out that he was buried in the family tomb. They were really outraged. They didn't tell anyone that, this is that they have a problem with it. So they just decided to go to the tomb at night, take the body and bury someone else. They were stopped by Roman guards. They were all killed for body theft, and the 3 bodies were like disposed of, right? They were just thrown in a ditch. Nobody ever finds out. So this is an explanation that like closes out. It explains why the information wasn't then disseminated, because everyone involved was killed, and the Roman guards didn't have any reason to tell anyone about it, right? Or they, even if like days later they heard about someone making a resurrection claim, they would have no reason to tie that what they experience with that specific claim. And he says. Do I think this really happened? No. Is it very probable? No. But it's more probable than a resurrection. Yeah, obviously.
Right. Yes. He also, I think, he adds another one that there's some textual claim that Jesus had a twin brother, and that could. And again, like not a lot of evidence, pretty unlikely, but more likely than the miracle. So,
well, what about?
But in all of this paper, though, they don't deal with. I mean, except for where it's convenient to them, they don't deal with the priors. Like, so let's keep reminding ourselves of that.
All that has to be done by the non-resurrection probability space is our story, which accounts for why we have all the data points we have, and then it's just one again, right? In terms of the way that they've, I mean, is that a misrepresentation? Because that's how it seems.
Yeah, well, so they don't even, in this section here about the empty tomb, they don't discuss the possibility of theft, which I think is interesting, because I do think that that's also very plausible. Just to finish out their response to the idea that the body was moved, as we said, they said that's implausible. They don't really give a reason for that. They do say that if Joseph or maybe someone else had moved the body, then they would have spoken out about it, as I sort of noted here, and I talk about in my book as well. First of all, how do you know that they didn't speak out about it? The assumption here just seems to be repeatedly that if we don't hear about something in the Gospels, plus maybe Acts, it didn't happen. But we don't have any accounts from anyone apart from those, the Gospels and Acts from this period. So I don't see any basis for saying that they didn't speak out about it. For all we know, Joseph was shouting from the rooftops that he moved the body, and they were just thinking, no, he's possessed by a demon or whatever.
I think the inference kind of goes one step further. I think the thing that we should be thinking is that if it was the case, for example, that Joseph of Arimathea was very vocal about what actually happened with Jesus's body, then it would that would squash out the resurrection belief, right? That would mean that Jesus's followers would stop believing that Jesus was raised from the dead, and the religion wouldn't stop.
Yeah, that's definitely what Craig says, and I think Lacona as well. I don't know if the BRRRRRRRs say that explicitly. I'm just seeing what it says here. It also says that. It says, if he were a follower of Jesus, oh no, they're talking about Joseph there, he would have had no reason to keep his actions secret and leave his fellow disciples from again die for a falsehood. Yeah, but again, there's no real, we've talked before about irrational belief persistence. I don't see any reason to accept the claim that because Joseph claims to have moved the body that that the disciples would have believed that. But also, I don't see any reason why he would have talked publicly about it. He may have not wanted to have anything further to do with this whole messy business. And that also seems quite plausible to me. There are many celebrities who get caught up with, like today, with all sorts of controversial issues, and they just don't make comment about it because they don't want to have to deal with it any further, right? So I don't see why that's so implausible. They keep saying these things are implausible, but they don't argue why they're implausible.
Also, what happened to Joseph of Arimathea afterwards? Because if you think about it, Joseph was in a really good position to become a really powerful and influential leader in the early church. He was apparently wealthy. He had like a position of authority in the Jewish world, right? And he was a member of the Sanhedrin Council. So like on that narrative, I would absolutely expect him to feature very prominently in the early church as maybe one of the leaders or like a high-ranking member or influential member.
That's a good point.
But he just disappears from the narrative. I mean, if we assume historicity, a really good explanation for that is, for example, that he died. That's why he doesn't feature in the Book of Acts, right? And if he died, then there you go. That closes that
that's
chain
also
of
I mean, he could have moved somewhere else, right? I mean, I mentioned that there's so many options, right? Which are
maybe
not that
he
implausible.
deconverted. He found Jesus' body again and deconverted.
Yeah.
It's just that the point is whether you believe in that hypothesis or not. And as we said, there are many others. They assert that it's implausible, but don't actually give reasons for it, which is the main point here, because they are supposed to be doing an analysis of the comparative probabilities of these two different hypotheses, but they just say that the one that they don't agree with is unlikely. But the argument just isn't here from my point of view.
But they don't mean unlikely in the sense of actually comparing base rates or anything either, which might be how we'd naturally want to think about it. They just mean unlikely on a story. Yeah, they mean like given
on their view, I think it means. Because remember, these are Bayesian probabilities. So these are subjective credences, right? So on the top of page 622, they give their probability of this Bayes factor here as 100. And they don't really say where it comes from. They just sort of say it's their conservative estimate, which again is sort of, well, they say there's no algorithm for this sort of thing, which is sort of fine because there isn't, right? But that makes it kind of useless, right? Because if I say, no, actually my estimate is 1 over 100, that is, it's the opposite of what they're saying. I mean, then we just disagree. Like there's no actual way of adjudicating between those views here.
It just,
what they,
I mean,
at the end they say, oh, go ahead.
Well, I'm just going to say, yeah, I mean, I agree that I have no idea where that number, I don't know if there's more evidence that you want to talk about, but just thinking about the probability stuff, I have just no idea where that number comes from, because I mean, I'm thinking about how to think about this, right? So we've got two like probability spaces, right? We've got not resurrection and we've got resurrection. Let's think of them as like possible worlds or something that have like a series of potential configurations that they could have. And then it's that as a ratio, this evidence is a smaller part of the not resurrection probable world, that possible world, than it is as a ratio of the resurrection possible world, but or set of possible worlds. But like, I mean, I don't know that that's right. Am I just meant to sort of consult my intuitions about them? Because
well, no, because your intuitions could be quite different to theirs. They're just saying that is their estimate.
Right. But is that all it comes down to?
Because there's no model here, you can't really interrogate anything. All you can just say is, given what they have said, do you agree with their assessment of 1 of 100, roughly? And if you don't, well, then they say, well, there's nothing that they can say. All they can just say is they deplore your judgment. They couch this in the third person, but they're actually just saying they deplore your judgment if they disagree with you. But they can't say it's a simple calculational error.
And this is exactly
that's all they have.
Yeah, this is exactly one of the issues with, for example, Richard Carrier, right? Like when he goes through the various pieces of evidence that are relevance to the historicity of Jesus, he gives reasons for why he thinks that the expectedness of the evidence goes in either direction. So why he thinks, for example, that this piece of evidence is more expected on historicity versus mythicism. And after he lists those reasons and he explains what the background knowledge is, and he gives citations to secondary literature and stuff like that, he concludes by saying something like, I cannot give this like a lower or higher estimate than, let's say, 1 in 2 in favor of historicity, or 1 in 2 in favor of mythicism, right? And then repeatedly throughout the book, he says, well, if you have a different estimate, then feel free to publish your own work showing why the estimate should be different. Supposedly, show more arguments and evidence which I omitted that would motivate someone to think that the number should be 1 in 3 or 1 in 5 or 1 in 10. But the obvious issue is that the reasons why he gives at most point to in which direction the ratio should go, whether it should favor one hypothesis or the other. But there is actually no connection between the arguments and the evidence that he presents and the actual numerical value that he then gives, right? So 1 in 3 is just as arbitrary as 1 in 5 or 1 in 10. There is actually no reason, because there isn't any quantitative data behind it. There isn't any statistic modeling done, right? So that's just his fifis, essentially. But then the problem is, it puts him in a very advantageous position, because if someone points this out and says, for all I know, the actual likelihood, the actual expectedness is 1 in 20, he would say, well, but you're not giving me any reasons to change my mind about it. You're not giving me any additional information that I didn't already take into account, haven't already take into consideration, right? But no, this is just pointing out the arbitrariness of the numerical value assigned.
You would think that in some cases you might be able to have some kind of reasonable bounds, where you can say, if you're talking about a rare event of some kind, or something that's unlikely, then an upper bound of 1/3 might not be outrageous. It has to be less than a half. But if you know that it's somewhat rare, then conservatively you can do 1/3, and then there's going to be a lower bound in terms of just your ability to even estimate it. And so you can, and then I think you can follow through Bayes' theorem with ranges to get kind of posterior ranges as well in these. I mean, they won't be very particularly narrow, but I could see one being able to do that, and I thought some of Carrier's work actually tried at least to do that. But yeah, you have these kind of arbitrary numbers that are in there, and unless you kind of, I feel like there should be some way to motivate it at least a little bit, as opposed to just making it up. And some of it, I think they say, well, okay, if you disagree with my numbers, here's a table, and you can kind of put in whatever you think is right and see how much it will do. Or you can say, I'm going to go with the most conservative values, and then if it's still or the ones that are least charitable to my position, so then if the conclusion ends up being something agreeable to me, then that's fine, because then it's only better than that. So there may be cases that you can actually do that. Obviously, and it's much harder in these sorts of ancient history cases, and as opposed to the physical sciences. But they don't seem to be doing that here. They seem to be relatively arbitrarily putting values on. Yeah.
Yeah, so the fundamental problem here, as I mentioned before, from my point of view, is that they are using the idea of Bayesianism in terms of subjective degrees of belief and conditionalization, multiplying probabilities together and so forth. But then that's all they've done. So in doing that, they can describe their own degrees of belief. And in that sense, it's completely fine for them to just pull numbers out of wherever, because they're just describing what they believe, right? and they can multiply those numbers together and get results as long as they're consistent with the probability axioms. That's fine. The question is whether that should have argumentative sort of purchase on someone who doesn't already agree with them. What reason should I have for accepting their analysis? And in my view, the only way that that's going to work is if they, in terms of the actual modeling, like the Bayesian side of things, is if they either provide base rates or they do some sort of actual modeling of some process, psychological or sociological, whatever, and are able to use that to derive some estimate of some value which they plug into the model at some point. I mean, that's what more like applications of Bayesian techniques in like psychology, for example, actually do. They try to model things. And that is, I think, what you would actually have to do to make real use of this Bayesian approach, to make it actually convincing to people who don't already agree with you. Otherwise, it seems all you're doing is describing your own degrees of belief and sort of hoping that people will be carried along with you.
Yeah, this is literally how I feel the paper, right? So that is the famous episode of The Simpsons where the school gets segregated, like boys and girls, and in the girls section in math classes they talk about how does the number 8 make you feel, you know, instead of solving equations and stuff like that. This is essentially it. My thief is the paper.
Well, this is what's interesting. So I was thinking, for example, you know, like the probability that women would have reported, there would have been women's reports of an empty tomb, right, given the resurrection. So how do we calculate that? Well, that's P, you know, W intersect R over PR. But then when I think of what that denominator is, right, what's the probability of R? Well, there's this whole space of things that don't include that happening, even on a resurrection, that are going to make that denominator like a much bigger number. So like I don't know, think about like okay, Jesus resurrects, but then just appears to men for some reason, or just appears to no one, appears to alien. Like how, I don't get.
This is a point that I make in my book. It's not clear that the resurrection predicts any particular type of appearances or any appearances at all.
And then then the problem is at that point in the disagreement, right, where I'm like, well, I can just imagine all these possible worlds and flesh out the numerator and denominator of that equation in a different way to you. Like, then what can me and the McGrews appeal to? Are we literally just appealing to our imaginations of like possible worlds? And because this is why I think it's important not to ignore the base rates when it comes to doing something like this, because the base rate is like tethered to reality in a particular kind of way where I can't like imagine my way out of it, sort of thing. Whereas it seems that this is entirely predicated on like how plausible, like how a story sort of makes me feel, you know, like how it sits with my intuitions and my sort of, or how imaginative I am. Like, oh yeah, I just remembered, like maybe there was this game that they used to like to play, and that detail could be in some story, you know, and that's going to expand the probability space. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and they're just not interested in that question, I think, which is unfortunate. Maybe we can move on to talking about the disciples now.
Deplore his judgment. Okay, yeah. Bayes factor analysis, the testimony of the disciples. Why should all of those why should all of those witnesses die or be willing to die for an empirical claim which they themselves knew to be false? Well, this is
just to set this up. Yeah. So one possible explanation that's under the not R space is that they lied about it, they made it up. So that's what they're responding to here.
Yeah.
It was a fraud.
But it's always it's never that they actually have a false belief. It's always if they're in a position to know where they could have known that they were wrong, right? Which I would argue that anyone's in that position anyway, pretty much, like absent of weird brain and vat situations. But it's like if they're in a position to know where they could have known they were wrong, then they would have known if they were wrong. But I just don't think that's right. Like there's so many situations where people I mean, you'd say to Muslims, right, the Muslims who flew into the Twin Towers, that they're in a position in the 1990s to have access to enough information to know that the Quran, you know, like Quranic studies and like the metaphysics and all the problems and stuff, they're in a position to know that Islam is false, yet they still flew planes into the buildings, right? Like,
well, so they make a distinction a little bit later about dying for a I guess, a belief and dying for an experience. And maybe we can analyze when they bring that up.
Yeah.
About the relevance there. So I think there's quite a bit about the
but there's just no discussion of
which,
how false beliefs could have been formed, right? That's my point.
Well, it comes a little bit later.
Yeah. Okay.
When they talk about hallucination hypothesis. So then they talk about a possibility of some of the disciples stole the body, which I actually think is a possibility there. Not maybe that the disciples, but just some other followers of Jesus stole the body for, I mean, it's similar to what Camille said, but maybe for slightly different reasons. I don't see what's so implausible about that, but again, they kind of don't like that. But I don't think we need to labor on that point there. Then we get to, the bottom of page 623, the would-be naturalist, I don't know why they're a would-be naturalist instead of just a naturalist, but anyway, is forced, therefore, to search for an internal explanation. So private experience here. So we're moving in towards the hallucination
What page you on? Sorry, James, you on 624?
The bottom of 623.
Oh, 623, sorry, yeah, okay.
So this is where we talk about hallucination theories. Footnote 21 there, it says another external theory so bizarre as to be barely worth mentioning is that someone else pretended to be Jesus. This is the hypothetical twin brother
bizarre.
Example. Now, again, they don't explain why this is so bizarre. Is it more bizarre that someone had a twin brother who pretended to be them deliberately or maybe even kind of accidentally, or that a man came back from the dead? Which is more bizarre?
It's bizarre against base rates. Yeah. It's only bizarre against base rates because it's not bizarre, like given that we theorize this and then we say, well, how would the evidence fit given this theory, right? Well, then the evidence would be completely expected given this theory. So that's which is like the same.
That's true. So they're also talking about priors there, but even so it's not. Again, they keep going back to priors whenever it's convenient for them, whereas what they're supposed to be addressing is the Bayes factor, which is the ratio of likelihoods, which has nothing to do with how plausible an explanation is. That's the prior, right? They can't seem to keep that straight in this analysis here. And also, they don't even do a good job explaining why things like that are implausible. They just say it's bizarre, so barely worth mentioning. Why is it bizarre? I mean, maybe it's a little unusual, but then isn't a resurrection bizarre in that sense as well? Like, why is that more bizarre than a resurrection? Anyway, moving on to the actual hallucination stuff. So
it really is amazing that every single one of their critiques of ideas that they disagree with, they argue against the prior, and they don't talk about how well that particular explanation, regardless of how likely how likely was prior to the data, how well it explains the observation. They just say, oh yeah, this is just implausible. Every single one.
And why is it okay for them to do that, right? In all of these cases, and it's not
ignore
okay
it for the resurrection.
Skeptic. Yeah, yes. It's not okay for the skeptic to do that. It's
right.
Yeah, it really does get tiresome.
The would-be skeptic.
I would. It would be really interesting to ask them how do they explain Jesus appearing in Christian literature, which they don't take as being like historically reliable, right? Like,
right, it's really
for
expected
example,
given the resurrection hypothesis.
Yeah, exactly. For example, the Gospel of Peter. How do you explain? Like, how is it the case that there is a gospel which explains appearances of Jesus which didn't actually take place in history?
Yeah, the probability of a singing cross is high on the resurrection hypothesis and low on the not resurrection hypothesis.
Yeah, exactly. I will
never understand how an apologist can, on the one hand, say, if God can create the universe and fine-tune the constants, then a resurrection is child's play, which I've heard them say. And on the other hand, laugh and scoff with the audience at the idea of a singing cross. Why is that implausible if God wanted to do that? Like,
well, I think it's a cognitive dissonance, easing thing as well, where it's like whenever they get the opportunity to laugh at something being like supernaturally ridiculous, it's like, yes, I finally get to like do it, not consciously.
So are we talking about pareidolia already or no?
And I don't think so at the minute. We're talking about.
Well, it's kind of around this point. Maybe I'll just touch on a few comments here.
Yeah, the disciples going to their deaths given a resurrection actually occurred versus not actually occurred. And again, I'm just thinking, let's compare those, the numerator and the denominator. It just seems to me like there's a bunch of stories that fit the data given not a resurrection, right?
You
where the
just
disciples go
need
to
a
their death.
sincere but mistaken belief. And
Well,
you
but
can,
apparently that's not enough, because that's what they're arguing here. So they compare it to the idea of religious zealots. Now, I'm not sure why the disciples don't count as religious zealots. By most standards, I think that they would count as religious zealots. Obviously, they're not going to like that language, right? But
Right.
again, this is just loaded language that they don't define what the criteria are. But anyway, they talk about a gambler in a fit of frenzy may offer 100 to 1 odds that the roulette wheel will come up red. But the gambler is apt to sober up quickly and abandon his enthusiasm if his child's life is put on the line.
What gamble? What base?
What
rate?
evidence is there for
in
this?
your mind? Yeah, like
like people never lose their house because of gambling.
yeah.
That just doesn't happen according to them.
Or don't fly planes into the Twin Towers, or don't bomb Kabul airport with a suicide
It's
vest.
just unbelievable. Like, where do they get this stuff from? What?
Yeah.
Let's take it seriously. Their claim is that people think more. Well, let me actually be careful. People in a state of religious frenzy or similar to that,
Or frenzy,
whose judgment is clouded, sober up and think more carefully and critically when
the
their
stakes
life is
are
on the
higher.
line,
Yeah.
and are therefore unlikely to make those sort of mistakes. What is the evidence for that claim?
That's
I
an
think
interesting
empirical claim. What is the evidence for it?
Well, I think the evidence is exactly the opposite. Like the Leo Festinger stuff is that when these like stakes become so high, there's like a sunk cost fallacy involved, and
exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think the underlying assumption here, which I think is false, is that if someone believes something very strongly, it must be because they have very good reasons for it.
Yeah.
And if they didn't have very good reasons for it, then they wouldn't believe it that strongly. But I think if anything is in our background knowledge, it's the knowledge that this is not how people work, right? Like if that was true, we would expect people who go through martyrdom for religious reasons to go into scholarship and like become scholars and actually actively evaluate the veracity of their religious claims before they go through martyrdom. But that's not the case. Like Apologia, for example, makes the point that apparently in the history of the Mennonite movement, they faced persecution very severely. They, like, a lot of them emigrated from Soviet Russia and whatnot. But they nevertheless are completely, and have always been apparently completely clueless about not just Christian apologetics, but even about the contents of the Bible, like at basic points about their theology.
Yes, and the McGrews kind of anticipate this objection because they say in the next paragraph, it is sometimes urged that kamikaze pilots, suicide bombers, and Nazis are willing to give up their lives for what they believe to be true. So that's a sort of a subset of what we were talking about. What is their response to that? The answer is that this description blurs the distinction between the willingness to die for an ideology and the willingness to die in attestation of an empirical
for a fact. Oh, that's just begging the question.
But what they believed was a fact, I suppose. But what is an ideology other than a set of facts that you believe, right?
Exactly.
I don't understand this distinction at all.
Well, that's what I mean. They're assuming that that the conclusion that they want falls under the realm of fact, which is the very thing that the Bayesian analysis is supposed to be establishing, right? We haven't actually established that it is a fact. You can't appeal to that.
Well, do you think that if you ask the disciples, are you willing to die, or are you facing persecution because of your belief that Jesus died for your sins and all that, or because of the empirical fact that you believe you witnessed Jesus raised? Do you think that they would even understand the distinction you were trying to make, or would the slightest be interested? You say, well, Jesus is the Lord. That's why I'm teaching this.
You have to say, like, if you asked the people flying planes into buildings on 9/11, is it a fact that you'll go to heaven and have a bunch of virgins? Like, is it a fact? Do you believe it's a fact?
I think that the McGrews here seem to think that it's the fact that it's an empirical fact that's actually important here, because they would say that, the suicide bombers don't have any empirical fact that they're attesting to. Now, I would have thought that their experience in maybe reading the Quran and experiencing that in their lives, I don't know if they would phrase it that way, but plausibly, that could be an empirical fact that you could appeal to. Like, actually, the Nazi example is one I know more about. So many people attested to the charisma of Hitler and his success empirically. Like, look at all of what he did for Germany and recovering territories and building up. Like, those were empirical facts to them that they attested to, that supported their worldview of that Hitler, which they actually believed was sort of ordained by Providence to, unite the, do all that stuff, right? Kamikaze pilots, similar about the emperor and all of that. The point there is, I think that there absolutely are empirical facts that they would have pointed to in defense of, or in justification of their views. And likewise, the disciples, I think, would have had empirical facts that they would have pointed to, but also that fits in a big ideology. What the McGrews want to do is just artificially separate those things and say that it's, if you're willing to die for an ideology, that doesn't really count for anything. That doesn't mean that you're likely to like rationally critique it. But if you're willing to die for an empirical fact, then you're going to rationally critique it, and you must have good reasons. There is no justification for that distinction. It's not clear that the distinction makes any sense at all, and it's not clear that it separates the cases that they want to, because I think that it would be both of the, it would be ideology and empirical facts in all of the cases. They're just making things up. They're just making things up that sound the slightest bit plausible.
Okay, so it's clear that neither the kamikazes, Nazis, nor suicide bombers died to affirm the reality of something that they had seen with their eyes and their hands had handled. I don't know. I mean, like, is it that, like, maybe they saw the emperor, right? I saw the emperor. He's divine. The Japanese
so again,
emperor.
The Quran, right? They experience the reality of the Quran in their lives. It's aesthetic qualities and beauty and all of that stuff.
The ring patterns,
why is that not an
chiasms?
empirical claim?
But also you can look at it the other way, right? So how do you actually establish that what the disciples saw with their own eyes actually was the resurrected Jesus, right? How do you establish they actually handle stuff with their own hands?
Right.
That was why they died.
Well, that's the very thing in question. That's what I'm saying is the very thing in question, though, that we're trying to establish, and then they appeal to it.
Do you think the McGrews would say, after their calculation here, and they get some outrageous base factor of like 10 to the 40 or whatever it is, and so the probability is like out 0.9999 whatever for the resurrection, would you think they would say that the resurrection is a fact, an empirical fact, because they're using data to support their argument, even though they themselves never directly experienced any of this thing that they're talking about? And so I mean, what's the difference between that and the same thing for, I mean, so
and also like Lydia McGrew is famously on record for saying that she would be willing to die for her Christian faith, right? So if that happens, in her case, would she be dying for an ideology or for an empirical claim?
For an empirical fact.
Yeah.
Well, she'd say empirical fact, wouldn't she?
Yeah, exactly. Even though she didn't handle Jesus's body, apparently.
Yeah, totally artificial distinction, and there's no evidence to support their claim that people are more critical in the one case than the other. It's just they're making things up.
So what would induce grown men, because that makes their epistemology better, to break with the religious
men?
To break with the religious community in which they had been raised, and to confess with their blood that they had seen with their own eyes and handled with their own hands their dead rabbi raised again to life? Well, that second part of the sentence is contentious, isn't it? Because it's not clear that they're dying for that exactly. But I mean, they had a belief, right? So the question should be, what would cause grown men to form a belief that they had seen the resurrected Jesus physically, right? And then break with their religious community and stuff. And then that's just like obvious cognitive biases, distortions, grief from their death, cognitive dissonance theory, sunk cost fallacy, like all sorts of...
It's all of this stuff. And the problem is that they, this Swinburne does this as well. They want to like hermetically seal in people in the belief systems that they grow up in or are raised in. And by this logic, you should never see religious innovation, because like, well, people are trapped in their religious community and they can't change ideas. Right. Like, where does the resurrection idea come from? And
except when they're true.
But then where does Islam come from? Where does Mormonism come from? Where does Buddhism come from? Where do all of the other Messiah claimants come from?
It's the work of the devil, clearly.
Well, they are.
No, I mean, this entire section, this question and the follow-up is just a lack of imagination being manifested, right? Like, how is it supposed to have come about? Well, Jesus of the Old Testament, and then an instance of pareidolia, and there you go, right? Like, is that a good reason for a first century Jew to become convinced that Jesus was raised from the dead? No, it's a very bad reason. But what's more likely, that Jesus' disciples jumped to a conclusion they were emotionally motivated to make for a bad reason, or Jesus actually being raised from the dead? Like, I think the first is overwhelmingly more probable than the second, and I think that's a super reasonable thing to think.
Okay, let's push on a little bit to unlike earlier pilgrims who flocked to holy sites, hoping to
And
see
also,
visions and prodigies.
sorry, also
Yeah.
this idea that the disciples broke away from the religious tradition, I'm not sure they would frame it that way, because
Yeah,
it's always
that's another good point.
Yeah, it's always the case that when you have theological innovation, or very often the case that you have theological innovation, it only appears as theological innovation to outsiders, but people in the group actually think that no, they are rediscovering the true origins of the faith that was polluted by the outsiders or by the predecessors, right? It's
another
actually
thing
the true truth, right?
Well, I just thought of something that actually I think is even more would support the non-resurrection hypothesis, right? And that's, you know, in cognitive dissonance theory, there's also that how difficult it is to join like a group actually makes you more likely to stay and not pay attention to disconfirming evidence. So like you know, like fraternities who have like a horrible induction process and stuff like that, well, people are more likely to report that they have positive experiences when there's like when there's a difficult joining process than when there isn't, because they're looking for like ways to kind of justify why they did like a bunch of dumb stuff. And I mean, let's think about the case of Christianity here, that, well, you want to join our group, you're going to have to break with the Judaism of the group that you're in and be like persecuted by all these people, and then you join. Well, what are you going to do? You're going to go, yeah, actually I was wrong, or you're going to look for like rationalizations to not have to justify your actions, you know, like that you took in the first place. So I think again, like our best kind of psychological theories about biases and things, there's even more reasons to confirm the non-resurrection theory.
So they mention here that the disciples weren't anticipating any miracle, let alone a resurrection. I don't know how they know that. It's interesting that their own scriptures say that they should have been, because Jesus said he was going to be resurrected. So I guess we're just conveniently ignoring that. Also, again, their scriptures also say that the women, again, the appearances to the disciples are always preceded by the women telling them, hey, Jesus' tomb is empty, and he appeared to at least one of the women. Now, there is some, you know, in one of them it says that Peter didn't believe, and he goes and looks. But the point is, there's always some expectation that precedes the appearance, even if we take the details at face value, which I don't think we should, but we've gone over that already. So I don't know why we're supposed to now think that there was no anticipation of any sort of appearance here. Plus they're trying to make sense of how their Messiah died, so they're reading the Old Testament, as Camille's pointed out, and trying to make sense of it. So there's that side of it. They're trying to find something to make it fit together. The McGrews here say their primary emotion was not expectation, but a combination of grief and simple fear. They quote 3 scriptures, none of which actually substantiates that. One of them just says that the door was locked because of the Jewish authorities. Like, apparently locking a door means that you're not you don't have any expectation, but you're just grieving and fearing. It's just the sort of evidence that they cite is just laughable.
Locking a door.
Yeah, like that's all it says. I looked these verses up. I'm like, well, what's the substantiation for this?
Well,
assuming all these details are accurate, which I don't assume.
But this is the problem with how they're assessing this evidence, right? Whereas they're saying, well, under my theory, this evidence is expected, which is how plausibly it coheres. Whereas in reality, when you actually like just look at the evidence without assuming, like, given any particular theory, it doesn't do anything either way, and they don't fairly assess it against, in comparison to like non-resurrection. What's the expectedness of locking a door or given non-resurrection?
Exactly. Now the next sentence is very interesting. Messianic expectations in Judaism at the time did not include the resurrection of the Messiah, except in the general resurrection at the final judgment. Is this a reason for thinking that the probability of the resurrection given Judaism is actually low? Because it seems to be, right? But somehow it's only an evidence against the ones that they don't like, but not against their own hypothesis.
You know, I've heard this a bunch of times, and I've literally never understood how this argument is supposed to run. That, you know, that somehow, oh, you have a whole bunch of people who believe in resurrections, but, you know, not until, you know, some unknown time in the future, and somehow that makes it like really unlikely that they believe in any particular resurrection right now. That, especially given that there are indications that, you know, Jesus was saying the end of the world was soon. I mean, I've just never understood this particular perspective.
Let me steelman it, right? So the argument is supposed to go like this: given the the religious background that the disciples would grow up in, it's really unexpected for them to form the belief that Jesus was raised, because something like that wasn't part of that religious background. Like in their religious background, they would, I imagine, a general resurrection at the end of the age when everyone would be raised, right? They wouldn't expect one person, let alone the Messiah, to just randomly be raised in the middle of history.
So they wouldn't have formed this belief unless it was true?
Unless they had really good evidence against it, yeah. But that, again, like, first fruit of the resurrection, hello? Like, this is
because they're perfectly rational Bayesian agents as well, remember?
This is actually addressed, like that point is specifically addressed in the New Testament, right? Jesus is the first fruit of the general resurrection. They became convinced that Jesus was raised because they became convinced that the general resurrection of the dead is about to happen. And Jesus was just first, like the first person to go through it. And then after a couple of decades, we actually see evidence of people deconverting from Christianity precisely because the general resurrection didn't take place. Like the whole reason why the Second Peter was written is because there are scoffers who abandoned the Christian belief because they're saying, look, it's been decades and the natural order is continuing the way it does, right? So what are you talking about, general resurrection? There is no general resurrection. So Second Peter actually invents an apologetic for why it's okay to still be a Christian, even though the general resurrection didn't happen as expected. So yeah.
Yeah, there's also the whole people coming out of their graves and walking around in Matthew, which is really weird, but seems to indicate that there was somehow this idea that the general resurrection was here for some people at least.
Yeah,
this is exactly what that motif is there for.
Yeah, one hypothesis that explains why the small apocalypse, like the small resurrection, is in Matthew, is that Matthew obviously knew that the general resurrection didn't come, but he still wanted to depict the general resurrection as taking place in some form. So he just wrote that the bodies of not everyone, but the bodies of the saints were actually raised, and they walked around Jerusalem, and that's supposed to be like enough fulfillment of that expectation of the general resurrection that it like puts that objections to the ground.
Okay, so
yeah, where did we get up to? Yeah, so they weren't expecting it. That's not clear and is sort of contradictory there. Oh yeah, the disciples sometimes failed to recognize Jesus. Now, that is advanced as a reason to be skeptical that they were expecting to see Jesus, right? First of all, I don't know why we should trust that as a detail, but also the non-recognition motif is super weird. How is that expected under the resurrection hypothesis? Why would you expect Jesus to appear to some of his disciples and then not recognize him? So I don't understand how the resurrection explains this. I don't think, I mean, maybe Camille, you've got an explanation for why we see this in John, but to me, it's bizarre under any view. Certainly under the resurrection view, there's no explanation for it. They just pretend that there is.
Yeah, I think in most explanations that have been proposed in literature, that would have some kind of symbolical or allegorical, like it's there for like a symbolical or allegorical reason. And any explanation further than that you give is going to be speculative, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to comment on either of these notes?
Yeah, there's some interesting stuff in the footnotes. Actually, just before that, so they're saying hallucination theory has to be invoked for multiple people, and the plausibility, as they say, inversely related to the amount of detail it involves. So what they're saying is that hallucination becomes less plausible as an explanation for a report the more detail that a report has in it. I would like to see a citation where they show why they are claiming that, because I don't know of any evidence that claims that the more detail you give, the less likely it is to be a hallucination. They seem to be just making things up. In the footnotes here, they say in 27 here, they actually use a quote that I quote in my book, talks about how comparatively dissimilar hallucinatory experiences of different people attain a spurious similarity by process of harmonization. And the quote goes on, sort of explains some of the basic processes that operate to sort of harmonize accounts of individuals into a group account, which is what I think happened. Now, what do they say in response to this, which I think is a really, I'm glad they quote this, but what's their response to it? Their response consists of one sentence. But detailed experiences full of verbal and tactile interactions, both with the one seen and with another witnesses, cannot be brushed aside like this. Okay, so that's their rebuttal. They just basically say no. It's like,
and
here's
also
an argument. No.
And also, as far as I understand, under the hallucination hypothesis, like the content of the experience is not actually what's described in the Gospels, right? Like when people say maybe some Jesus's followers hallucinated, they are not saying, I think there were groups of people that if we could interview, they would say, oh yeah, I totally like poked Jesus's holes, right? No, they are still saying that the accounts of Jesus's resurrection appearances in the Gospels and Acts are literary creation. But they would say that the reason why they are there is fundamentally, like it goes back to some people having some kind of hallucinatory experience of Jesus, and then it grown over time, it got exaggerated, distorted, and eventually this is what you end up with in the Gospels. So that's not even dealing with the actual hallucination hypothesis.
Yes, exactly. And apologists consistently make this what I regard as a clear mistake. They think that a hallucination explanation plus memory contagion, whatever else, has to explain the accounts as they appear in the Gospels, which it absolutely does not have to do, because that is assuming that the skeptic just takes for granted as face value everything that it says in the Gospels. Whereas no, that's not what the skeptic grants. That's not what the 75% or whatever percentage of scholars who think that, the disciples believed that they saw Jesus. That's not what most of them are saying. They say there was some sort of experience that the disciples had, which they interpreted as Jesus appearing to them. Not necessarily the same as anything that we see in the Gospels, other than in the very broadest outlines of, they saw Jesus. They thought they saw Jesus. But repeatedly, the evangelical apologists keep saying, oh, no, but it can't explain all the details. We see that on the next page where they start saying, oh, no, but like they gave food to him and they cooked fish. Like, how could they have hallucinated that? And it's just like, oh, gosh.
Yeah, that would be really difficult to explain naturalistically if there were actually people who claim to have those kinds of experiences. Yeah, I agree.
I've actually had people who seem to say that, like, not only that people claimed to have eaten fish with Jesus, but like that there actually was fish that like somehow disappeared, and they're like, but where did the fish go if Jesus didn't eat it?
How do you explain the missing fish?
Yes.
That's a minimal fact.
The missing fish, yes, and that's definitely a yellow brick road argument for sure.
Now, let's see. First sentence is the second paragraph on the 626. They say, then abruptly they stopped. That is, the resurrection appearances stopped, as Christ was no longer appeared on earth, and subsequent appearances were sort of different in character. Now, my question is, first of all, why is it expected under the resurrection hypothesis that the appearances would stop? Jesus has been raised to life. He's back. He could be around for years, decades. I mean, forever if God wanted to be around forever, right? Like, why is it expected that they would stop after however many days it was? Actually, I think it's very expected that we would see this under a naturalistic hypothesis because, and I can't remember if I actually talk about this in my book or just on my blog somewhere, but new religious movements that involve prophecy and revelation almost always fairly soon restrict the prophecy and revelation to either particular people or particular time span. And the reason for that is because otherwise you can't keep control of the development of doctrine and who has power and prestige in the movement if everyone can get a revelation, right? So there's there's case studies have been done of this. There's almost always restrictions placed on like what counts as a genuine revelation, either based on the person or at the time or something like that. So this is exactly, I think, what you would expect for a newly developing religious movement that's entirely has nothing to do with God, is that you would have some sort of cutoff point or criteria of what counts as a resurrection appearance. And this apparently, Pentecost was what developed in the early church. Whereas it's not clear why you would expect anything like that if God actually rose Jesus from the dead. So again, they don't even seem to think about why something would be explained by their preferred resurrection hypothesis. It's just assumed that everything is explained. And then they ask, how do you explain this?
Well, God clearly wants to spread the new religion to the Gentiles, which requires the church, which requires Pentecost.
But couldn't Jesus help with that? Like Jesus could go to India and China. Like what? Wouldn't that help?
And also, it's interesting to keep in mind that like when most people think about it, including, for example, I think including non-Christians, is that the story is supposed to be that Jesus was raised physically from the tomb. Then there was this period of about 40 days when he was somehow around, in like a bodily form, and was occasionally appearing to people in different locations. And then at the conclusion of that about 40-day period, he ascended to heaven from Mount Sinai, from the Mount of Olives, right? And afterwards, he just appeared from heaven. So he wasn't actually physically there anymore, right? So the people kind of
You
just
talk about Paul's appearance afterwards, then.
Paul's appearance, or the Stephen, when he saw Jesus in the clouds in the Book of Acts, and it's
Peter and
actually
Cornelius,
interesting.
they also mention here.
Yeah, and it's actually interesting that this distinction is actually nowhere to be found until the Gospel of Luke. Because just think about it. Like, for example, in the Gospel of Matthew, there's no reason to think that after that Jesus wasn't assumed to heaven immediately. And there's no reason not to think that the appearance of Jesus in Galilee is not phenomenologically the same as the appearance, for example, to Stephen. There's no reason not to think that it's just an appearance from heaven, right? In the Gospel of Matthew, there's no trace of Jesus having a physical body, and there's no distinction being made between the resurrection and the ascension, right? The same in the letters of Paul. So I think it's very reasonable that the original belief was that Jesus was assumed to heaven bodily, just like Elijah or Enoch. The only difference is that Elijah and Enoch didn't die before, so it's not like their corpse was assumed to heaven. They were like made alive and assumed to heaven. They just were alive and then went up to heaven, right? And this distinction is introduced only in the Gospel of Luke, and then it's kept in the Gospel of John. And I think it's really interesting because by the time when those two Gospels were written, that's exactly the point in time when you would want to shift from, let's say, apostolic authority or authority in the church in general, shift from that being based in you receiving revelation to that being like an apostolic tradition, right? So that's just something interesting to keep in mind as well.
Everyone, I have to be heading out.
No problem. Thanks for pulling an all-nighter, by the way. I didn't expect
Nearly 7 hours. That is impressive. Most people don't last that long.
Well, not only that, but it's like actually
it's 1 o'clock when I started, 1 o'clock a.m.
Oh.
Right.
in the morning, because
you've just gone for it.
And so figured it wasn't quite an all-nighter, because I slept from like 9 p.m. to just before 1. But,
okay.
But thank you very much. It was very, very good. I look forward to hearing the rest of the. Again, if you do another Bayes one, definitely send me a link. If anyone has any questions, you can always contact me. Obviously.
Yeah, I'll put the link to your website and books and stuff in the description. And if you want, we can do a separate one sometime talking about like use of Bayes in religious apologetics.
Sure. Whatever you like.
Awesome.
All right.
Right. Well, have a good.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Have a good day.
All right. Cheers.
Yes.
Let's see. So what did we get up to here? Yeah, so the Pentecost stuff. I think then they say that hallucinations like this would represent a mental illness. They don't give any citation or explanation of why that would be the case. So that's really all they have to say about that. Then they start talking about objective vision theories, which
where are you looking? Sorry, James.
Too much to say about. We're on 627 now.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to do this as well.
So objective vision is like supernatural but not resurrected Jesus.
Yeah, it's a bit vague.
I think it's your theory, Camille, right? Like objective vision. Oh no.
Well, yeah, except it's divinely produced.
Exactly.
Right.
It's like supernatural. So mine isn't actually addressed at all. It's either hallucination, which doesn't happen to groups, or there is like supernatural fuckery going around. It's just not Jesus.
Right. Yeah.
So where is my hypothesis, right?
Just isn't there. It's not possible.
It doesn't occupy the possibility space.
Yeah.
It's a contradiction. People never see things in clouds.
So this is where they mention Zeus at the second last paragraph. So Zeus, were he to exist, would have no motive for persuading the disciples of the Christ's victory over death.
Ooh,
how do you know that?
Scroll into it.
How do you know that Zeus wouldn't have a motive?
Oh, so I really need the toilet, so I'll be watching.
Yeah, so poor old Zeus, he's just sort of left out in the cold there. I don't know why he's ignored so readily there. At the bottom there, we also have saying that a God who is capable of working miracles, ellipsis, skipping a middle bit there, would have no conceivable reason for skipping the physical miracle of a resurrection and befuddling his earnest followers into the bargain. So they seem to be saying here that God wouldn't have provided an objective vision because that would confuse the disciples in thinking that he had resurrected, which would be like deceiving of God. I really don't even know that the early disciples would have had would have drawn the ontological distinctions that we are making here, or that the McGrews are trying to make between like an objective vision and like a bodily resurrection. Maybe they would have, I don't know, but it just seems a bit.
That goes back to what I'm saying, right? So I would be asserting that if you look at the development of early Christian literature, then all the way up until the Gospel of Luke, the appearances are actually like true visions, right? They are not appearances of a body that's walking around talking to people. At least that's like that hypothesis is consistent with the account, and this, like the distinction between like a veridical vision, supernatural veridical vision, and an actual body being there that you can touch in a room is first introduced in the Gospel of Luke.
Yeah, I mean, it seems very reasonable to me that these concerns were later developments of people who were trying to work out the Christology and other issues as they were debating in the other communities.
Where are we up to now? Sorry.
And also, like I would want to again I want to emphasize again that in the Gospel of Luke, in that post-resurrection account, it specifically says, "Look, Jesus ate a piece of fish," so that the disciples wouldn't think that he's a ghost, right?
Right. Yeah.
I think that's protesting too much. I think that's counter-apologetic, right? That's why it's the author takes care to mention that. So there you go.
This is what I mean. If you look at the accounts we have and think what features would be expected under a sort of a divinely inspired original witness-based account versus not that development over time and working.
Well, doesn't that come under the not resurrection?
Their ideas.
Doesn't that come under not resurrection? Doesn't that come under not resurrection probability space, right? Like a divinely, there's not a resurrection, but there's a divinely.
Actually, that would fall. I think fall under resurrection, because if by resurrection you mean that Jesus's body is disappears from earth and he's assumed into heaven and like seated on the right hand side. Of
sorry, I got that
next to his.
Yeah, I meant something different.
Throne. Yeah, and then he appears just through veridical visions.
Yeah,
then that would still count as a resurrection. It would count as a physical resurrection, right? But it wouldn't be describing the kinds of things that are going on in the Gospel of Luke and in the Gospel of John.
Yeah. Yes, and my point was that under an assumption of a true resurrection and divine inspiration of the Gospels, would we expect to see these sort of developments? Comparing Mark and John being sort of the most obvious, and the theological flourishes that you see in Matthew and in Luke about all sorts of different points, guards at the tomb, and the people walking around Jerusalem, and the mention about they touched Jesus. Jesus ate fish so that they would know he's not a ghost. These things seem much more plausible under the idea that there's particular debates and theological concerns that the authors had at their time that they wanted that didn't exist in the time of the previous gospel authors, and that they wanted to put in. Otherwise, like, why wouldn't you just start off with the high Christology that you have in John and all of the relevant details, and heck, put in like the Nicene Creed in there, just so that God can have his bases covered and make sure that no one misunderstands the nature of Christ's different, two natures combined in one, and all this other stuff. Like, I mean, this goes a bit beyond, I guess, the point being made here, but I just don't think we would expect to see texts like this under the assumption that Jesus was raised from the dead.
Yeah. Well, so I suppose if we were really to do a Bayesian analysis of the whole thing, right, then we wouldn't just take into account this historical data, but we'd all, the model would also have like God's existence and sustaining and building his church, and we'd really we'd conditionalize taking into account all the relevant facts about like Christianity and the resurrection having happened. And yeah, I agree that taking like the theory where there's like all these ad hoc additions of church councils and things like that to sort of flesh out like doctrines, that it's just completely undetermined, and the unreliability of doing theology, and that the perfect God came up. Like I think it's going to come out pretty low at the end of it, but we're not really supposed to do that, I suppose, in this case.
Well, yeah. So they only look at the facts that are convenient to them. They don't look at other facts that might actually count in the other direction, like differences in the Gospels and theologically motivated sections. So on 628,
Well, because it's not like it's irrelevant because they just to stay on that point, it's not like it's actually irrelevant to a Bayesian assessment of whether the resurrection actually happened, because on that model, right? Like God cares about how good the evidence looks throughout history in terms of people figuring out. And then when you find out, that it's underdetermined and so unclear, and there's all these like various equivalences, and then like later on it turns out people need the Shroud of Turin or whatever, like all these things, right, are going to be, I would say, would count as like evidence against God having actually acted in this way to produce this evidence that's so good. But
yeah, exactly. And we don't get a discussion of any of those things.
So where did we get up to though? Sorry, did you get to this bit?
628. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight one or two things here. So the best available naturalistic explanations, reading from the top of paragraph 2. The hallucination theory requires an extraordinary level of detailed delusion, seamlessly integrated with the experience of those around them. So we've talked about that. It doesn't really require that at all. But they think that it does. Such delusions do occur in waking life for those who suffer severe mental illnesses. But such illnesses are mercifully rare and is accompanied by other noticeable conditions which are absent in the case of disciples. I would like some citations about this and what sort of mental illnesses are necessary for these sort of delusory effects, because this is, I think, incorrect. Hallucinations are actually quite common, and I don't know that there's any evidence that they can't be integrated into other experiences.
And it's not illnesses necessarily, right? I mean,
that's what I'm saying. That they're not necessarily associated with mental illness either. They're quite common in the healthy population. So they're just making things up at this point. This is apologetics through making things up. There's no citations or explanation of that there at all.
And they also don't know that the conditions, like that, the conditions that they are referring to are absent in the case.
How do you know that those weren't present? Yeah, again, just making it up. And then we get some waffle here, and we get to the sort of level that they say the probability of a single disciple experiencing Jesus under the resurrection relative to not resurrection is 1,000. So 3 orders of magnitude.
That's so fucking dumb. Where does this number come from?
They just say it would seem is at least 3 orders of magnitude greater. On the last sentence there.
What if I just go, yeah, but what if I just go, oh yeah, like it just seems to be different. Like, what can we appeal to?
Well, they can deplore your reasoning, but they can't say that you made a calculational error. I mean, and then we get the independence part again, which we will come back to because they have a whole section on that, so we can discuss that. And then, so the point is that they're taking 1,000 as the base factor for a single disciple, and they're saying that there are 13 of them who saw Jesus. So if you multiply 10 to the 3 by 13, you multiply 10 to the 3 by itself 13 times, you get 10 to the 39, which is that number there. So we're building up to 10 to the 44.
Yeah. That is,
we get 10 to the 2, I think, from the women, 10 to the 39 from the disciples, and I guess the rest comes from Paul.
3. That is what 3 times 13 is. It was like, okay.
So now we're on to the conversion of Paul.
I just reading that, and you did mention this as well under the assumption of independence as well, where.
Yeah, so there's a whole separate subsection to that. So we'll discuss that when they discuss it. But looking at the conversion of Paul,
the fourth, fourth of the salient facts, wasn't it 3? What?
The fourth?
Yeah. Look, it starts saying the fourth.
Yeah, they do say the fourth. What was the first one? I don't actually know what the first.
Is it just the probability of a resurrection, or?
Wait, no. The second fact is the testimony of the disciples, because it says that at the start of that section. Yeah. So what's the third? The first would be the women in the tomb.
Clearly, the editors just couldn't be asked.
I don't know. I don't know what the third one was. I don't know. Anyway, we've got 2 and 4, but maybe 3 got missed. But anyway,
I mean, it doesn't matter at this point. Just add another number in there, and multiply it out.
Well, 3 is the only uncountable number, so maybe they had to skip that one.
Yeah. It's a striking event. It's very striking, so that gives.
Well, it is. I mean, I agree. It's a sort of an unusual account. But the question we're trying to address here is what the base factor is. How expected is Paul's conversion under the resurrection? Given how expected is it, or how likely is it under not resurrection? Now, I don't know that anyone has a very good explanation for Paul's conversion. The question is, though, how probable is it under the resurrection? Why would you expect that Paul would be converted given the resurrection? What is the connection there at all? They don't even discuss this. They don't mention it. All they say at the very end of this, at the top of page 630. Oh, you're searching for third now.
Yeah.
At the top of page 630.
So big, it's like so slow. I've like completely.
Yeah, I don't know that that's a lot of value added there, but at the top of page 630, you can scroll down there.
Yeah. And then the numbers here didn't line up, so I like got confused. Yeah.
What was I saying? Yeah, so they say, whereas on the assumption of R, there is no difficulty whatsoever accounting for P, which is Paul's conversion. What? What does the resurrection have to do at all with Paul's conversion?
Because Paul's doesn't actually
unrelated.
see... Well,
he doesn't see the resurrected Jesus. He didn't know Jesus while he was alive.
Bright light. Yeah.
God could appear to Paul if he wanted to, completely irrespective of whether he was resurrected. Nor do we have any reason to think that God would have any business appearing to Paul. Why would he want to do that instead of appearing to anyone else, or groups of people, or no one at all, or someone 1,000 years later? There's no explanatory value here at all.
Perhaps
it's
what
just
they
a
mean
joke.
by
They have nothing to say.
Yeah. On the assumption of R, there's no difficulty accounting for it on the assumption of not R. What do they mean? Is at best an order of 10 to the minus 4? I mean, Paul sounds kind of like maybe he's epileptic, or like
they literally say, because it's a bit hard to account for Paul's conversion, therefore it's 10 to the minus 4 in favor of their theory.
But where's this come from?
That's just invented as usual. The point is, though, they don't even compare it to anything. They just say it's unlikely under not R, therefore it's better under R.
But why 10 to the minus 4? You know, I know it's just invented, but like, are they even trying to? No, they're not, are they? They're literally just like a number.
Oh wait, no, sorry, it's 10 to the 3. The 10 to the minus 4. No, I actually don't know why it's 10 to the minus 4 there and 10 to the 3 later.
Taking the secularly described component of the relevant texts at face value, we would suggest that the probability of Paul's conversion given not resurrection is at best, so it wouldn't be 10 to the minus 3, on the order of 10 to the minus 4, and plausibly a good deal lower. But like, how the hell, what does this even mean? Like, I mean, where has 10 to the minus 4 come from? You know, sometimes I'm thinking when we say they've literally pulled it out their arse, that sounds a bit harsh. But where has this number come from, other than?
I think you've already told us where it's come from. Again, this is what I've been saying throughout. These numbers could describe their own credences. That's fine, but it's not clear why we should be at all persuaded by them, because they don't give us anything. They don't give us base rates. They don't give us models. They don't give us any reason to accept their numbers other than as mere reports of their own subjective credences.
But I don't even, I mean, if I think about like beliefs that I hold, I mean, is there even a belief? I mean, 10 to the minus, what belief do I hold with like 10 to the minus 4?
Well, you might not have anything right, but that doesn't mean
I know that they can.
That's why it's subjective.
I don't even know what like beliefs I have that are in that range. Like, that's so precise, 10 to the minus 4. Like,
well, it's an order of magnitude, right?
But it's really, it's tiny, and it's so, it's like really specific, you know. Like, if I was going to tell you, I could say like, well, roughly I believe something like maybe 80%, like 0.8 or like 0.2 or something, right? But to say that small specifically, like, I've got no idea between what I believe 0.1 or, you know, 0.01 or 0.001. Like, I can't distinguish between those in my like subjective creed. I mean, maybe they can very accurately.
You don't have the light of Christ.
Yeah,
that helps you with these things. Maybe, I don't know.
There is also something that I want to highlight, and I think they would probably agree that the prior probability of action, wherever they would put the prior, is not like super high. You know, I think even they would say, okay, it's not like 0.5, right? The prior. Because especially if they want to highlight that Jesus' resurrection is dissimilar from other supernatural revivifications, right? They want to say that somehow there's a distinction between what happens to Jesus in the Gospels and what happens to small girls in Africa after they are bitten by a snake, taken to a pastor who prays over them, and they are revived, right? So let's say that they would imagine that they would say that the prior probability is not like super high. So how would they actually, where are their epistemic credences in case of propositions about ancient past where the prior probability is actually high? You know, like let's say that there is some mundane claim from ancient history that we have very well evidenced, even maybe even better than what we have for the New Testament, right? Let's just say that it's a mundane claim that Cicero makes in one of his letters, where he literally wrote the letter like moments after it happened. And that same claim is also attested by a bunch of historians who covered the same time period somewhat later. Like, would they also say that the likelihood ratio is this astronomical in favor of that event actually happening?
Yeah, I was thinking about that as well.
Yeah, and
I think you can use that as a reductio against this 10 to the 44.
Yeah, it's reductio.
It's way too high.
Yeah, because if you have comparable levels of evidence for a claim which is mundane, then you would have to be astronomically overconfident in the veracity of that proposition. But it's just completely ridiculous given the field, like in the discipline of ancient history. Contemporary historians of antiquity are not this confident even about very mundane claims in the historical record, because they realize there are, even if it's super mundane, even if it's relatively well evidenced, they realize there are all kinds of things going on that are separating us from the actual historical events 2000 years ago that we don't have any information on. You know, things like distortions of information in transmission and stuff like that. That it's just not appropriate to be super confident, especially not astronomically confident. Like, this is the level of confidence which I think is not even warranted when it comes to findings in like experimental science, like experimental physics, right? Because even in experimental physics, there are all kinds of things that could still go wrong with the equipment and the machinery and stuff like that, right? And even if you have multiple people in like different labs around the world confirming the same event, it could still be false positives, right? So I think that's a very powerful reductio, at least against what they are doing in the paper with these specific numbers.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to ask them what they would. I mean, take something that's sort of overwhelmingly, I don't know, like that 2 jet aircraft flew into the Twin Towers on September 11, 2001. That event, right? What base factor would they give for that happening? I mean, it's hard to know what it could be, because the evidence we have for that is so much greater than the evidence for the resurrection. The number they would have to give is just completely obscene, right? And if you think about claims even from empirical science, as Camille says, I don't think I'd give 10 to the 44 for anything, right? That is just so ridiculously high. Remember, 10 to the 12 is a trillion. So like 1 in a trillion against, you could think of it as. And that is a very, very high confidence. It's hard to emphasize how high 10 to the 44 is as an odds ratio.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're giving that to an inferenced event that there's not even testimony of anyone seeing this. It's an inference that we give to explain a bunch of facts which are tendentious. To think that you can get to 10 to the 44 there is just ludicrous. And as Camille was saying, I think that should be to think about what likelihoods they would have to give to likelihood ratios, rather, they'd have to give to other events in ancient history that are much better evidenced. Right. It is just a reductio against the idea that 10 to the 44 is even close to right.
So do we want to continue with Paul, or?
Yeah, look, they just say that the explanations for what happened aren't that convincing. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I just think that the resurrection doesn't explain anything about Paul. And I'm still waiting for an apologist that appeals to Paul to actually explain to me how the resurrection explains the Pauline conversion, because I have no idea how it's supposed to work.
So we had
so we can move 10,
go ahead. 10 squared for the women's testimony given the resurrection. We had 10 to the 39 because of the all the independent lines of apostles for that
13 of them.
Even though there were only 2 that they were, 3 that they were confident in, but for the deaths of the apostles given the resurrection, that's insane. But then, I mean, even if it wasn't that high, it'd still be pretty crazy. But like, and then 10 to the 3 for Paul's conversion, given the resurrection. And then, but isn't Paul one of the the going to their deaths? Are
I don't
those
exactly know who the 13 was, who the
Yeah.
13 were, but I'm guessing not then.
Well, if D is disciples and P is Paul, is it 13 under D and
Yeah, I think
Paul
it was
is
13
extra?
under. It was
Yes, 13 under D,
right?
because
'Cause
that's where the
39
39 comes
is
from.
yeah 3
times 13.
What could be James?
Yeah, I think James is. But they do mention that, but there are 11, right? So that gets you to 12. I'm not sure who the 13, or is it Bartholomew or whoever's elected afterwards? Because they mentioned that as well.
It's Matthias.
Matthias, excuse me.
Yeah,
Well,
it could be Matthias because it says that he saw like the when they in the Gospel of Luke when they pick Matthias they pull from candidates who saw Jesus resurrected. That's what the account says.
But you only get Sorry, you go ahead, Camille.
Yeah, I would have to check what the sources are for Martyrdom of Matthias. I think not great, given he's a really obscure character. You know, like there wouldn't be early 2nd century sources about his martyrdom.
Well, the martyrdom for most of the disciples is not not well evidenced at all. But anyway, so but that's where their number comes from, 10 to the 44. It's mostly from the disciples treating them as independent. So this little section
would still be pretty high. I mean,
what would be high?
Like if it was like 10 to the, I don't know, like 5 or something, I would say.
Even if you ignore the disciples and just multiply the women with Paul, you get 10 to the 5, which is 10,000 to 1, which I would say is far too high.
What's the evidence? What's the likelihood ratio they give for Paul? Is it 1 in 100?
1,000.
1,000?
10 to the 3. Yeah.
Well, there you go. So you don't need
That's
the
fucking
Gospels.
ridiculous.
All you need is Pauline epistles. Just forget about the fish. Forget about the touching of the wounds. You just have Paul, and that makes the resurrection overwhelmingly probable, right?
Yeah, but then you can't overcome a prior probability of 10 to the minus 40, which is what they want to have in that line there, just because it sounds good, I guess. It's just a joke.
That's silly.
This is
think about that.
This is like Cameron with his arguments, right? And taking the balls out of the urn. Like this is that. It's just making up numbers.
Yeah. By the way, Matthias, the earliest account is by Pseudo Hippolytus, which we don't know actually when it was written, and it just says that he preached in Jerusalem and fell asleep and was buried there. It doesn't even necessarily say that he was martyred.
Well, so let's think about this in frequentist terms, right? So like what are they really saying here, just to draw out like how their intuitions might differ from ours, so that
well, we can try to think of an event that is unlikely to the extent of 10 to the 44 or 10 to the minus 44. So let's see, if I win a lottery that has 100 million tickets out, then that is 10 to the 8. So how many times would I have to win that separately?
Or coin flips.
Right,
well,
so just
yeah,
multiply
that's going to get you to a huge
until
number.
Get,
I'm just winning. So
8,
if I won
16, I can't.
If I won 100 million ticket lottery like 5 times separately, that's still not even.
Yeah, that's still not.
10
That's
to the
40.
44.
Yeah,
That's 40. So that they're saying that the probability of the resurrection occurring. Oh, sorry, no. The probability of the evidences that we mentioned, the women and the disciples, occurring under not resurrection is equivalent, relatively speaking, to someone winning 100 million ticket lottery more than 5 times separately, like independently of each other. That's the level of unlikelihood they're claiming we, as the not resurrection people, have to swallow.
Yeah,
That's
we
so
just have
confusing.
texts, ancient texts.
I don't even know that I would be that uncharitable to like the resurrection side of it. From where I think it's pretty. I mean.
I would give a higher probability of young Earth creationism being true.
Yeah,
than
like
10 to the minus 44, for goodness sake. That is so ridiculously low. But hey, the Gospels and Acts are generally reliable, so
And also, it's important to keep in mind that, like, there was a great workshop on the Bayesian probability of the resurrection that was organized by Callum Miller, and it featured both Timothy McGrew and Richard Swinburne, and they were talking about the likelihood ratio, and they were like, well, yeah, I think Richard Swinburne was like, well, I think it's closer to 1 in 1,000 or something like that, and Timothy McGrew is, well, I think it's closer to 1 to the negative 44 power, right? And it's like, well, and they immediately then said, well, but we agreed it's really low, right? Like it's really favors resurrection. And I'm there thinking like, okay, if the interreliability of the scholars
This is
so
the range
bad,
part, yeah.
if this is the range, right? Then what is it really saying, right? And also, like, how much would you have to tweak the range so that it overshoots massively in the direction of the resurrection actually not being the case, right?
Yeah, that's interesting. You'd think that scholars who are actually very close together would be able to assess the evidence in a bit more of a comparable way. Yeah, that the 10 to the 44 is just such a joke. So they talk a little bit about this sort of cumulative effect or collective effect, as they say. I don't know that there's a whole lot that I want to emphasize there. Nathan, you've got a few comments on 631 that you might want to look at. I need to get some food, so I'm going to be gone a couple of minutes. So just keep going, and you might get to the independent section. I'll be back in a bit.
We've deliberately kept all salient facts minimally stated. What did it say? All that being said, it is only to be expected that the case for the salient facts is largely dependent on the reliability and authenticity of the most relevant and detailed textual sources available. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about that, I guess. We have proved prima facie reasons for the values we give, but it is only to be expected that anyone who denies R will find them unacceptable. I mean...
Yeah, that's kind of an tautology, right?
Well, yeah, it's just like, yeah, anyone who disagrees with us will disagree with us. But yeah, anyone who disagrees with us and has blue shoes on will disagree with us. Like... Yeah, it's very silly, but it's like, especially when you actually unpack what they've done, which is just describe in mathematical terms that they're really, really, really convinced, and then it's like, yeah, and anyone who isn't really, really convinced will not be really, really convinced by a description of the things that we believe.
Yeah, and it's like, I have to imagine that when they were writing this article, they were actually super excited that the number is so high, because it just shows how like overwhelming the cumulative case for Christianity is. How is it the case that nobody in the process of this being put together, like this book being put together, how is it the case that nobody realized how like absurd it is that the likelihood ratio is so like astronomical? Like, imagine what kind of mind frame you would have to be in order to think that, yes, it's actually a good thing that it's like it's as probable as some like experimental results in like
it's as probable
physics
as winning the lottery 5.5 times in a row. Yeah, that's so crazy. I mean, just think about that. If you're like, if you're planning to go to like bet on the lottery, right? Like today, how likely do you like have this impression that you're going to win? And now imagine winning 5.5 times in a row, right? I mean, obviously half a time in a row doesn't really make sense, but
also yeah, sorry. I was thinking about like what kind of theological implications that would have. Like, if it's really the case that like a rational actor would be under the power of this strong evidence, where is the room for free will, right?
Yeah, that's true,
like,
right?
Is it Christians always say that, oh, God gives evidence, but he can't give this evidence because that would take away your free will. Well, apparently
that's going to have to deal with that apologetic.
The evidence that we have is like so overwhelmingly favoring Christian theism that where's the room for free will? And if and is it really, given that the evidence is apparently already so overwhelming in favor of the resurrection, is it really for me to presumptuous to want to see like a regrown limb or something like that, like, yeah, maybe then it will be 1 to the 80 power, right? But it's already 10 to the 80 power, right? But it's already 10 to the 4 43 or whatever, right? So how much difference does it make? Where is the room for me to reject this freely?
That's right, by the way, what Philip said, because we forget that we had to multiply it by PR over P not R. And I mean, in my mind, P not R is actually going to be quite big. You know, that denominator is actually going to be
I'm
really,
assuming
really big.
I'm assuming that the estimates they give in like 1 in 100 is not E given R. It's already the ratio of E given E given R. It's already the ratio of E given R divided by E given not R, right? For every single. So they're not saying that the expectedness on R is 1 in 1000. They're saying that expectedness on R and not R are like two undefined numbers. It's just if you divide them, it gives you 1 in 1000.
Well, this is another. Like here, you see the first term in the.
Yeah, this is another trick, by the way, that people do in these kinds of articles, because like if they were to give these probability these expectedness estimates directly, then it would be really obvious that the numbers are arbitrary, that they don't have anything to back it up. It's not modeled based on any empirical data. So instead of giving you the value of E given H, they instead give you the ratio, and they say, oh, E given H and E given not H are just some numbers that we are not going to be taught, like pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Right? We're not even going to mention that. Oh, but we have worked out in our like secret underground lab that if you divide those two numbers that I'm not going to show, the ratio is 1 in 10,000 or 1 in 1,000 or something like that, right?
Okay, so where were we? 230-ish, Bayes factor analysis, the collective force of the salient facts. So yeah, they say then, on this score, our claim is simply that the arguments we have presented are sufficient to shift the burden of proof for the time being. Well, McGrews, the time has come because we've done this stream right and gone through all of the evidence, and we don't agree with what you've done. So I guess the ball's back in your court. One point, however, is largely independent of the values put into the calculation. The use of Bayesian structure illustrates. Oh yeah, right. I was just talking about how like the structure that they've used is actually pretty crap because they could have used a better probabilistic model. Bayesian structure illustrates dramatically how the compounding of independent pieces of positive evidence can rapidly create a powerful cumulative case, even for a highly controversial claim. So I actually think that this sentence here should be taken as like, here's why the methodology we've used is crap and like shouldn't be used by people when they say how the compounding of independent pieces of positive evidence can rapidly create a powerful cumulative case, even for a highly controversial claim. So think about the the gremlins in my closet thing. So like, what's the okay? So there's noises coming from my closet. There's noises coming from my attic, given that there are gremlins in my closet, right? And now take I don't know, what would be some other piece of evidence? Well, there's also a leak coming from the attic, right? And these gremlins are like urinating and stuff up there, which is causing like a leak through, obviously. So that's also really expected and then let's say there's like, I don't know, 4 or 5 different leaks in the attic. So let's just multiply each of those together because they're each independent lines of evidence, right? And just keep, and this is how the Bayes machine goes brrr. And I think that this just is demonstrative of this being like a really bad way of trying to use Bayes' theorem to come to like true beliefs about something. What else have we got? Historical arguments provide an excellent field for the illustration of this fact in the Thomas Chalmers' History. No intelligent man ever entered into the details without feeling the most familiar and satisfying conviction of their credit and confidence, which is powerful of historical evidence to bestow. Now, what do they say in the next section? Oh, independence, because obviously we were saying at multiple points that the lines of evidence that they're kind of multiplying together and stuff aren't independent. So the women, for example, would have in the narratives have influenced the belief formation of the disciples, right? By going and telling them that they've seen the empty tomb, or the disciples would influence each other by telling each other things, and or maybe like, you know, by maybe one martyrdom, right, isn't like independent of the other martyrdoms and things.
Critics of our argument are likely to bark at this assumption.
Woof woof.
Idiots! What a bunch of jerks! The Oxford colon, semicolon.
Oh, balk, not bark. Yes.
Balk. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
so it's not that bad. It would be probably worse if it's at bark.
Yeah.
Okay.
John Venn puts the objection pointedly when two, and of course still more when many witnesses agree in a statement in a matter about which they might make many and various errors, the combination of their right. So this cuts against what they were saying in terms of this is like a classic confirmation bias thing, actually, isn't it? Because when they have made various evidence, it counts in favor of their hypothesis, because it's just what we'd expect in the case that they were actual eyewitnesses. But also, you know, when we have a quotation from John Venn about the force of evidence in this way, well, then they don't make various errors or contradict each other in any way. The combination of their favorable testimony adds enormously to the likelihood of the event, provided always that there is no chance of collusion. No chance of collusion. Now, what do we have in the gospel narratives again? Like, they're apparently building up a church together. They're telling each other stories. They're walking around in groups, you know, like leading a group of 500. You've got all Pentecost stuff happening. How is that no collusion? I don't understand. Anyway, very seldom can be secured. So that would be in this case, right? The absence of collusion couldn't be secured. Practically our main source of error and suspicion is in the possible existence of some kind of collusion, since we can seldom entirely get rid of this danger, and when it exists, it can never be submitted to numerical... Oh, hang on, what's this? So when collusion exists, it can never be submitted to numerical calculation. It appears to me that combination of testimony in regard to detailed accounts is yet more unfitted for consideration in probability than even that of single testimony. So that sounds like it cuts against what they're trying to... Well, maybe they're aware of that and they're including this to... So it's seriously jeopardized by the evidence of collusion, yes. If three men accused of blah, 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 witnesses may influence one another's testimony causally in a way that would obtain even if the event had not happened. Yes, exactly as James has said. Blah, blah, blah. And since the disciples dismissed the women's report, there is no ground for taking the disciples' testimony and willingness to die for it to have any significant probabilistic dependence on the... Why? Like, isn't... It's still here's a consistent story, right? The women tell them initially, but then because there's this social pressure of like listening to women, they don't want to be like in front of their friends. Yes, we agree, but it does actually have an emotional effect on them. So then they go out and they dwell on it, and then that kind of conditions their experiences. They have like bereavement hallucinations and things.
Yeah, but again, this is just yellow brick road apologetics, right?
There's no ground for taking the disciples' testimony and willingness to... Yeah, where does the yellow brick road lead if there isn't a resurrection?
And also, like, if they are already multiplying numbers, why don't they also multiply by the 500 people who saw Jesus at the same time, right? Like, let's just give every one of those 500 people a likelihood ratio of 1 in 100.
Oh, we should do this with Fatima, you know, with like the 100,000 or whatever. Like,
as evidence for Catholicism.
Yeah.
Or like the Immaculate Conception or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, like the the appearances of Fatima can be explained by the doctrine of Immaculate Conception. Because if, Mary was really assumed into heaven because she was free of sin, she wasn't conceived with the original sin, then that explains why is it the case that she appeared to people in Egypt in 1920s or whatever. And let's just multiply it by 50,000 because that's
Oh
how
yeah,
many
because you can do
people
it with both. So you've got actually independent lines of evidence there, because you've got Mary on top of Zaitun in Egypt, but then you also have Fatima in Lisbon in Portugal. So there's like literally hundreds of thousands of people, and then you've got what's the healing pool? Lourdes in France, where people have seen Mary as well, I think.
Yeah, and David in the chat is saying maybe they wouldn't say the 500 are independent. Well, like independent from what? From each other? Because what's the difference between the appearance to 500 and the appearance to the 12? Right? Because they think the 12 are independent from each other.
Even though they're
so
together,
the fact that Jesus supposedly appeared to you and to other people at the same time, and the fact that you supposedly have been in contact with those people afterwards, doesn't mean that those testimonies are not independent, right? That's I think their operating assumption. So yeah, you can totally just multiply whatever ratio you want by 500, and you get even better odds.
They don't actually say that they're necessarily independent, as they say here in the quote that I've highlighted here. The force of the case is actually underestimated as a result of the independence assumption. So they are dependent, but in a way that actually increases the odds ratio.
Okay.
So they're actually being conservative in assuming independence. Now, that is an interesting one to get your head around. Let's think about what that means. What they are saying is that suppose you came to believe that one disciple, let's say Peter, had an experience of Jesus and reported seeing him and so forth, and being willing to die for him, actually, add that on as well. They are actually claiming that it is less likely that another disciple, say John, would also have reported an experience of Jesus and be willing to die for him. They are telling us, based on this statement here that I've highlighted, that believing that one disciple came to experience Jesus is makes it less likely that another one did. That is the content of this claim here. Now, riddle me how plausible you think that is, because that is such a ridiculous claim. It is so stupid. I can't believe that they would actually say this. Yeah,
it's like it's sort of like because we love like balls in buckets. Maybe think of it in terms of that. It's like, so you have a set of balls in a bucket, and like 50% of them are red, 50% of them are blue, and they're saying that the chance of say you've got two of these buckets, they're saying that the chance of drawing two red balls independently would actually be what are they saying? That would actually be more than the chance of drawing a red then a blue from one bucket as like a dependent thing, right?
I'm not sure if that's exactly the same. I think it might be more helpful to just state it in terms of the disciples. They're saying that if I give you one disciple who saw Jesus and then ask, did this other disciple see Jesus? They're actually telling you it's less likely that second disciple saw Jesus, given that the first one did. That's what it is to say that it underestimates the probability.
Yeah. So here's how you'd phrase it then. So like, given a group of friends, if one friend finds out something, then it reduces the probability that anyone else in the group of friends would find that thing out.
Yes, exactly. Independents would say it makes no difference, right? But they're actually saying it goes beyond that. It's actually less likely.
But they're saying it's more likely on the independence assumption. So that actually means that there's a higher likelihood that independently all the friends would...
No, they're saying that the force of their case is underestimated as a result of the independence assumption. So that means that the dependency
it's just the
leads to a higher likelihood ratio, which could only be the case if one disciple experiencing Jesus reduces the probability that another disciple would experience Jesus.
Yeah.
So they're actually negatively sort of associated with each other.
I think the
reason do they give for that?
I think the reason why it's there is because they have this again, like, talking point that group appearance, like group hallucinations, don't happen. So if it's the case that we have an appearance to a group, and so we have an appearance to several individuals that are dependent on each other because they are a part of the same group, that actually makes it less likely that it would be the case given not the resurrection, right? Because hallucinations don't happen in groups. This is how I would parse it. But yeah, like, if you think about it in probabilistic terms, you could either think about you could maybe think about it in probabilistic terms like that, like what James described, because like, if you learn that one person experienced a hallucination or something, that being the case decreases the probability that a next person that was in the same room with him would have the same experience, right? Because the background knowledge is that, you know, when there are hallucinations, different people experience different things because hallucinations are intramental. That's how I would parse it out.
No, I don't think that makes sense, because if you think that there's no interaction between the people, you'd expect their hallucinations to be independent of each other. If there's no contamination between them,
because
you
if they're
wouldn't say that
dependent,
it's
you have
negatively
contamination.
related to each other. I don't see how that makes any sense. That would be like saying that it's less likely that I hallucinate what you're hallucinating because you're hallucinating it. That's saying that there's some interaction that actually makes it less likely for me to experience the same thing. That's just as implausible as saying that. Well, it seems more implausible than saying there's a contamination effect. It's saying that there's a reverse contamination effect.
No. This is how I think about it, right? So let's say there is person A and person, and the question you are asking is how likely it is that person A experienced the hallucination of seeing a yellow duck. Well, I think that the probability is going to be decreased if you already know that person A also experienced a hallucination of a yellow duck, right? Because it's intrinsically improbable that they would both hallucinate the same thing.
No, but that's like saying that
that's
it's
a different
unlikely
question,
that I would toss. No, that's just wrong. It's unlikely that what you're saying, Camille, seems to me, maybe I misinterpreted you. You seem to be saying that it's unlikely that I would, I don't know, roll a 6 twice in a row. So if I roll 1 6, it's then unlikely that I'd roll a second 6. But if they're independent, then the probabilities are not, they don't affect each other. So it seems that if you're saying that a hallucination is a purely intramental event that's not affected by other people's hallucinations, they should be independent of each other. It won't become less likely because one person has experienced it.
It's like a gambler's fallacy.
That's a gambler's fallacy, it seems to me, unless I've misunderstood what your point.
Yeah, that could be the case.
But what I want to get to is how because they don't say that anyway. They give a different reason, which someone's actually pointed out in chat, for why we should expect this inverse dependency, sort of. And that is, if we can scroll to, what page are we on here?
Oh, not a comment. I think we're on 632.
Yeah, I'm getting, because the pages all have like the same equation on them. I'm trying to figure out where it is.
Bottom of 632.
Yeah, that's where we are. I'm trying to figure out where they actually give their reason. Yeah, it's 634 where they actually get, there's a lot of waffle here. But to actually explain why that they think that this is the case, what I've been talking about, this sort of inverse dependency here, they base it on the fact that if one of the apostles, let's actually look at the highlights that I make here. There is no serious doubt that the apostles knew when one of their number was put to death. Does this make B, some apostle, more likely to stand firm until death in their own testimony? It seems to us the opposite is true. Knowing of such a death would plausibly negatively affect B's willingness to remain steadfast. So they're saying that basically once one disciple heard about, say Peter being martyred, that second disciple would become less likely to stand firm in their testimony. That is their justification for this inverse independence claim.
Just the opposite in terms of, again, like cognitive dissonance theory and like group psychology and stuff like that.
That depends on what's the background knowledge on Martyrdom and how it was perceived, right? Because it's clear from early Christian literatures that Christians actually they didn't perceive martyrdom as something negative, of something that they should avoid. They actually looked forward to it. They didn't mind. This is something that you find in consistently in early Christian literature. Christians were actually happy about being persecuted, and I'm being serious. I could pull up passages.
Evidence of the faith. Yeah.
Yeah, well, there are many passages in early Christian martyrological literature where they are actually overjoyed when they are marching to their deaths and they are singing, praising Jesus, and they are proclaiming how happy they are that they are going to be martyred. Nobody was afraid, at least if you take those accounts seriously, nobody was afraid of martyrdom, just the opposite. And I think that makes sense because they believe that if you are martyred, that means that your salvation is secure. Right, and there was a big in the early church. There was a big problem with voluntary martyrdom, where people basically wanted to make extra sure that they are going to be saved. And they figured out that if they manage to get martyred, well, that means that they are saved for sure, right? So they would actually they would basically commit a suicide by cop by handing themselves in massive numbers in some cases. There are reports of entire crowds of Christians walking up to a Roman procurator and demanding to be martyred for the Christian faith. So again, this is operating on the assumption that martyrdom in the view of the disciples would be something that's avoided. But that's not actually the case, right? And I think the reason why they didn't try to avoid martyrdom is because they believe they have like a bunch of theological beliefs about the resurrection of Jesus and what it means to be martyred for their faith. And I think where those beliefs came from and why they became convinced of them can be explained super easily and much more probably on competing explanations to the resurrection hypothesis.
Yeah, so this is such a silly argument. It feels like that they knew that they had to address the independence, the McGrews had to address the independence issue. And so they adopted the just say anything approach, where their arguments are so ridiculous that I don't understand how any thoughtful person could even entertain them. So as Camilla said, we have ample evidence that many other Christians sought martyrdom. And we have that from other religions as well. Like, again, I mean, do Islamic terrorists sort of get cold feet when they see one of their compatriots die in a suicide bombing? I don't
Does
think
it make
that
them
there's
more
evidence of
zealous?
that. I mean, maybe some do, right? But a lot of them don't. So I don't think there's any evidence for this claim that that there's some sort of negative effect of one disciple becoming less likely to continue in the faith when another is killed. But there's even further problems with this. How do we even know that the disciples knew what happened to the other ones? Because we don't, for the most part, I mean, maybe Peter and Paul, where we have some documentation of, but most of them, we don't know what happened to the disciples. And if they were, as tradition holds, scattered across the Roman world and even beyond, right? Like some went to India or something, how would they know what happened to each other? Like, I don't buy this assumption that they would have just known that. Maybe some, but that's another assumption that's in play here. Also, this seems to be looking at the wrong end of the stick here. We're talking about maybe years to decades later when some of them might have been martyred. Some of them were and others may have been martyred. But what we're trying to explain is the initial reports, the initial beliefs, right? In the days, weeks, maybe months after the resurrection. Martyrdom hadn't happened then. And what we're trying to assess is, what is the probability that the disciples would have come to the belief that Jesus had appeared to them and, begin to teach that in spite of persecution in that initial condition? You can't say that those are independent, because years in the future, some of them may have got cold feet when they heard about a different apostle being killed. That doesn't make any sense. The timing is off, right? We're trying to explain the initial reports and beliefs. If later some of them did get cold feet, it wouldn't change the fact that earlier on they had believed that, which is what we're actually trying to explain. For all we know, some of the disciples did get cold feet when they heard about others being martyred, right? We wouldn't, how would we know that that's not the case?
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah,
there's so many implausibilities and assumptions being heaped on here.
Yeah, you're trying to explain the origin of the resurrection belief, so it's irrelevant what happens decades later, right?
And the fact, as Philip points out here in the chat, he's had some good observations, I think, is that it's plausible either way, maybe, but the fact that they don't even mention any of these points also kind of raises skepticism about their biases, right, as kind of expositors of this particular argument, of this line of reasoning.
Yeah, well, that's not what they say. They don't just say, here's a possible consideration, which I think is fine.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
At the bottom of 634, look at what they say. Here, too, any dependence among the testimony of witnesses actually favors our case. The independence assumption, if it has any effect, underestimates the force of the evidence for R. So they're not saying, maybe there's some considerations that we could give in favor of this. They're saying, no, that just is the case. There's no nuancing there. There's no considering they're just saying that this is the case without any evidence to back up any of their claims about how martyrdom works and what the disciples would have thought. And
the only
all
working
this other
assumption is that they get more scared of death, and that would make them less likely to,
Yeah, and why, as Camille's pointed out, why think that was a concern for them anyway? It's plausible that's, if they really believed
that's a good thing. Yeah, it encourages
wouldn't
them
they have, and we have evidence for that. So it's just, but they do give another reason. That's not the only reason that they say that there's this negative dependence. That's the first one, like the getting cold feet, as I keep saying it. There's a second argument, which honestly just doesn't even make any sense to me. Like the cold feet argument makes sense. I just think it's implausible and undermotivated. The second argument that they give, I just don't understand. So maybe we can look at this together. It's the top of 635.
This one?
Yeah.
When they're in danger of an unpleasant fate for making the claim in
just read that out.
question. Their believing and having better evidence for this claim is a better explanation of positive dependence among their accounts. Their being able to encourage one another to continue making their testimony than their not believing the claim or having worse evidence for it.
I don't even understand what the point is here. They seem to just be saying that it's more likely that they would have believed the claim if they had good evidence for it than if they had worse evidence for it. But I don't understand how that addresses the independence issue.
They're believing and having better evidence for this claim is a better explanation of positive dependence among their accounts than they're not
How
believing the claim.
how exactly did Thomas, who was in India, encourage Matthew, who was in Ethiopia?
Email, I guess. Well, again, I'm interested in what happened before that, right? Because for all we know, most of the disciples could have apostatized later. Like, I'm not saying that happened, but I don't think that we have reliable evidence one way or the other. So I don't think that that's persuasive. What I think that we do know is that early on, the disciples were claiming to have seen Jesus. And at that point, they're just encouraging each other to believe, right? And they're acknowledging that here. They're saying, yeah, they encouraged each other. That's what they're saying. But they're saying the best explanation for why that would happen is if they had good evidence for their beliefs.
Yeah.
Why? Like,
Do people
all we're
with
saying
bad
is if
evidence
they
ever
believed
encourage
it,
each other?
yeah, did they not
Yeah.
encourage each other? Is there a difference in the base rates of amount of sort of social effect and encouragement and reinforcement and all that stuff if there's bad evidence versus good evidence for the claim? Where does this come from? It's so hard to understand how this is even an argument.
And I mean,
Right.
these are exactly the points in the argumentation where they could very easily look at what's actually happening in the world with religious people and actually get some data, get some background knowledge about like how people function under these circumstances. But there's no discussion about it here.
Yeah, and so I don't understand how that argument's even supposed to work. Later on in the next paragraph down, they say here about not about collusion, because they talk about collusion, but they talk about something like irrational religious enthusiasm or some sort of objective vision hypothesis. And then they say, they kind of agree with me here. They say people can and do work one another up to behave irrationally and to stick up an ideology or a bizarre religion in face of opposition. So yes, that's exactly what, skeptics like us would tend to say. Yes, people do that, right? So what's their response to that? Well, they say that this is not the case they're making the distinction between the commitment to ideology and the commitment to an empirical claim again, as if that somehow addresses the issue at all. Like, why is that different?
Which is just a different way of talking about the same thing.
How do they explain martyrdom of Christians in the second and third generation? Because by then, those people that were martyred were not handling the resurrected body of Jesus with their own hands, right? Were they just dying because of ideology? And if you can explain martyrdom in the second and third generation, why can't you use the same explanation for the first generation?
Yeah, I don't understand that at all. It seems the distinction itself is dubious, and I don't understand why that would make it less likely that you would be martyred. It doesn't. I just don't understand how the argument's even supposed to work on its own terms.
Yeah. What about Joseph Smith? When he got shot, was he shooting back?
Yeah, they were defending themselves, but
right.
they were being attacked.
He was
it was complicated,
slightly
right?
different. Yeah, but it's like he was in a position to know though if his claims were true or not. Yeah. Why didn't he just recant?
Yeah, and his brother as well was killed at the same time. So
that's an empirical.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not just zealotry. That's empirical, right?
Yeah, there are so many examples of religious martyrs for different causes. It's just really unclear. Well, again, we get no comparison. There's no effort to actually address other religious or cases, religious claims or other cases. All we get is these assertions that, it wouldn't have happened.
Commitment to ideology, I said it, blah, blah, blah. How likely is it that they would be able to influence one another to remain steadfast in their empirical testimony in the face of the likelihood of death? Well, by working each other up, clearly.
Well, yeah, they've already given the answer.
The less shall be first.
Gave the answer.
The first shall be last. Yeah.
No, I think this is the again the question stems from lack of imagination, right? So they are asking this question, how do you explain that on the non-resurrection hypothesis, the non-resurrection hypothesis, right? And I'm just saying all you need to do to have for that to be in place is Jesus's followers having a false belief in his resurrection. Which is sufficiently strong for them to go through with it. And I think there is absolutely no correspondence at all if you actually look at how people behave between how strongly people behave something and how good, how strong the reasons are for believing that. Like you can be extremely confident for very bad reasons, essentially. And someone being extremely confident for very bad reasons is much, much more probable than an actual resurrection. And I can even flesh out what those bad reasons would be. I'm just not making it as a blank statement, right? I actually have worked out an explanation that accounts for how the resurrection claim originated.
What needs to be?
I just wanted to emphasize, I actually attempt to discuss some of this literature about how people come to confidently believe things on the basis of very poor evidence, particularly in the case of like a miracle or paranormal type event in my book. And I cite the literature, and I'm not saying it's like the final answer or anything like that, but at least I'm attempting to engage with that and try to draw in, try to explain why I have the belief that I do that these sort of things can happen. Whereas the McGrews, and I would say other apologists working in this space as well, they just don't do that or barely do that. They don't try to explain to us why they think these things are improbable by appealing to base rates or psychological, sociological evidence or other miracle claims in other traditions. A few will mention a couple of points, but usually it's very superficial. And I just find that this is really not a good way of doing like scholarship or argumentation, because it's basically just a series of assertions about how plausible things are without any attempt to argue why the plausibility, why we should agree with their plausibility. What is the actual evidence for these things that they're claiming about psychology and sociology?
They're claiming that someone might die for Christianity being true, right, and it be false, but they wouldn't die for a claim to have seen someone resurrected and it be false. So all we'd have to do is find one case that they agree to, right? And show them it. If someone who claimed to know someone resurrected and have died for it.
Well, I mean, we need to start threatening religious people with death. This is
well, not just one of people who specifically who have seen
yeah, exactly.
Thingy claims. Yeah,
this is one of my ideas for a TV show, which involves theology, right? Where we just take Christian apologists and we torture them to see if they recant. This would be a really great way how to get empirical evidence for these kinds of discussions.
I've got a few questions about this because I don't actually understand why we would think that death is a big disincentive, at least to many people. It may be to some, and that's actually consistent with the data that some may have left, but to a lot of people in these conditions. So first of all, I want to ask, did these disciples not think that God would protect them? Because it seems very plausible to me that it would. How many people do we see today who think that God will protect them from coronavirus and therefore they don't need to get vaccinated, even though that there's no evidence for that at all in any of their texts? They're just making these things up. But these people die, right? They don't take precautions and they get it, and some of them will die, right, and have died on the basis of a belief that they've just plucked out of nowhere, right? That God will protect them of this sort of thing. So why wouldn't something like that not happen in the case of the disciples? We see that in other religious traditions as well, that people believe God will protect them. People believe that they killed themselves and then they're going to go up to the UFO that's coming to resurrect, save humanity from the asteroid or whatever it is, in some of those cults. Why are we expecting that death is some sort of big disincentive? I don't actually understand that.
Yeah, I don't know that it is a massive disincentive on that.
Either because death is not bad under their view, or because they don't think they will die. They think God will protect them.
Yeah, I think, like, given the background knowledge, I would say it would be more probably the case that they would actually think that martyrdom is the best thing that could happen to them. Yeah, because they are like
to die is to gain Christ. Isn't there literally a to live is to something, to die is Christ.
Well, I mean, there are like specific examples of early Christian martyrological literature that make those points very explicitly. That they are escaping the sinful, corrupted, mortal bodies, and they are joining like Jesus's hosts in heaven and stuff like that.
Hmm. But I think that where the disanalogy is that the apologists will try to cling to is this idea that in these cases that we're offering, people didn't claim to have physically seen someone resurrected. So this is where I'm saying it'd be good to point to some cases, because I'm quite confident they'll exist, maybe in the case of like Elvis sightings or child bereavement hallucinations.
But I don't understand why that's relevant.
Yeah, me neither.
Why is that important?
I agree it's not, but I think what it's relevant to is convincing someone who's trying to think about this but has been convinced of the crappy argument, right? I think that they're going to think it's relevant.
Well, I would. What I would do for that person is to try to get them to see how this is not relevant, right? Because all it takes for that to false a sincerely held but false belief that you saw someone resurrected bodily. And I can explain how that belief would form super easily.
Yeah, and I mean, again, the distinction between dying for a belief and dying for having seen something is just entirely artificial to me. The distinction they make between an empirical fact seems to be the sort of thing that philosophers debate about, but ordinary people don't make a distinction between something that they know is true for whatever reason and something that they've like seen to be true. It's just, look, they know that Jesus is Lord, right? They may have seen him and that's part of how they know, but it's not the fact that they saw him itself, I think, that motivated them. It's that they knew that Jesus was Lord and that he'd risen and all that. Just as Christians today, that's what motivates them, irrespective of whether they think that they've had an experience. I mean, some Christians will say that they've seen something or heard something, others won't. It's not clear that that itself is what's driving them. But the McGrews want to tell us that that is absolutely critical and that no one would die for claiming a particular empirical fact to be the case unless they had really good grounds for it. But people will die for ideological beliefs that they don't have a good ground for. We have not been given any reason to think that that's the case or that that distinction meant anything to the disciples. So until I get some reasons for thinking that the distinction matters or was relevant to the disciples, I'm just going to say, what difference does that make?
Well, I think if you ask people with these ideological commitments if what they believe is a fact, they just say yes. You know, like the people storming like the White House or whatever. If you said, "Is QAnon a fact?" Right, they would have gone, "Yeah, bro. I don't have." If you said like, even if you tried street epistemology with them, right, and you said, "Oh, what's your main reason for that?" and they'd say something, and you'd say, "Okay, so what would reduce your confidence in the belief that?" I guarantee that the response I'd get is, "I don't just believe it, bro. I know it. It's truth. It's a fact." Like.
Yeah, but then the question is, if you ask them, are you putting yourself at risk, as those people, you know, storming the White House did, right? I don't think any of them died, but they did put themselves at risk. Are you putting yourself at risk because of belief in an ideology or because of an empirical fact that you're in a place to know?
This is what
would that mean anything to them or make the slightest, like, no, that's not a distinction that they care about.
But
yeah, they'll just say it's a fact.
Being a fact, yeah.
And they won't care about the distinction that you're trying to draw. That this is the point that I'm making. It is
anyone within the
relevant.
Ideology is going to claim that their ideology is a fact, and the McGrews are in this ideology, so they claim that the distinction is relevant. But yeah, okay. How much more is there that we want to talk about? Hume's maximum worldview.
Not too much more, actually. Hang on. So,
okay.
Top of page 636. They quote Samuel Johnson, whom I quite like, and I'm a bit sad to see here. The credible threat of death concentrates the mind wonderfully. I mean, I think that may be true in some specific cases, right? But I actually don't think it's true in the case that we're talking about here. And I think that there's so many cases of religious martyrs that, or people who died.
Yeah, like if you've got a terminal illness versus you're part of like a political group that's trying to overthrow the predominant government, right? And
there are people who starve themselves to death because they believe that you don't need to eat or drink. And I'm holding up my book because I cite this here.
Oh,
these are called breatharians, right? Yes, these people exist, right? And you want to tell me that the credible threat of death concentrates the mind wonderfully such that people can't form beliefs that are unjustified and be willing to die for them? No, that's just wrong. They absolutely can. Breatharianism is about as dumb as you can imagine. Like that's literally just deciding that you don't need to eat.
By the way, I will have to drop as well because Nathan only paid me for 8 hours.
Well, hang on, you got 2.5 minutes left.
Yeah, but I also really need to pee. So thanks for having me.
No problem.
Cheers, Camille.
Thanks for stopping by.
How much of the article is left? Not that much, right?
No,
well, it depends. There's quite a bit on human miracles and stuff, I think.
Yeah, I think we'll go through the last couple of sections fairly quickly because most of the meat we've covered here.
It's just them saying like Hume's wrong. Well, they don't say. They say Hume's right, but what he says isn't insightful.
Isn't in conflict with what we are saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Even though he's wrong still because he's Hume. But
all right. Well, thanks for having me. Have fun.
Yeah. Have a good weekend, Camille. See you in a bit.
Bye.
Bye.
So shall we talk about worldview worries?
Yeah, let's go on to worldview worries.
So
though it's so silly that they phrase it this way, considering that they just agree with what he says.
Yeah, I don't really want to go through all the details of this. Maybe there were just a couple of places that I wanted to emphasize something because a lot of this is waffly in my opinion. Yeah, okay, bottom of 638 here. So we've got Hume's general maxim. So no testimony is sufficient to establish a miracle unless the testimony be of such a kind that its falsehood would be more miraculous than the fact which it endeavors to establish. Now, I've heard apologists say that this is not true, But the McGrews actually say this has a ring of profundity, but it's hardly a deep insight. The maxim turns out on examination to say nothing more than for an event to be believable, the testimony must render it more probable than not. And then they quote Bart Ehrman.
Hallelujah.
So,
Amen.
I think it's a little more than that. I think that if you want to interpret it in Bayesian terms, which I don't think you have to, but can, it's to say that, as we said before, if the prior is very low, you need a very high likelihood ratio, or just likelihood, to overcome that low prior. And I think that is a very profound insight, even if intellectually we all know that, as the doctor's case that I mentioned, and many other cases, people neglect base rates. And so we're actually not good at doing this in a lot of cases. So they want to poo-poo on Hume, but I don't think that they've succeeded in doing that here.
But the interesting thing is that the base rates are completely taken out of.
Well, that's the irony, yes. They don't consider the base rate.
It's like, yeah, it's obvious it's obvious that that's how we should come to form like true beliefs based on this kind of inference. And by the way, we're going to just restructure, all of our considerations so we don't have to take any base rates into account because resurrections don't happen. But
well, yeah, because that's too hard to do. They say here that Hume was wrong to make in principle arguments against the resurrection because, as I say here, that you need to leave the high ground and descend into the trenches of engaging in specific historical evidence
I remember
of Christianity.
That. You talk about here, yeah. Well, the
thing is, apologists. Well, that's what we're doing. Yes. Apologists actually never do this, or almost never do this for other religious claims, though. They only look at Christianity, and maybe there's one or two others that come up occasionally. I don't think the McGrews really. Oh, they say actually there's like two cases that they look at later, which are not even that interesting ones. The point is though that they love to focus on the details. They'll write thousands and thousands of pages on all the details of Christianity. But if you ask them about, say, Mormonism or the
Breatharianism,
well, yeah, or the other Messiah claimants, or Hindu miracle performers, and all sorts of other cases that I document, they have very little to say about them. They don't descend into the trenches. They don't go through the details of that. Again, most of the time. So it's entirely
and no one should
selective.
have to as well.
That's the other point.
Yeah, it's so. I think I hate it when people frame the sort of discourse in this way, where it's like, well, for any like crazy claim that certain groups of people are really committed to, so they've expended all this intellectual effort on constructing like Mott and Bailey defenses that you can spend your entire life trying to deconstruct and you won't like get through that. If anyone makes any of these claims, you've got to then, you've got to get a degree in like biblical scholarship, right? You've got to learn the original Greek. You've got to learn about like the difference. Are you going to go with the Nestle Aland? Or are you going to go with the Textus Receptus in terms of your Greek preferred translation for figure? I don't think anyone should reasonably have to do all this just to be able to conclude that they don't think a guy rose from the dead when there's nothing in their experience that indicates it can happen. Like when we're talking about how, I mean, okay, if we want to do philosophy of religion, which is the realm we're stepping into, sure, there's room for like more detailed analysis, but it's just so unfair to put this expectation on normal people.
Yes, I agree, and it's one that they won't bear for other belief systems as well. Yes. So it's entirely self-serving. Now, on page the next paragraph, or the partway through the next paragraph, I find really strange as to what they say here. So let me read from If the Tabloid here. If the tabloid in the supermarket checkout lane proclaims that little green men have descended on a Midwest cornfield, captured several people, and declared their intention to take over planet Earth, most of us would understandably not waste our valuable time reading the testimony of the witnesses. Even if they expressed their willingness to die in the attempt to save the world from the aliens, we would probably conclude that they were insane, running a scam of some sort, or had been taking hallucinogenic drugs at the time of the alleged incident.
Ridiculous that they.
So are we done then? Like, can we just say the same thing about the resurrection? Like, what's the difference here? I just think this is an unbelievable assertion. This is a variation, it seems to me, of Doug's flying man thought experiment, right? That they've basically just described the pieces of the evidence that are precisely that they've evidenced, right. Like willingness to die,
even if
eyewitness testimony, multiple people. Yeah, all of this stuff, right? And then say, no, you shouldn't believe that. You shouldn't even give it any time of day at all. Yeah. So why should we give the resurrection any time of day? And let's see, what I can't even remember what they say about that. I don't think they actually say anything. They just sort of move on.
And even Christian apologists have been concerned to varying degrees by the possibility that the prior probability for a miracle might be too low, which is why we completely ignored it, making their attempts to argue for a particular revelation from God pointless. One of the most moderate and philosophically careful statements of this concern comes from Richard Swinburne.
They just go on to talk about other things. They don't address this.
Question here of Swinburne saying that no evidence in favor of revelation can overcome a prior probability that's too low. Swinburne's too knowledgeable about probability to say that. He confines himself merely to pointing out that revelation claims will require less in the way of specific evidence than they otherwise would require if there is evidence from natural theology that renders the prior probability of a miracle something better than abysmal.
I can't see them come back to this point and explain why we should treat the resurrection more.
Well, it looks like
more consideration.
It seems to me like they're convinced that natural theology raises the probability of the resurrection in a way that isn't there for like the alien claims or whatever. It looks like that's the direction they're going in.
But later they kind of say that they kind of disagree with the idea that you have to do a natural theology first. That's apparent in the last section, the second to last section, Plantinga's principle of dwindling probabilities. They talk about the connection between natural theology and historical evidence. And so they actually seem to be denying that there. I'm not entirely sure, but I just don't get it. Like, they basically say exactly what skeptics say. Even people are more skeptical than me about this stuff. They say, look, this is just like people claiming to have been abducted by aliens. Who cares? We should ignore it. And they agree, yes, you should ignore that, but then don't explain why it's different to the resurrection case, even though many of the key features that they have argued are highly evidential for the resurrection are also present in this case, such as multiple witnesses, willingness to die, testimony of them actually having seen something of their own, point of view, like an empirical fact. It's all there. So why should we not take that seriously?
This part is almost like presuppositionalism in a way, isn't it? Because it says, so it's like the skeptic might wish to maintain that the claim cannot remain above the phrase. So the skeptic here is going to say, yeah, that's just a crazy claim. But we've argued here that our subjective belief about these things is really, 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 really high.
Yeah, exactly.
So you should... So what? The
argument deserves to be answered on its own terms.
But I really believe it.
Yeah, that number is just telling us how much they believe in it.
Yeah.
It doesn't tell us anything about how much we should believe in it, which is the point I've been making all along. Because they don't do any modeling or give any base rates or anything of the sort, then they're just describing their own subjective viewpoints. And then there's more waffle. At the bottom of page 642, they say the skeptic is forced to ask himself whether he really considers the prior probability of the resurrection of Jesus Christ to be lower than something like 10 to the minus 43, and if so, why? Actually, we're not forced to ask that at all because you've given us no reason to accept your numbers.
You don't have to make it 10 to the 44. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have to.
They've told us that they think it is, which, I mean, they can think that. Why should I think that?
I don't think that at all. Yeah. That's ridiculous.
I know, it's so silly.
You've got to. So, okay, James, if you want to change your mind, just so you know, if you want to hold any beliefs, then you've got to take into account my beliefs, okay? You've got to.
Yeah, pretty much. You've got to explain why your beliefs are different to mine.
Yeah.
Well, because I don't agree with you.
You've got beliefs about what you had for tea, but is that what's the ratio of how strongly you believe that compared to how strongly I believe what you've had for tea? Is it like the biggest gaslighter wins something? Like, what the hell? Yeah, I mean, yes. And I think someone could. I think someone could actually believe it to be that low, just based off if they took into account background beliefs about implausibility of resurrections and things, right? But it's going to look slightly different to the way, because, well, let me think about it. So P and so anything given a resurrection is going to be the conjunction of that thing with resurrection over P resurrection, right? But the problem is that someone could say, well, that's just so damn small that it's nothing, right? So
yeah, so I've got an argument here I put in the comment, and this is something I just sort of thought of on the fly. So the argument is something like this. Let's suppose that I believe God exists, and let's suppose that I believe he's going to take some sort of intervention to help with saving mankind. Now, I don't know why you'd think those things, right? But let's just stipulate them for the sake of argument. Now, but I have no additional beliefs about what that action might be. Now, God can do anything that's logically possible, right? So the set of things that he could do to save mankind, which would include resurrecting any particular human who has ever existed, resurrecting any animal who's ever existed, resurrecting multiple people, performing any arbitrary miracle, not doing any miracle, moving the planets around, anything you can imagine. I mean, God could work that into his plan to make that have a salvific purpose, right? I mean, he's God. So the set of things that he could do to enact a salvific purpose and give a message to mankind is effectively infinite. The set of things that the Christian is postulating that God actually did is just one. He raised Jesus from the dead, right? So we've got a prior of 1 over infinity, in quotes, because obviously that's not a number. So basically that's a 0 prior for, or close to zeros makes no difference, for the prior probability that Jesus would be resurrected as a salvific act. And that's given that I believe in God and that God would intervene, but not having any particular belief about what God would do. So that's my reason for thinking that it's lower than 10 to the minus 43, because I'm just indifferent between any of the possible things God could do. That's a prior.
Yeah.
Your mileage may vary with that argument. I'm not sure I entirely believe it myself, but like the point is that, is it that hard to come up with reasons as to why it would be extremely low? God has no constraints on him. So I can say anything about God and in virtue of that say, look, it's going to be super low that he would resurrect Jesus. If I'm a Muslim and I believe very strongly that Jesus was only a prophet and that God wouldn't resurrect him, maybe that gets me to 10 to the minus 43, right? Like you just need a bit of imagination.
Yeah, especially when we're just allowed to basically constrain the probability space by how much we can imagine, right? You can just motivate your reasoning in any direction. Because, okay, no one's foolish enough to claim that someone was working with the David Copperfield. Well, here's the thing, though. I mean, no, okay, right. Firstly, tu quoque, right? Like, no one's foolish enough to think that a resurrection actually occurred. So all of your previous pages were stupid. But I mean, magic is similarly unconstrained, right? You could say like that. There's actually a wizard who lived in Jerusalem, and he used magic. He thought it'd be funny, so he used magic to resurrect Jesus. And then you get all this. I mean, that the problem is that would still give you the top heavy, like the probability of the evidence given the resurrection, but it would divide up that resurrection probability space, and a part of it would be magic, I guess, rather than theism.
So the second highlight that I have there, the specific evidence in its actual context. They're saying the skeptic must examine in detail the relative explanatory power of R versus not R for the specific evidence in its actual context. So we've talked about this. We've just talked about this in the sense that, yeah. Well, we've just talked about this in the sense that it imposes an unreasonable burden on the skeptic to have to, in detail, examine the evidence. Also, the McGrews do not meet this criteria. Why? Because they don't examine the relative explanatory power of R and not R. They barely say anything about the explanatory power of R. Remember that they didn't have anything to say about how R explains Paul, and they didn't really think about how R even explains the appearances, because just because God's resurrected doesn't mean he's going to appear to anyone. They just ignored that, and they didn't even really say much about the explanatory value of not R. Mostly what they had to say about not R, like non-resurrection explanations, was just that they're improbable, not that they didn't explain anything. So they themselves have had very little to say on the relative explanatory power of R and not R. And they think the skeptic should do the work, should have to do the work of doing that, which I think, again, is an unreasonable standard, although I do try to meet that personally in my book here. I like to think I do a better job than McGrews, but you can judge that for yourself. But the final point that I wanted to make here is that they talk about the specific evidence in its actual context. And although there's a sense in which I agree with that, yeah, you've got to look at the specifics up to a point. But the problem is that there's no real criteria that the apologists are using to decide what is like relevant evidence and what the context is. So that leads to a case where they can appeal to any arbitrary evidence that they think is relevant. Like, for example, I say, look, people are willing to die for their beliefs. And they say, yeah, but not empirical beliefs. And then I say, well, people have seen lots of miracles, but yeah, not resurrections. I say, well, people have seen people that they think have come back from the dead. Yeah, but not people they knew in real life. And then I say, well, lots of people thought they were Jesus or the Son of God. Yeah, but they weren't in this particular context. You see, the point is that they just keep bringing up additional context, additional aspects that there's no constraints on what they can add in. So it means that whatever you say, there's always some additional fact they can bring in and say, yes, but you need to consider this, or you need to add that context to it. Exactly what Brett's saying here. How do we know what the context is? Because it's something that is sort of shifting depending on what they want to present. And that's what I find is problematic here. It's not a fixed ground we're working on. It's constantly shifting goalposts of whatever they want to put in.
And what they mean by the actual context, right, is sort of constrained by the conclusion that they have, like it's all intertwined with what they think the actual context is. So they're never going to accept like all the historical details, for example, and interpretation that we've given from like New Testament studies today as we've gone through the evidence, well, they're just going to obviously reject that, right? Because they've got a different story about it. They're going to say, well, that's not the actual context, because you have to be committed. The actual context is what I say, which is informed by the conclusion that we reach. So you have to like, so to accept their actual context, you have to accept the conclusion, which is that, you know, Jesus is a divine like miracle worker who's
pretty much, and that's the problem here. They build in so much to the context there, and there's always one more book you have to read, or one more paper, or that this is the other side of it that we've talked about before. That it's never done. Anyway, so that's
they're not in a state of palpable excitement, even though bereavement
we talked about
or
that.
Enthusiastic hysteria. Well, it doesn't have to be exactly either of those. It just has to be in like a group with a crap epistemology where they like encourage each other to believe certain things. They were not attending a meeting where they expected to see wonders. I mean, I wonder what Pentecost really was, but I mean, that's different from the resurrection appearances.
Well, one of the Gospels, I forget which, literally says they were in a room with a locked door.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think they were doing there? Twiddling their thumbs? They were talking about
well,
Jesus,
they had a
surely.
locked door, James. They had a locked door, so that's evidence in favor of resurrection. But obviously, I think that in the theological group that they were in, there was probably some like cognitive easing strategies, like why has the Messiah been killed, right? And they were probably trying to like ease over that fact. It's not like I don't think they saw Jesus get crucified and die, and then they all just went, well, that was like a fun few years, right? But we goofed up. And then just abandoned it and went back to their lives. It was like, well, what does this mean now? Like, what's happening in the grand story? And I'm not saying that straight away someone can, but there's like these easing strategies and retellings of what's happened and grieving about Jesus's death.
That's what Craig says. He says that when your Messiah died, you just, well, that's it, boys. Good time to go home. And some of the more peripheral followers may well have done that, but we're talking about the 12 here, like the core followers. And there's actually no evidence that I'm aware of that that's what happens when like a Messiah or other religious follower dies. All the evidence that I'm aware of, again, some of which I discuss in my book, is that at least many of the core followers will try to make sense of it. They'll try to continue with the movement. Now, it doesn't always succeed, right? Whether the movement ultimately succeeds is a separate question. But initially, at least, that the followers will try to make sense of it and try to rebuild and continue. And there's often power struggles and other things. This happened like with Mormonism as an example. This happened with the death of Muhammad. There's lots of cases of this in
Wild Country
context.
is a brilliant the Netflix documentary on the Osho cult that moved to America, where they had like a commune and stuff. It's like 13 parts in that series, but it gives you a real insight, because so many of these people like gave up their lives and moved away, and there was so much like goofy stuff going on in that group, and none of it like disconfirmed that the cult was true or that Osho was like divinely inspired or something.
Yeah. So the point is, what is the evidence to say that the disciples would have packed up and gone home if Jesus had died and didn't appear to them in a resurrection? I don't see the basis for that at all. In fact, I think that, as Nathan was saying, they would have adopted various of these strategies to try to make sense of it. And that would absolutely have led to an expectation for something to happen, right? It may not have been clear at first, but then the women tell them the tomb's empty. At least that's what I think is plausible. And that generates an expectation. And then one of them sees Jesus, and that's a further expectation. And, you know, all of that goes on.
Mistakes were made, but not by me.
About that.
Yeah.
I like the last bit of on 644 before the new section. As whoever said, after canvassing the resurrection, was joy ever so rational? Like, you know, nice
That's
confirming
so
your bias there.
Cringy.
I know.
I mean, even as a Christian, like, is it really joyful to think like Jesus rose? I think it was just something that like helped. I mean, it could be different for them, of course, but that always felt like something that it was labored to do. Like, it was like, oh, you're so joyful, like he is risen indeed. And it always kind of felt weird. And I think more for me, it was like this idea that God cares about me, helps me with like depression and stuff, right? But it was never like, I'm so joyful, because I just still had the same mental states. I mean, that's obviously me, and I can't generalize from that to everyone, but I find it so creepy when Christians talk about like having like joy in Christ and stuff, because I just think it's full of crap. Like, I think they have the same mental states as like everyone else, and then they just dress it in like their theorizing, right? Which tells them that you have to say you have joy in Christ. Like, that brings me my biggest happiness.
Well, this is related to a critique that I've made, that Christians basically just seem to be most Christians at least, just seem to be like everyone else. And that it doesn't actually seem that they are the sort of people that they claim that they would be if their theology was true. Like, well, I may be thinking more Protestants here, but you know, the idea that you're born again in Christ and he changes your nature and all this stuff, and it's like the most amazing thing, and we want to tell everyone, and you don't want to live in sin anymore. And you know, I just don't see that. But I know that's a bit subjective, but yeah, so I get that. By the way, I'm curious, Nathan. If I were to ask you purely of your subjective credence, like not arguments or evidence or anything, that Jesus was bodily resurrected, what would you say about that?
I think it's probably like maybe like 0.5 or 0.25 or something like that.
Yeah, that's about what I was expecting. I was expecting you to say you're agnostic about it when those probabilities seem consistent with that.
Yeah, I think
not 10 to the 44.
No, not 10 to the 44. I mean, but like I said, when it genuinely, I mean, I agree that I should bring my subjective probabilities in line with objective ones. So like when I understand the relevant facts about the lottery, for example, right, it should be like in line with that, my subjective credence. But I seriously do have a problem distinguishing between like 1% and 0.1 and 0.001, and they're very different probabilities. But I can't like belief wise, I can't see how I can actually distinguish that, like between, I don't know, the belief that like, I guess things that I think, there are things that I think might be like metaphysically impossible, but then I sort of believe I could be wrong about metaphysics or something, right? And then, so I still give them like some credence, but because they don't fit with like my working model or something like, and then like physical improbability probably will like bring something at least down into like single digits or something, but then I'm like, well, my working model of physics and stuff could be wrong, even though I'm relatively well informed about certain things. Like, so yeah, I don't know. I don't give contradictions any room, I don't think, in my credences. I don't think they're all.
What if dialetheism is true?
I guess I just don't think it is, because I think any reasons that I would accept, I think any. Well, I mean, I could be right, but I think any reasons that I would accept for dialetheism being true would like depend upon like non-dialetheism reasoning, and that would like almost like a transcendental argument or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that. We're getting a bit off topic.
I've not thought about it too much. Yeah. I need to think about it more, but yeah, I don't.
I was just curious about the resurrection thing. Maybe I should answer my own question. What is the probability subjectively that Jesus was bodily resurrected? So I give Christianity maybe 1 or 2%, but I think that there are forms of Christianity that would deny bodily resurrection, so it's got to be less than that. So maybe 1 in 1,000? Question mark. Feels about right. That's not a prior, that's a posterior, right? So a lot of that is basically, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word, is adjusting on the basis of other smart people who think that Jesus raised bodily, not my own, what I would necessarily, relying on my own judgment, so to speak. I can't think of the word. It's the opposite of steadfastness when it comes to disagreement. Conciliation, that's what, conciliating. Most of that's conciliating to other people who agree. But anyway, that's a separate point. Now, where are we here? So I think we're up to Plantinga's principle of dwindling probabilities.
Principle of dwindling probabilities.
Which I think is a really good argument, actually. So maybe I'll just summarize the point here so we don't have to like read through it all. But what Plantinga is saying is that in order to get to like a belief in Christianity, you have to proceed sort of stepwise. You have to start with like God exists, and then there's like conditional on God exists, or God existing. God would want to make some sort of revelation of himself to mankind. And then conditional on God wanting to make a revelation of himself, Jesus has to be that revelation. And then like conditional on Jesus being that revelation, Jesus has to actually rise from the dead. So there's this series of steps here, right, of things that are conditionally independent of each other. And Plantinga's point is that because those are all probabilities, they all have to be less than 1. If you multiply a bunch of numbers that are less than 1 together, the number diminishes.
It's always going to be smaller.
He gives a value of like 0.21. I'm not entirely sure where that comes from, but I think it's just illustrative to point out that even if you start with fairly high numbers, if you take 0.9, for example,
they're going to get smaller.
Raise it to the power of, what's like 0.9 to the power of 5. If you have 5 independent things that are all 90% likely, you get, I can't press the right button on the calculator here.
0.5904.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then if it's obviously less than 0.9, then it diminishes more quickly. So you can quickly go from highly confident to actually not that confident, even if each step is fairly confident by having a bunch of steps. That's the key point that Plantinga is making there. And I think that's a very good argument to be sort of suspicious of these sort of, I don't know, stepwise inductive or I guess Bayesian type arguments there. So that's the basic point. And then there's a lot of waffle about this, which they take.
Well, Brian Blaze is saying here, sorry, just in terms of when we were thinking about our personal
Sure.
probabilities, the probability of getting a royal flush is around 10 to the -6. And then when I think of like events like that happening and how frequently like they can happen, I mean, yeah, I guess I think, well, maybe are there more trials? Is that the right probability terminology for that kind of outcome than there are trials for like a resurrection outcome? I don't even know what I'm thinking
but Brian's
about
not
here.
saying the probability of like anyone getting a royal flush is 10 to the -6. He's saying in a specific
yeah, right, in
deck
any
of cards,
given
right?
Yeah.
So he was saying for him it would be less than 1 in a million.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's
Anyway,
interesting
sorry,
as well.
I
Interesting
interrupted.
what Camille, we should have asked Camille while he was here. Maybe he'll answer in the comments at some point. But what was I saying? Yeah, so they take like a page and a half to just explain the fact that conditional independence is a thing. So the idea of conditional independence, for those who might be interested, is if I say something is conditionally independent of something else, what I'm saying is, it's probably easy if I just give an example. So let's take three things here. Sorry.
A card is like a card that you draw at random. It has like different qualities, right? So like being in a particular suit and being a particular card or something, right? They're two different like qualities that it would have, like being the number 4 and being a spade or whatever.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of
and
how
then
that
they
would
would
work,
be independent, right?
Yeah, well, I want an example where they're not there of how conditional independence works, and most of those are sort of independent of each other. I could probably come up with a better one, but let me just talk about it in this case here. So let's take God exists. God would want to reveal himself to mankind, and Jesus was God's revelation, right? So if I want to ask, what is the probability that Jesus was God's revelation to mankind, conditional on God exists? That would have some number, right? Conditional on God's existence. What is the probability that Jesus was God's revelation to mankind? But then I suppose I could ask a different question. What is the probability that God would want to? No, let me rephrase that. What is the probability that Jesus was God's revelation to mankind, conditional on God wanting to make some sort of revelation to mankind? Now, note that that's not the same thing as God just existing. It's a more specific claim about God, right? So the claim here would be, and hopefully it works, I think it works for this example, the probability of Jesus being God's revelation to mankind is conditionally independent of God's existence, but conditional on the fact that God wanted to make a revelation of himself to mankind. Now, the reason for that is because if I've already told you that God wants to make a revelation of himself to mankind, it doesn't add anything to say God exists, because that's already been conditioned on effectively through that hypothesis of God wants to make a revelation. If God wants to make a revelation, well, he has to exist, right? So adding God exists doesn't change that conditional probability. So maybe that's not the best example, but hopefully it illustrates the point that conditional independence just means if I condition on something and then tell you a third thing, the third thing doesn't add anything, given that you've already conditioned on something that kind of supersedes or already kind of incorporates the other thing. So the third thing here was God exists, right? If I tell you that God wants to make a revelation to mankind, it doesn't add anything to then say, by the way, God exists, because that's kind of assumed by the fact that I've already said God wants to make a revelation.
Right.
That's
the
intuitive idea.
I don't know. It's like me saying, like, all people who disagree with me and wear blue shoes disagree with me.
Well, there's no conditioning there,
is that
right?
So yeah, that's so.
So the idea is that if you condition on something, it then becomes independent of something else.
Okay. Yeah, it is hard to think of an example, isn't it?
So he talks about screening off a probability of something else. So screening off, it just means that it sort of supersedes it. So that if I give you information, so I'm trying to come up with a different example here. It's a bit hard off the fly. maybe an example would be that, so people say that people talk about the idea that sunburn and ice cream sales are correlated, right? Because presumably they both are more likely to happen on days where the sun is out, right? And it's not clouded, right? So if I were to tell you what's the probability that an ice cream stall has high sales, given that there's a lot of sunburn on a particular day, you would say, well, it's higher, right? Because the sunburn is telling me that it's probably a nice hot day and people are buying ice creams. But then imagine I would tell you, okay, I'm going to say, what is the probability that I make a lot of money selling ice creams conditional on the weather? So like I've told you what the weather is. And, there's some number there. But the point is, if I then added, oh, by the way, lots of people got sunburned today, that's not going to add anything. That's not going to change the probability further. That is, ice cream sales should be conditionally independent of the number of sunburns, conditional on the weather. So telling you the weather should now make it independent, should now make ice cream sales independent of the sunburn. Because basically, sunburn is only telling you about ice cream sales through the effect of the weather. And if I then if I tell you the weather, you don't need to know about ice cream sales. So that's the idea of this sort of screening off, as the McGrew calls it, or conditional independence. Anyway, so maybe that's a better example than the God one that I was trying to emphasize there. But they spend a while telling us that, which I guess I spent a while telling it. But anyway, so they talk about that at some length. And I'm just trying to where they get to the next point. Okay, and this is relevant, right? Because what they're interested in is the idea of this sort of cumulative case is the right word, stepwise case of saying like, well, God exists, God wants to.
What Plantinga is saying about,
Yeah, Plantinga is doing a sort of a stepwise thing. And they're kind of concerned about that, right? Because of this dwindling probabilities problem. And what I'm interested in is 649, right? There's a lot of waffle that they go through about this, which I don't know is that interesting. But what they say at the end here is really quite baffling, because as far as I can tell, they're telling us to do something that you should never do, which is double count your evidence here. So they give this example of Alvin Plantinga, right? So suppose that you consider two propositions.
Hang on one second though. Let's just something I want to think about before we move on to that point is, okay, so if we've got the conjunction of all these independent events, we're going to multiply them together, right?
Conditionally independent.
If we have but say they were dependent, right? And we it's still not going to go up, is it? Because the dependent probability,
they'll always go down.
So it's almost the meta point about it, like reducing. It's not going to be greater than 1 in the sense that I guess it could be 1 but then it'd be like identical. It'd be like. Yeah, but that being aside, you get what I say. It's almost the meta point about it's going to go down as you multiply more and more of these things, and there's a bunch of these things you need to get working. Applies for independence and dependence. I mean, it's going to be worse in the case of independence, probably. But
yeah, that's right. So the conditional independence doesn't really change that. And I'm not even sure why they spend so much time on it, to be honest. But it seems to be somewhat relevant to what they talk about here, which is the two propositions: Plantinga exists and Plantinga sent me an email in 2007, right? So we're on page 649 here. Is that? Oh yeah, that's the page here.
Yeah.
So the point here is that B entails A, right? So if Plantinga sent me an email, then obviously Plantinga exists.
A is necessary for B.
Yes. Now the point they want to make here is, you might wonder, what's the probability that Alvin Plantinga exists as some sort of prior? And then you might consider, what's the probability that Alvin Plantinga sent me an email? In this middle paragraph here they say, on the evening of March 3rd, you sit down at your computer and access your email, and then you find an email from someone who claims to be Alvin Plantinga, and they describe themselves, in some detail there. Now, their key point is in this next paragraph here. It would be folly to argue for B, that is, that Alvin Plantinga sent an email, by first, without considering B, guessing at the probability of A, that is, at the probability that Alvin Plantinga exists, on total evidence. So they're saying the way that Plantinga was doing this is wrong. They're saying Plantinga shouldn't go stepwise, because they're trying to say, look, Plantinga would say in this case, we should first try to work out what the probability is that Alvin Plantinga exists, and then work out, conditional on Plantinga existing, what is the probability that he would send me an email. So that's the analogy
That's
here
what
from.
Plantinger's saying, isn't it? I thought I got it.
That's the analogy. It's confusing because Plantinger's in the analogy, right? But that's the analogy that they're making about what Plantinger's saying.
Yeah, right. So, but
you should go stepwise. You should say, what's the probability of
we should go
Plantinger
from
existing?
the existence of Plantinger to Plantinger having sent an email, and they're saying that you should establish Plantinger sending an email.
They're saying no
to get Plantinger.
Yeah, so
they're saying you should do it the opposite way. Yeah.
Yes, so the McGrews are saying no, don't do what Plantinger says. Well, they say it's folly actually to do it that way. They say, who would ever argue for B in this?
Why do they talk like this? Why do they talk so messed up? It's folly.
While
has joy ever been so?
Well, that was a quote, but yeah, it's a bit of a cringe one. While your vague independent assumption concerning A has bearing on B, blah blah blah, the far more powerful argument is that the experience of reading the email note itself, and you would naturally and immediately argue for B by considering this direct evidence. Certainly, if Alvin Plantinger does not exist, he cannot be sending you an email. But here apparently is the note itself. So he's saying it's just really odd that you would try to guess A before then making an inference about B, conditional on A, because you would just sort of go straight to B rather. As I say here, this would be fatally wrong, for both A and B must now be reevaluated on the strong evidence supporting B directly and A indirectly.
Well, this is weird again, because it's like, okay, so the evidence is that someone called out, like that you have an email, right, by someone claiming to be Alvin Plantinger, by someone by that name, but that's your evidence, right? It doesn't tell you that the person who sent the email actually had that name or anything. It doesn't tell you that. It just seems like a silly way of going about it.
Well, which way silly? Sorry,
the McGrew way of going from the evidence to the existence of Plantinger, because you can't say how it's good evidence in favor of Plantinger's existence if you have no idea whether or not Plantinger exists, right? You have to have some kind of prior about Plantinger's existence. Yeah,
well, they're denying that, right? So they say this explicitly. Despite the fact that A sets an upper bound on the probability of B, blah, 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 it is simply not true that belief in B, he sends the email, presupposes belief in A in the sense that the prior probability of A must be higher than some particular cutoff for one to believe B on the evening of March 3rd. Nor does it follow the fact that B entails A, but not vice versa. One must find the probability of A on total evidence before one consider B. So they're saying that, no, you don't do this. You don't ask how plausible is it that Alvin Plantinger exists, and then consider, given that Alvin Plantinger exists, how plausible is it that they send me an email? They're saying, no, you just go straight to B. Now, I guess this might differ between people. Can you do this? But I think that that's completely wrong, right? And suppose I get an email that says it's from Elvis. Okay. Now, do I say
Nigerian prince?
Yeah, I was going to give that example. Scam emails. In fact, this is exactly what you do from scam emails. I look at it and say, what is the probability that this person exists? And conditional on that, what is the probability that they've sent me this email? Because there's, like, for example, if I got an email that said it's from Plantinger, I know that Plantinger exists, but I would assume that it's not actually from Plantinger because he's probably not emailing me, right? Whereas if I got an email that says it's from Elvis Presley, I would say, well, it's probably not from Elvis Presley, right? The fact that I've got an email claiming to be from Elvis Presley isn't going to overcome my low prior that Elvis Presley is alive because he died a long time ago. So it seems to me that although we may not explicitly do this in many cases, that is actually the appropriate way to do it, is to consider separately, at least like conceptually separately, the probability that the person sending you the email actually exists, like the Nigerian prince. And then given that that person exists, what is the probability that they are sending you this email?
Yeah, because by that,
just entirely appropriate.
By their tool, so the McGrews, okay, let's compare Plantinger's household to the McGrews household, right? So Plantinger gets the email from the Nigerian prince, and Plantinger goes, well, actually, I mean, there aren't, I don't even know if Nigeria is a monarchy, right? So that even if Nigeria is a monarchy, there's not going to be that many Nigerian princes, and they're not going to want to give away their money and so forth. And then he's going to go, and I have an email, and now I layer in that evidence on top of that and come to the conclusion it's probably not from a Nigerian prince who wants to give me a bunch of money. Now the McGrews are going to look at the evidence that says, which is, given that I have an email from a Nigerian prince that says they want to give me loads of money, well, that's really expected on the theory that there is a Nigerian prince who exists and wants to give me loads of money. Here's all my credit card details, right? That's how they're using Bayes to update about these things. Have I got that right?
Yeah, I think that is what they're saying. I do find them unclear. The sentence here that I've highlighted here, this would be flatly wrong, for both A and B must now be reevaluated on the strong evidence supporting B directly and A indirectly. Now, the reason I think that may be saying that you should update your prior on the basis of your evidence. I think we've talked about this previously, right? Like, they're not entirely clear here because
But
I don't know.
They don't want prior though. They don't.
Yeah,
They
I
want
think
to
that
just
that's
look
the
at the
case.
evidence.
They don't.
They want to
I
look
think
at
that
the
they're
evidence
treating.
given. Yeah.
I think that they're treating the probability of A as a posterior,
Yeah.
not as a prior for A. So they're just rejecting a Bayesian framework because, again, the Bayesian framework would say you've got a prior and you've got a conditional on that.
Yeah.
You know, like
Lay
the
your
probability of A
evidence.
and the probability of B given A. That's not. I mean, that's not the full Bayesian account, but that's sort of how you would approach it. And then you would consider those separately, and then you might update the probability that Alvin Plantinga exists given the new evidence. But they actually seem to want to say you should update both of them on the basis of the same evidence, which doesn't seem right. But maybe they're just rejecting the framework. It's really unclear to me what they're actually saying we should do here.
I think, I mean, I'm open to being wrong because it seems ridiculous that someone would say that, but I think that they're saying that you should actually go with the Nigerian scam email.
Yeah, like I don't understand what tools we would have for thinking that an email isn't from who it purports to be, other than by considering the probability like these separately, right? Because otherwise you say, well, it's like it says it's from them, so that is very strong evidence that over.
But they must have thought about this. It can't be that silly.
I don't think that they would agree with that, but I just find it really unclear what they are saying here. Maybe it's just my interpretive skills being lacking, but I don't know what. Like they say that no, this is not how you do it, but they don't say how you should do it. They just say you should update both of them, but I don't understand how that works with them being conditionally into writing B as conditional on A is not the same as A. Like that, they're separate probabilities.
And then they say, so in most of our interactions with ordinary people, our strongest evidence for their existence is direct evidence for the things they have done and said. I don't think it's like that. Like I don't infer that V exists because there's like a dirty coffee mug by the sink or something, right? That's not why I like infer that. I mean,
well, I think that they would say that you infer V exists because she reveals herself to you and says, "Hello, I am V." You know, that's the analogy that they're making here.
Well, but wait, what? How is that the same? That's not the same as like an email.
Well, I think that they're making that analogy
because
I think what they're saying is that you don't ask what's the prior probability that say V exists, and then what's the probability that. Well, I'm actually not even sure what the second step would be. What's the probability that...
This is why it's silly though, because I don't like look at to infer the existence of V, right? I don't think like, well, what are all the states of affairs that could obtain, and how many, like what percentage of those contain a person called V? That is like just what I mean by V is the set of impressions that I have of this person. Like it's just not how reality works.
It's unclear. So in the case of the resurrection, we've got a set of facts and we're trying to explain them, and there are different postulated explanations. It's not clear how that applies to the case of meeting a person. Like what are the facts exactly? Is it just my impressions of them? And what are the alternate explanations? One would be that I've met a person of that sort. And I guess another one would be that there's a confidence trickster that I've met who's pretending to be that person.
But like when I'm looking at your face, right? When I'm I understand it's digitally, so maybe that check. But say if we were in person and I like look at your face, I don't like take that as evidence in favor of your existence. Like, I mean, I guess maybe I do in a sort of sense, but it's like what more could I mean by your existence than like to like look at you and like point at you, right? Like, it's not like I go, oh, that's really strong evidence, and now I'm going to like infer backwards in this way that implies the existence of James. It's like I don't understand what they're saying.
It is unclear. I don't quite understand what they're saying either, but I think I understand the point they're trying to drive at, which is that they're saying just as a person reveals themselves to you, and that's how you know they exist, so too God revealed himself to us through the person of Jesus and his resurrection, and that's how we know he exists. And the key point there is that they want to say that you don't need to assume or have a high prior that God exists in order to make that. So they're saying even if the prior of God is irrelevant to this argument is essentially what they're saying, as far as I can tell. Because they're saying, look, this isn't how you do it. You don't start with the prior and then look at the conditional on that prior. You just say, oh, look, there's the person. which I think is wrong, again, for the similar reason to the email case. So again, if I met a person who said that, hey, I'm Elvis Presley, right? I would say, no, you're not. I mean, I'd ask what, like the Elvis Presley? Like, but if they were actually claiming to be the Elvis Presley, right? I wouldn't believe them, even though they're right there in the flesh. And maybe they even look like Elvis Presley. I still wouldn't believe that it was Elvis Presley, right? Because I have a low prior that Elvis Presley is a person that I can meet. Of course, if I see a person and they say, hey, my name is, Joe Blow, John Smith, whatever, I don't have a low prior against that. So there's no particular reason I wouldn't just believe them, right? They've just given me an arbitrary name that they may as well have. Like there's no particular reason I have for believing them or not believing them. So in general, I just assume that if an arbitrary person is telling me their name, they're probably telling me the truth about something like that, right? But not if they told me that they were Elvis Presley or Martin Luther King or someone like that, right? In those cases, I would say, no, you're not. Even though the conditional evidence is the same, right? I'm still seeing the same thing. But it's the prior that I have that I could meet that person is so much lower. And that, I think, is just a counter to what the McGrews are saying. I would like to know how the McGrews distinguish between cases when I would believe someone when they tell me, hey, I'm Joe Blow, versus the case when they say, hey, I'm Martin Luther King. Why do I believe one person but not the other when the meeting is the same? And it seems to me that the answer is my prior probability is so much lower. Or the email or any case like. It seems that the answer is in the prior. Not that I'm necessarily explicitly calculating that or anything, but that's a way of describing the sort of inference that I'm doing. And so I think it's absolutely appropriate to ask, what is the prior probability that God exists and that he would want to intervene? They just want to say that somehow you can do away with this because when you meet people, you don't have priors on their existence. But I just think that that's wrong. You do, at least implicitly, it seems we can say that. And you can't just wave away this question as like, well, does God exist and would they want to intervene?
Like you just float in this. So like actually somewhere in your mind, right, there's like this infinite possibility space where every person that could exist is potentially instantiated. And then when you meet someone, it counts as evidence in favor as that person has been instantiated in the actual world. And then you infer back from that which of the possible worlds you exist in. And it's like, oh yeah, I'm in the possible world that this person who's giving me evidence. That's not how. I mean, maybe that's a straw man, right? They could say that because I don't really know what they're saying, but that's just not how I think
they're saying that we don't have priors over like people that we meet, basically, and I just think that's wrong. Right. I mean, whether we whether we mentally have something like that's another question. But the question would be like, is there a way that you could appropriately assign priors that makes sense of inference? And I think it absolutely does. And that is how I distinguish between people claiming to be someone that I think is plausible and people making claims that are not plausible, right?
Well, if you've got no
otherwise,
information
I don't know how they
about
make that distinction.
Yeah, if you've got absolutely no information about, but there's going to be all sorts of relevant facts. So like email is a different case, right, than just meeting someone face to face. And then even that's going to be dependent on context. Like if I was going to, if I was like a politician for an English, the Secretary of Foreign Affairs, and I went to like a Russian party and a very attractive Russian lady was telling me who she is or something, I'd probably contextually, I wouldn't just infer that they are who they say they are. I might think maybe they're like, an agent who's trying to get details off me or something, or I because of the context that I'm in, it's just not clear to me. Whereas on the street,
you can rightfully describe that as a prior because it's not based on any specific evidence that you have about that person. The prior would be with respect to factors that are prior to your particular interaction with that person, right? Background knowledge that would be relevant. Like, for example, someone claiming to be Elvis Presley. The fact that I would disbelieve them isn't based on how persuasive they are or like how good their outfit is or something like that. It's based on beliefs I have about Elvis Presley, which is prior to that particular meeting. And I think that, how else could you describe that, right? The McGrews want to say that that just isn't a thing, but I don't understand how they then make these distinctions. How do the McGrews explain the fact that sometimes we don't believe people when they tell us who they are or when they email us or something like that? Like it seems that under their view, we should just always believe them because the evidence is the same. Like when, I see them, like they're there, they're telling me.
Look, they've got millions they want to give me. I've got these millions.
Yeah, the Nigerian prince, right? They're
all I need is I just need your bank details. I wonder how much they got paid to do this chapter as well.
I found that especially odd, what they're trying to get at there.
Okay.
And there's only, I think,
and the love of
I didn't have any comments in that section because I didn't even understand why it's there. But the very last thing that I have is, it's just a bunch of stuff about Hume, really, which I don't care about. But before that, bottom of 650 there.
Okay. Oh, no.
I just think that there's so much pot and kettle stuff there that I want to
let's get
comment on
into it. Where are we? 651. Here we go. Here, this space. This section.
Yeah, here. So even Plantinga's supposedly generous 0.9 estimate for the probability of theism on all evidence is the merest guess and was quite deliberately made without consideration of the actual strength of the independent historical evidence. Who knows under these conditions whether it is generous or not? How could one possibly know? So they're complaining that Plantinga's pulled out this 0.9 from nowhere and is claiming that it's generous. Yeah. Now, does that remind you of anything that was like, seriously? They have the absolute gall to complain about that after what they've done in this whole article. It's unbelievable.
So
So,
it becomes
yeah.
evident that there's no principle of dwindling probabilities. Well, there is. It doesn't.
Yeah, I don't even understand.
Become evident. Like
they basically, their argument just seems to be the conditional probability Bayesian-like framework just doesn't apply when we don't want it to. Like, that literally seems to be their argument. I don't understand, because they literally write out the equation in the case of the resurrection. It's the prior and then conditional on that, the other thing. Like, but they just say, no, that doesn't apply when it comes to God's existence. I don't understand that at all. It just seems to be complete ad hoc. It applies here, but not here.
Yeah. Let's see.
And that's all I have to say, actually.
Yeah, I'm just seeing random stuff.
Oh, wait, I've got one more comment in the conclusion.
Yeah. Although we've offered it, blah, 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 we have focused on these facts, blah, 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 blah. As Butler points out, something Hume could not himself be bothered to descend into the fray and discuss arguments in detail. Now, wasn't Hume a historian who wrote like tomes and tomes on history as well?
Yeah, Hume wrote a lot, and I don't know. It's just an insult, really. Like, oh, he couldn't be bothered. I don't actually think it's an issue being bothered. I don't think it was
even without professorship, right? I bet it's really nice for Tim having his full-time philosophy job.
Yeah, that's a good
Hume
point.
As an
actually,
atheist,
they didn't have that.
He just did it. He did it in his free time, right?
Well, he had to be very careful about what he said because, yeah,
but
because
no nice universities, no nice university salary, and like Tim has, right? Must be very nice and cushy to write under those conditions as compared to Hume's conditions. But
can you imagine being paid to write articles like this? Like, this article is just so bad.
Well, I mean, this is it's things like this though that give me, like, you know, when I'm feeling down, inspiration that I can do anything in life. Like, it's like, you know, some people make a living doing this, and it just if I'm like, oh, how could I ever not have to like do this thing for money? And it's like, well, people can make money doing all sorts. Like, it really is kind of inspiring to me in a twisted way. But
it's right. Well, that's about all I wanted to say, really. Do we have any final comments? I can't believe we got through it all. It only took 9 hours. Yeah, and I mean, there's still lots we didn't touch in. Let's see. I'm just seeing what they say about Francis Bacon. Francis Bacon here at the end. Philosophers who wish to evaluate the evidence provided by testimony to the miraculous must move beyond this shallow treatment, the shallow treatment that they said was correct, and come to terms with argument in its most plausible and persuasive form, following Bacon's wise advice to examine things to the bottom and not to receive upon credit or reject upon improbabilities. I mean, aren't they making a probabilistic until
argument?
there hath passed a due examination? I would like to ask the gurus if they think they've given a due examination to all of the not resurrection hypotheses that they are critiquing here, because actually I don't think they'd give due examination to many of them at all. A lot of them are very superficial and unfair and biased examinations, and not considering the relevant empirical evidence at all. So I think they should heed their own advice on that point. Yeah, this article is at least twice as long as it needs to be to make its point, and the writing is often quite terse and emotive and laden with sort of scathing comments and criticisms of people who don't agree with them. So it's very annoying to read for those reasons. And even apart from the quality of its argument, it's just the writing style is. I found it very hard to get through.
Yeah, me too. I guess the comment that I want to say is why is this bad apologetics, right? And aside from us like disagreeing with the conclusions, I think it shows like the worst forms of sophistry, basically, which is like abusing the tools given to you by philosophy. And look, I'd levy this against anyone who uses these tools like for weird political ideologies that they're a part of and stuff. But people using these tools just to obfuscate and like Mott and Bailey their arguments, right? So I mean, if you want an example, you might get the impression, if you were coming to this for the first time, that there's this airtight argument here. And if you want to get an example of the house of cards it really is, I mean, see ordinary bloke Doug, who doesn't care about any of this philosophy, when he had his conversation with Tim McGrew and Lydia McGrew, right? And how quickly all of this stuff falls down. It's considering that these are professional philosophers, it's all just window dressing and it's all just obfuscation, I think, to make it far less clear than it could otherwise be made. I mean, there's problems with the methodology, which we've talked about, which is that if you put no constraints on the kind of entities that you're allowed to postulate when you do this kind of like probabilistic comparison, then you can just come up with any like, I mean, what's the probability of like me being thirsty, given that there are ghosts that want to make me thirsty today, versus given that there are not ghosts that want to make me thirsty today? Like, it's really probable, isn't it, that there are ghosts that want to make me thirsty today, right now? And if we set up our like comparison in that way and don't put any kind of constraints on those entities, and then I can parody the argument in every way. You can go, well, there's just like no examples that you can point to of these kind of ghosts existing, or it doesn't cohere with our physics and stuff. And I'll just go, these are just your biases. Look, I've done all the maths. I've done, and like, all this argumentation, I think, is of this form. But then, I mean, remember all the historical assumptions that they needed to even get their argument to work. So first, they're saying resurrection is equivalent to theism, equivalent to Christianity, even though I just don't think that that's true at all, because there could be like aliens that wanted to do it. You know, the great vegetation plant god might have wanted to do it for whatever reason. It's part of its growth process. Nothing about Christian theism there. It could be that there's an undiscovered natural law, a law of quantum physics. Maybe Jesus just had this, you know, this one of the undiscovered elements that we've not got on the periodic table. Maybe there was a part of that in Jesus's body somehow, right? And he happened, it had some weird effect. We just don't know. There could actually have been a resurrection, and we could divide up that probability space differently between theism, and it's just going to come back down to our like intuitions about things. So that's a problem for this. But then there's all just the risky ways that they're historically like interpreting things, as Camille pointed out time and time again. But even the way that they've assessed, you know, what's the probability that there would be women's testimony given a resurrection versus not a resurrection? It's not even clear why that numerator would be heavier than the denominator. Like, why wouldn't it just come out as one? So yeah, all those reasons, I just think this is a silly argument, and it makes things more unclear. And I only ever see this used as a defense mechanism by people who don't want to like honestly discuss what they believe, and so I dislike it for those reasons as well.
Yeah, and it's disappointing because in principle, as I can't actually remember whether it was Camille or Brian who was talking about this, but in principle, I think that you could use Bayesian techniques to elucidate some of the key points in the argument here, if it was done well and carefully, but it's unfortunately not. And so maybe I'll just quickly highlight some of the key aspects of this without going through everything we've discussed that I find most problematic. One is the fact that they are very unclear about what the methodology is that they're even trying to apply here. They talk about Bayesian techniques and they talk about the likelihood ratio, but then they, as we mentioned many times, keep flipping back to talking about the low plausibility or the prior probability of many of the things that they don't want to consider, or that, you know, the not our hypotheses, right? The not resurrection. Whereas they don't address that at all with respect to God or the proposition that God would want to raise Jesus from the dead. So there's a real inconsistency with what they're even trying to do here, and with whether they're trying to offer us reasons that should be convincing to those who don't accept their probabilities that they assert. Because as subjective probability statements, they're entitled to sort of those being whatever they say that they are to describe their own beliefs. But it's not clear why they should be persuasive to anyone else if they don't actually present objective considerations like models or base rates or other things. So the whole methodology is, I think, very unclear, and they don't really try to explain or define this in any clear way that's consistent throughout the argument. So that's one key problem. A second key problem is that the arguments that they give in favor of the key facts, you know, that's the women and the disciples and then the Pauline conversion, just relies on basically taking the New Testament at face value and accepting every claim that it makes. And if you're going to do that, just read the part where it says Jesus is God and was raised from the dead and be done with. Like, it's so much more honest and quicker than going through all of this. No skeptic is going to acknowledge all of these things as being veridical and all of the original authors and based on eyewitness testimony and all this sort of stuff that they are leaning towards or explicitly arguing for. And they make really, I think, problematic appeals to very selective scholarship and poo-pooing the textual analysis, critical analysis stuff that they don't like, but then appealing to it when it suits them. So all of that stuff, which we talked about for the first several hours, is really problematic as well. Third point here is that they, when considering the relative explanatory power of resurrection versus not resurrection, they often didn't consider many not resurrection type arguments. So many of the sorts of things that, say, Camille and I would advocate for weren't discussed. Some were, but a lot weren't. And even more significant than that, they didn't really say much of anything about the actual explanatory power, like the probability of the evidence given the explanation. They mostly just said the naturalistic explanations were improbable, like low prior, which doesn't say anything about their explanatory scope, while at the same time saying almost nothing about the explanatory power, the probability of the evidence given resurrection, about their own prophet explanation. This is most clear, I think, in the case of Paul, where it's completely unclear how a resurrection is supposed to explain why Paul was converted, because they're just completely separate from each other. God could appear to Paul whether or not Jesus was resurrected, and why would God want to appear to a Paul anyway? Like, what does that have to do with anything? They just don't address this. So they're really bad at actually trying to explain how their explanation is a better explanation, how their model is a better explanation than competing explanations. And I think the final point that I wanted to make is the issue of independence, which is absolutely critical to their argument, because most of the, well, really all of it comes from multiplying low numbers together, or high numbers, depending on which way you look at it. And they justify that by the independence assumption that the women's testimony is independent of the disciples' testimony, which is independent of Paul. And then furthermore, that all of the 13 disciples' testimonies are independent of each other. And the justification for this is just ridiculous. Basically, they say that it's actually independence overestimates the evidence against them. Like, it underestimates the strength of their case, because first of all, the disciples would get cold feet, or be likely to get cold feet upon seeing one of the disciples be killed or martyred for their cause, that would actually cause them to be more skeptical than they otherwise would. And of course, they cite no evidence for that. The other reason that they give is just that the best explanation for why all of the disciples became convinced is because they actually had good evidence, which I don't even understand how that's an argument. It's just reasserting what they believe. So the point is, one of the absolutely key assumptions behind their entire approach, which is the independence of these key facts here, is just defended in a, I would say, pathetic way. Like, the arguments are just ridiculous. And that undermines the entire premise of what they're doing, because if their probabilities are dependent on each other, you could get much higher, lower Bayes factors. Instead of 10 to the 44, you might be getting like 10 to the 2 or something. If conditional on, say, the women seeing the tomb, then the male disciples experiencing a risen Jesus could actually be very high, right? If there's a dependence there, which is what people like me and Camille and others would argue, that there's this sort of contagion and dependence and discussion effects between each other. So that issue of the independence, I think, is also really poorly addressed here. So overall, it was it was difficult to read. It was really frustrating. It was too long. The arguments were mostly quite bad. They don't fulfill their promise of actually comparing the explanatory scope and the conditional probabilities of the resurrection versus other hypotheses. And this is a consistent failure to sort of conclude that of these sort of apologetic studies that claim that they're going to make a comparative analysis, but just do a really shoddy job of it and don't seriously consider what skeptics would actually believe and what arguments they actually make, and don't try to give actual reasons for why the explanations that skeptics offer are bad. They just sort of assert that they're improbable and not take it seriously and not try to argue why their explanation is better. So yeah, I think it's really poor scholarship, and I hope that you found some of our remarks to this effect for the last 9 hours of interest. And I don't want to read any more McGrews for some time yet.
Yeah, me neither. I'm just quickly bringing up the channels of people who have been on today, so you can share those if people are interested in going to subscribe as well. Brian has his own channel as well. But where's the... I subscribe to so many channels that I can't find anything down the side. I'm going to have to go to his website, which I'll share in the description as well, but let me. Okay, so if you're
By the way-
interested,
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
go ahead.
I was just going to say, Nathan's just passed 3K subs, so congratulations on the milestone. I noticed. Noticed that today.
Thank you. So yeah, but like the video, I can see that Tim and Lydia McGrew have already disliked us. James's channel over here, if you want to see more of James, where he's got plenty of videos about philosophy and science stuff. Few criticisms of Cameron Bertuzzi and his exposing the intellectual side of Christianity, and also
we'll probably get some more good ones from his conference if they post some more up. So that'll be fun. That's happening.
And
at
the
the moment,
periodic
just
table
happened.
song, your most.
Oh, why do you mention that? My most viewed video.
Camille's not put a video up in a little while now, but there's plenty of cool stuff in the backlog. All of these discussions and stuff over the years, interviews with scholars, and some more recent ones. And then Brian's also got his channel here. So you've got some more sort of like mathsy physics stuff, I guess, for people who are interested in that kind of stuff. So go and check those out if you're interested. Otherwise, like this video, share it around with people who you think might be interested. Share it with Jonathan McClatchy, Tim and Lydia McGrew, who are also all invited on for conversations at various points if they want. And yeah, I guess that's it for today. Any last words, James?
Stay safe, everyone.
Yeah, and do get vaccinated, despite what some people in the chat may have said.
Yes. See ya.
Right. See ya.